Salute. Shout out Jay Fizzle, Dustin Town. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go hit that Jay Fizzle. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody coming in. I crook in the motherfucking hair. Salute, G. Yeah. Keep it fine. Give up the subscribe. We show salute everybody. Y'all hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe button. Let's get to it. You know, we got a lot. We got a lot going on. These indictments is coming. And man, these gangsters appear to be about to have their day. Big U. More news on him. They're releasing a lot of the information. They got him with marked money. So it ain't just about the wiretaps and all that. He received marked money during his extortions. Figure that out. So it ain't even, he might as well be trying to get a plea deal. The way this shit going with him, I think he gonna be looking for a plea. They got too much on him. Slaughter Gang, salute. Welcome everybody, salute. Man, we got a lot going on, man. We got some update with the Metcalf Anthony situation. We got TK, rapper TK murder trial. Let's go to Law and Crime Network. Major new evidence could derail P. Diddy sex trafficking trial. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network.
Welcome to Sidebar. A major development in the Sean Combs criminal case. The defense accuses the government of trying to introduce brand new evidence that they say will not only severely prejudice Combs, but this could potentially delay this whole trial. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, we have a major issue leading up to Sean Combs' racketeering, sex trafficking, prostitution trial scheduled to begin May 5th. Actually, it is so significant that not only could it change the course of this whole case, but I wonder if we're dealing with a situation that could actually delay this trial. So if you've been following our coverage here on Sidebar, you know there has been a whole lot of back and forth between Combs' defense counsel and prosecutors about who's going to testify at this upcoming trial, particularly the alleged victims. And when the prosecutors have to disclose the identities of these individuals, well, it is that issue that has now raised up again. And this is a monumental potential problem. I'm going to start with one of the defense's filings from yesterday, and I want you to listen to this explosive opening paragraph. Quote, after months of refusing to disclose the identity of alleged victims and just 60 days before trial, the government suddenly announced that it intended to shore up its case with evidence of redacted, uncharged, and uncorroborated crimes, including redacted, again, it's all blacked out, purported instances of sexual assault, all but one of which supposedly occurred decades ago. These incendiary allegations are substantially more serious than the charged offenses, and if admitted, would make it impossible for Mr. Combs to receive a fair trial. Wow. Now, we'll get into the law on this and if prosecutors can actually introduce evidence of uncharged conduct. I mean, we've seen that before. We've seen that in other cases. Look at the Harvey Weinstein case, right? His first trial in New York, there was a whole big issue about bringing in evidence of uncharged conduct to establish a pattern of activity to help prove the crimes that he was charged with. We have seen that before in other criminal cases, again, involving sex crimes. But what could all this be about? Who is this about? Is this about salacious allegations in any of the civil lawsuits that Combs is facing? Could this include allegations that Combs abused minors? Again, part of the civil lawsuits? We don't know. It's all redacted. But clearly, you see the defense team on the defensive about this. They do not want this introduced. So the filing continues. For example, the indictment does not allege redacted. Instead, the charges focus on allegations about domestic abuse or supposed economic coercion of longtime girlfriends. That is the case Mr. Combs has been defending for months. Yet now, on the eve of trial and after 2 superseding indictments, the government has surfaced a new plan to taint his trial with evidence about purported heinous acts redacted, including an allegation that redacted. These are entirely new, untested, uncorroborated, and uninvestigated allegations. All but one of the alleged incidents happened over 20 years ago, with the oldest dating to the 1980s. Some of the allegations are demonstrably false, but would nonetheless require an enormous amount of trial time to disprove. Some are truly unknown to the defense, and the government's disclosure has been utterly threadbare so far. The allegations implicate dozens of unidentified witnesses and alleged co-conspirators around the world. And some of the key witnesses to the supposed incidents are dead. Basically meaning, how can we defend against it? The defense is not even permitted to share the identities of the individuals described in the disclosure letter with Mr. Combs until April 18th, further hampering defense counsel's ability to investigate. Collectively, these new allegations require many months, if not years, to investigate, and if admitted, would require a series of mini trials, certain to double the length of a trial the government originally said would last 3 weeks. So this is an explosive allegation that on its face, I don't know if I necessarily disagree with. If they are bringing in evidence of uncharged conduct, wouldn't the defense have an opportunity to investigate it and challenge it? It seems like they're making a point. So if this evidence is allowed in, there is a chance this could delay the trial significantly. We all know Combs wants to go to trial, but how can he properly defend himself against this in just a few weeks? By the way, thank you so much for coming to us for our coverage of the Diddy case and all the latest developments. And also, I want to thank and call out our sponsor and partner, Morgan & Morgan, because it's with their support that we can keep on doing this. Now, this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they have so many? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar. Now, Combs argues that this shouldn't be allowed in, that the prosecution should try the case that it charged, and that's it. You see, the reason is, generally speaking, prosecutors are not allowed to introduce evidence of someone's character or propensity or prior bad acts to suggest that the defendant did that, so it's more likely that he's guilty of this. And Combs argues that this evidence is not allowed under the federal rules of evidence, and I'll get into each one of the rules. So first up, Combs argues that this evidence shouldn't be allowed under Rule 413 of the Rules of Evidence. Now, Rule 413 states that in a criminal case in which a defendant is accused of a sexual assault, the court may admit evidence that the defendant committed any other sexual assault. The evidence may be considered on any matter to which it is relevant. But Combs argues he's not charged with sexual assault as an individual crime. And to support that argument, he goes into the language of the rule, prior court decisions, principles on how to interpret the rule, legislative history of the rule. I'm not going to bore you with all that. But the bottom line is he's not charged with sexual assault, and Rule 413, he claims, only applies specifically to sexual assault crimes. Then we move on to another argument from Sean Combs, where that the evidence shouldn't be admissible under Rule 404B, that it shouldn't be admitted under that either. So Rule 404B allows evidence of other crimes, other wrongs, other acts. It is used to prove motive. It is used to prove opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. But Combs argues that doesn't apply here. Quote, start by calling a spade a spade. What the proffered evidence tends to demonstrate is a propensity for sexual violence and a dangerous, depraved character. That is what the government wants to establish, and it is the real purpose of this evidence. Rule 404 does not allow the admission of evidence to prove character and propensity. The other purposes in Rule 404b2 are non-propensity purposes. There is no conceivable non-propensity purpose here, and merely repeating the words of Rule 404b2 is not sufficient. So first, Combs argues that the government doesn't adequately provide notice of what their other intended purposes are for all of this redacted evidence, and that under the law, the defense needs to know what the prosecution plans to argue so they can properly respond and defend against it. And they basically say the prosecution is acting in bad faith. Quote, it is obvious the government either intentionally withheld notice for the purpose of unfair surprise or was dilatory and negligent in its investigation. The government knows it is impossible to investigate these allegations in 60 days since the beginning of the case. The defense has been asking the government to identify alleged victims precisely so that Mr. Combs can investigate and prepare his defense. The government did not identify any of the individuals in its notice until 10:31 p.m. on March 17, 2025, after the court ordered such disclosure. But Combs doesn't just argue that the prosecution failed in the notice department, but they also argue there's no non-propensity purpose for introducing this evidence. Quote, on their face, the proffered purposes do not even make sense. For example, the government suggests that all the prior acts show plan and preparation for the charged offenses. How does redacted show that the defendant was planning and preparing to commit a sex trafficking or Mann Act violation? That doesn't even make sense, as the proffered acts are not sufficiently similar to the conduct at issue to permit a reasonable inference of knowledge, intent, or plan. And then Sean Combs doubles down and argues against the idea that these prior alleged acts of violence against women can be used to prove intent to commit the charged acts involving violence against women. Combs argues that the only way the jury would find him guilty of the crimes he's facing based on these redacted prior acts would be if it found he had a propensity for violence against girlfriends and partners, and that is not allowed. Quote, the government may say that the evidence is offered to prove intent or motive or whatever, but this court must look beneath those words to see if propensity is what gives the evidence its persuasive force. So then we go into another point, and Combs argues that Rule 403 would prevent this evidence from coming in. What's Rule 403? So the court may prevent evidence from coming into trial if its probative value, meaning its strength in proving something, its value, if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of unfairly prejudicing the jury, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative or repetitive evidence. So here, Combs argues, the evidence has little probative value, especially since alleged prior bad acts that didn't result in a conviction, they have to be treated with caution, according to Combs. He argues that these are weak allegations and there is a reason to doubt them, that the government, according to him, has provided no discovery on them, has not investigated the allegations, and Combs claims that the alleged sexual assaults are not even similar to the crimes that he's charged with, again, showing they have little probative value. Then Combs argues that this evidence raises a substantial danger of unfairly prejudicing the jury, that these uncharged acts, these redacted allegations, will prejudice him so that the jury will feel the need to engage in preventive conviction, even if he's innocent of the sex trafficking and racketeering charges, that they feel they have to do something. And really, Combs.
And I gotta agree. I gotta agree with that because we all just seen what they did with R. Kelly. Whether some people agree with what he was doing, or whatever the case may be, that was some of the worst acts of the justice system to be allowed I've ever seen. Especially when they preach on fairness and things like that. When you sit up here and do documentaries before a motherfucker even hit the stand, and you know, and things of that nature, and or while the trial is going on, and you putting out documentaries and stuff like that, I think that's a double-edged sword. And legally, I don't feel like that's right. But at the same time, uh, that's just how the media works. P Diddy's situation, I know for a fact this is all bullshit. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. A lot of this stuff didn't. I'm not saying a lot of this stuff didn't happen. I'm just more on the aspect of it was more agreed upon. Like this wasn't. I definitely don't believe nothing about the minors or nothing like that. That's bullshit to me. I don't even. That's so far from it. I don't even think that none of that shit. I think that's just that's horrible shit to put out there too. But that other shit, I think a lot of people were just trying to get into a party. See, a lot of people don't realize what people will do for a party. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't understand the lengths and levels that some people will go to go to a party. Like I've seen some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I done seen some crazy shit. You know, a lot. Like I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not just talking about no one or two times. I'm talking about I done seen some wild shit. Motherfuckers trying to either get into a party, go to a party, get away to a party. Like, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers want to party. Especially in this day and time when everything is so visual and everything based off the clout. So you gotta think about this. It was like when this thing first really got cracking around like '09, 2010 and stuff like that, you know, it was really going down. Now it then got, I ain't gonna say it got watered down with the social media and shit. It really got more turned up, but at the same time, it's not the quality of the quality done went down. You know what I'm saying? The quality went down, you know. Um, I love it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no hater, but you know what I'm saying? You definitely can tell, you know what I'm saying? Like, the quality of the atmosphere has changed. You know what I'm saying? And that could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on, what you into. But people are killed. People are hurt people. People are hurt themselves. You understand what I'm saying? To go to a party. And I think that Puffy having and known for some of the most immaculate parties, you know, ain't no telling what somebody would do. In his situation, I've heard instances, and it's gone public. A wife bring her husband, she want to go to a party. He say he don't want to fuck her, he want to fuck her husband. Next thing you know, they all on a private jet headed to the party. So you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like that, you know what I mean? I'm I'm not gonna dispute, you know what I'm saying, none of this stuff. I know that they holding Diddy in because they want other charges brung up on him, and they just don't want him to get loose. But we're gonna get back to Law and Crime Network. Make sure I hit that like button, subscribe. SendaRoni Television, SendaRoni Slow Screw Worldwide, SendaRoni Frappuccino Timer, OG Smoke Link, SendaRoni TV. Hit that like button for Law and Crime Network. Here's my review. Major new evidence could derail P. Diddy's sex trafficking trial. Let's get back to it.
Argues if this is the stuff that comes in and the jury will see it, they'll see him just as a bad guy who deserves punishment, particularly given the inflammatory nature and content of these allegations. Now, all of these uncharged acts again, are redacted, so we have no idea what it is, but based on Combs' arguments, he alleges that it's all very different from what he's currently charged with. So with all that in mind, Combs' counsel explains that the evidence shouldn't be...
And it's funny, it's funny you say that, quick, because see, they trying to put, that's the whole thing about this thing with him too. they pretty much trying to put him like, you know, the Black Epstein. They paint this picture of Puffy like he's the Black Epstein, this gatekeeper, and so on and so on, this and that, and this and that, so on and so on. You understand what I'm saying? So people don't understand, you know, Puffy come from, you know what I'm saying, survival stock. Like this ain't no prep. I mean, like, you know, motherfuckers get this shit confused, man. Like there's some prep boy bullshit going on or something. Like, you know, this a real live soldier right here, man. Puffy, let me tell you something. I honestly believe, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, because I think he gonna beat this. But I honestly believe if it was to go the other way around and he had to really sit down, I think he would take his bitter with the sweet and, you know what I'm saying, ride that shit out. I don't see Puffy folding. I don't see Puffy folding. Regardless of how this shit play out, motherfuckers talking about this, motherfuckers talking about that. Man, let me tell you something, man. I'm a good judge of niggas, man. On everything, I'm a good judge of niggas, man. I know motherfuckers. Listen, I can't control, or I might not condone somebody's sexual relations and how they get down and interact with people, but I know a solid motherfucker when I see one. Puffy couldn't have made it this far folding. You don't make it this far folding. You the fall guy. Let's get back to it.
Be admitted, or at the very least, a hearing is necessary before the evidence is admitted, because the government has not explained what it has, how it's going to prove these uncharged acts happened, and so forth. But then we move into the government's response. And they say as following, quote, since his arrest, the government has insisted that every victim in this case consented to every sex act the government has identified. Having made plain his intention to argue at trial that he believed every alleged coercive sex act was consensual, the defendant has put his knowledge and intent squarely at issue. To resolve that dispute, the jury is entitled to hear the testimony of redacted. That testimony powerfully establishes that the defendant made no mistake when he coerced other victims into unwanted sex. It proves that the defendant intended to take the sexual gratification he wanted regardless of consent. So the government argues that the alleged sexual assaults of redacted, that it is admissible to help prove the criminal enterprise under the racketeering charge, because the idea is that this enterprise, this criminal enterprise, was set up to fulfill Combs' sexual desires, that the testimony of these alleged victims of uncharged acts shows intent under Rule 404b2, that he intended to coerce the victims in this criminal case into unwanted sexual activity, that this is a non-propensity purpose. Quote, given the graphic testimony that the statutory victims will collectively give about years' worth of beatings, drug-fueled coercive sex marathons, and multiple rapes, these are the people who will testify as part of the criminal charges, the non-statutory victims' testimony, meaning the people who would testify as to this uncharged conduct, will be no more inflammatory than the evidence that the jury will already have before it at this trial. Accordingly, the highly probative proffered testimony is not unduly prejudicial under Rule 403, which we discussed before. So let's actually get into that. The government says that this evidence that it wants to introduce is admissible under Rule 413, which we discussed before, the idea that in sexual assault cases, other acts of sexual assault can be admitted. Now, the government, not surprisingly, disagrees with Combs' characterization that he isn't accused of sexual assault in this criminal case, so the rule doesn't apply. The government responds and claims the commercial sex acts as part of the transportation to engage in prostitution charge he's facing and the underlying sex trafficking allegations in the racketeering charge he's facing and the forced labor allegations, they all contain multiple sexual assaults. That's what this is about. You don't have to be charged with sexual assault. He's been accused of sexual assault as part of this criminal case. Next, the government argues that this evidence is also admissible under Rule 404B. Again, the evidence of other crimes, wrongs, bad acts to prove something other than propensity. Again, intent, motive, knowledge, absence of mistake. So namely, they make the argument that Combs had the intent to sex traffic these victims in his current criminal case and coerce all 4 of these victims to engage in forced labor. And that is especially true because their argument is Combs is going to argue at trial that all the victims consented to sexual activity. Again, this uncharged act, this alleged prior bad act, that is used to prove he knew that his victims didn't consent, that he intended to sexually gratify himself regardless of consent. And there was no mistake when engaging in non-consensual sex acts. In other words, it is evidence we need to prove our underlying crimes in the indictment. Quote, the defendant's history of refusing to take no for an answer and intentionally seeking to gratify his own sexual desires, regardless of consent, strongly supports the inference that he had the same mindset, the same intent when coercing the statutory victims to engage in the charged sexual activity here. And then in a similar fashion, evidence that the defendant knew the non-statutory victims did not want to engage in sexual activity supports the inference that he knew or recklessly disregarded the fact that he was causing the statutory victims to engage in sex acts against their will. Thus, when the defendant inevitably argues at trial that he had no clue these 4 women did not want the sexual experiences that he demanded, the government should be able to point out that someone as practiced as he is in sexual assault surely recognized the signs of non-consent. And when the defendant claims that he only ever intended to have consensual, loving sexual experiences with the statutory victims, the government should be able to point out his repeated intent to sexually gratify himself with unwilling participants. So they are trying to establish that this pattern is important in proving the crimes here. And also, quote, evidence of the defendant's other sexual abuse proves the absence of mistake. Again, one of these non-propensity purposes. Quote, the government anticipates that the defendant may seek to argue that he mistakenly believed himself to be engaging in consensual sex acts with the statutory victims, or that his conduct was invited by his sexual partners. But redacted, including in the presence of or with third parties. Such testimony therefore makes plain that the defendant did not act inadvertently or due to a misconception that his sexual partners were willing participants in this conduct. Oh, and by the way, you remember that whole argument that the government didn't provide the proper notice to Sean Combs about what it plans to argue about this evidence? Well, the government responds, and they claim we provided the names of anonymous witnesses to the defense on March 17th, 2025, meaning we gave the defense enough information to understand what's going on here. Then we move on to the probative value argument that I mentioned before, that the probative value of the defendant's other alleged uncharged sexual abuse evidence, it outweighs any potential prejudice, at least according to the government, that the value of this testimony of uncharged conduct is, quote, strong and well corroborated. The government writes, indeed, given the extensive graphic testimony that the statutory victims will collectively give about decades worth of beatings, drug-fueled sex marathons, and multiple rapes, the non-statutory victims' testimony will be no more inflammatory than other evidence the jury will hear. Given the defense's likely arguments and attacks on victim credibility in this case, and the highly probative nature of the defendant's other sexual assault and abuse evidence on the defendant's knowledge, any potential prejudice under Rule 403 is easily outweighed. This is important evidence, it's relevant, it's important evidence, and it's important in establishing the crimes that we are alleging. And finally, the government argues that a hearing is unnecessary and inappropriate. Quote, although the defendant slings plenty of mud about the non-statutory victims' accounts, he has yet to produce any contrary evidence and did not attach it to his motion. By contrast, the government has provided detailed proffers of each victim's anticipated testimony and corroborating evidence. Further, the accounts of the non-statutory victims and those of the statutory victims corroborate each other. This corroboration, together with the detailed proffers of each victim's anticipated testimony, is sufficient to satisfy Rule 104's low threshold for reliability. Now, I imagine the defense would say, how can we challenge this? You didn't give us enough time, and do we even have ample time to talk to Combs about this? Again, you're throwing this all on us before we go to trial. By the way, talking about Combs' response, this defense, so in total, the government argues the court should allow these alleged victims to testify, but we got one more thing. We actually have a reply from Combs. Combs' counsel argues that the government is doing a bait and switch. That first, the the government said, oh, this evidence is very different. But then when Combs' counsel challenged it, now the government says, wait, this is actually direct evidence of the crimes that Combs is charged with. And they double down on the argument they made in the previous filing for why this is substantially prejudicial and it should be inadmissible. That the government knew about these alleged victims for a long time, that it should have explained a while ago why it was relevant and admissible, and they accuse the government of springing all of this on them, surprising them all with this, that it is impossible for them to competently investigate and prepare for a trial that will include this new evidence. And that is especially true, they argue, because in RICO, or racketeering cases, Combs, like other defendants, there is a need to be specific and particularized for the defendant. They have to know what these allegations are. And if these new allegations are probative of the racketeering charge, the government would have had to say so earlier. Quote, the redacted are not direct evidence of the alleged enterprise, its purpose or means and methods, or the charged pattern of racketeering activity, nor is this evidence necessary to complete the story of the crimes charged or prove the context in which the charged crimes were committed. Although uncharged acts can be introduced to prove a RICO enterprise or pattern in certain circumstances, the allegations about redacted are not probative of either element here. They largely involve unknown or unidentified individuals, precede the charged conspiracy, or differ in kind from the commercial sex acts that are charged in count 1, which does not allege rape. The government does not have free rein to introduce any uncharged conduct it desires in RICO cases. The government's evidence must be limited to the particular conduct charged. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it should be treated as a duck, regardless of what the government calls it. The proffered evidence is mere propensity evidence in sheep's clothing. That's what the defense wrote. And Combs reiterates a lot of the same arguments that we mentioned before. Now, look, if this evidence is admitted, I do feel confident to say that this could delay his criminal trial because according to the Combs team, they will need more time to properly prepare. Big issue. Let's see where this goes. At the time of this recording, we don't have an answer yet from the judge, but we'll keep an eye on it for sure. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Subscribe on Crime Network. Getting flued out, somebody got to agree. Yeah, and that's the whole thing about that with a flight. And I had crazy situations with that too. One thing about a flight, you got to get on. Like, even if you got a twin, they got scanners now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might have could have pulled certain things off where, you could send a twin in. You could use your twin ID. Let's say your license suspended, you using your twin license or something or whatever. If you got a twin or something. Like I said, I done seen all kinds of, like with these airplanes and stuff and everything's got so complicated. You can't play these type of games. And I think it's something to this. It's something to this to where I believe when he didn't put up that 50 million in cash and he put up that equity and all that kind of shit, I think that's what really got him where it is now. Because other than that, they about to milk this thing for about $1 billion, with him. And it's crazy how they letting all this stuff go down right before his case. His trial is coming up real soon. And they letting all this and that happen right before his case. And I'm like, man, what's really going on? What do they have? What do they have? Because it's only so long they keeping him. It seems like they trying to keep him right on time with Keefy D. When I see what's going on with Puffy and the chances he had to do whatever he was going to do, listen, Puffy is in prison because his private plane showed up in New York from like Colorado or something like that. He had an agreement to where he couldn't touch that plane, particularly that plane. Well, let's not plane, but that plane particularly, he couldn't touch that plane. He couldn't be within 250 miles of that plane or something like that. 250 miles of that plane. That particular plane. Like, they, you know, I don't know what's up with Puff. He could still be free right now. You understand what I'm saying? He could still be free right. His plane showed up in New York. His private plane showed up in New York when they was trying to get evidence off of it. That's where he violated his bond or whatever he had, or I would say the bond, but whatever agreement he made with them prior to this. He violated that with that plane showing up at Kennedy. Now, now you guys gotta recognize this right here. He violates an agreement he's already made. What was the plane doing? Was it getting cleaned? I mean, you know, you can use all kind of theories of what really happened with him and this plane. But when it all boils down to it, he knew not to be in 250 miles of this plane. What made him, like, out of all the like, you could have called a cruise ship, you could have just disappeared in the sewer system. I mean, there's all kind of ways you could have got out. We got to work on this, man. We got to peep game. You could write a letter and put a stamp on it. That plane ticket and Maybach Uber come a little different. Yeah, talk. This shit. I mean, you got to look at this shit, man. If I give you a plane ticket, you got to get on the plane. That's a. I mean, it's like, you got, first off, to even buy somebody a plane ticket, it got to be an agreement they coming. I don't know what hey, listen, man, these judges and fucking prosecutors and shit, these motherfuckers play stupid when they want to. They play real stupid when they want to. I'm talking about, like, simple shit. Ain't nobody just booking no motherfucking plane to, even if the bitch don't, hey, listen, even if she front when she, even if, listen, motherfucker got to agree to come. That's one. Then the process is, payment. And after that, you got to board the flight. There's several agreements before it gets to meetups. Like you said, that Uber is motherfucking Maybach Uber to the air. Motherfucking damn, you know damn well, motherfucker, man, did he go get a motherfucking Uber, luxury Uber? Motherfucking Uber double XL. Yeah. Yeah, shorty. Go pick you up in that Uber Maybach. Got your first class on Spirit, baby. Got you a connector. Get on that Virgin Mobile. Get that Virgin Mobile flight, shorty. Take that. Man, I'm telling y'all what's up, man. This ain't no motherfucking games, man. Oh, Cliff, salute. Yeah, I gotta recognize they want Puffy, but it ain't for this shit. You know, they want that motherfucker, but it ain't got nothing to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Queen Rhea, salute.
Salute. Salute,
Top of
King.
it. Top of it. We just got off this Puffy case. They were speaking on how, you know.
He got out?
No, he ain't got out, but it's that it's like other cases they trying to throw in on him at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
And so now and it's just a bunch of rhetorical cases. Like, clearly these people agreed, to a lot of this stuff with him. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so they pretty much trying to, they trying to get a delay, on the trial with him. So, so they can pretty much build up more evidence because this whole thing is
Didn't they find someone as judge and the prosecutor?
that's a lot to it.
Wasn't something going on with them where their cases are being thrown out or something? I heard something about that, but I don't know
Yeah,
the details.
some of the cases have been thrown out. I think a lot of the cases with that particular guy from Texas who was doing a lot, they threw a lot of that stuff out, but they pretty much trying to turn Diddy to like the Black Epstein,
Mm.
you know, and
They said 50 was doing the
you
same thing at his house
50
with
Cent.
with Soldier Boy and all them. He was having
Well,
the same kind of stuff going on at his house.
mm, well, yeah, allegedly, but like
Allegedly.
I do remember seeing like little funny ads and stuff like that. But see, what 50 was doing, he was just really trying. Well, let him tell it. He was trying to stay uh close to the relevant age. Like he was with Soldier Boy, then he was with Chief Keef. He was just pretty much trying to stay relevant through them niggas, like fucking with them young niggas. And everybody know he come from that, and and stuff like that. He was pretty much doing that for promotion for real. He wasn't too touchy or whatever. I mean, two niggas oiled up and shit
That you
like that.
know,
It might
that
be
you know.
well, yeah.
I,
I mean, I know how the
I
media
mean,
play tricks. You know what I'm saying? You get a magazine, you got two niggas oiled up and some white beaters and shit like that, and arms around each other. It might look a little suspect. You know what I'm saying? But
well, when you think
you
about it,
know,
you got a kid from the hood,
uh,
a darker hued brother. He gets an opportunity to have a lifestyle and to do movies, and I mean, the industry don't just give you all that. You got to give up something for that. I mean, he got it just don't happen like that from where he come from. It just don't. You don't just become that big, that great, that wonderful without some ownership from the top. So I don't know. I don't know. Just seemed like we've seen this story before. You're not
so,
gonna be as big as Tyler Perry from where 50 comes from, and then you got
well,
women that didn't said
50
it.
was 50 was writing for he was writing for Puffy. He when
Yeah, they were really yeah. A whole lot of stuff was going on with him and Puffy, Jay-Z, the whole nine. I don't know where. I don't know. I just haven't seen them give a brother anything that they didn't take, or didn't have a part of. I just haven't seen it yet. I mean, if he's that brother that made it from the trenches all the way to the top to where I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Flip Wilson. I mean, everybody that's ever had their own shows, it's always something attached to it. It's always something attached to it. You don't get that big, and you messing with a European woman too. No, something ain't right. Something, I don't know. It's just too clean cut for me. I haven't seen it. I've been looking for a long time and I haven't seen it.
Hey, salute panels,
Salute.
salute, send a
Please.
salute to the chat. Hey man, this whole thing going on with Puffy and whatnot. Look, man, we know what it is in our culture, and we came up with it ever since elementary school, junior high school, college, whatever. If there's a party, excuse my French, where the hoes at?
Come on.
That part.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? So and it ain't just our culture.
Come
We
on.
know we know that they do it over there too. They just don't make it loud like how we make it loud.
Well, it's not secretive over there. It's allowed.
Well, they know. I mean,
You know.
I'm saying they don't make it loud the way we make it loud. Like we
Hmm.
celebrate it. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. We
But
embrace it.
they don't do that. Yeah, we embrace it. That's part of our culture.
Hmm.
And but see, they do the same thing, but they do it knowing they wrong in doing it. You understand what I'm
Hmm.
saying? We do it because it's that's how we came up. You understand what I'm saying? So when you start
When you say we
elevating it,
doing it, what are you talking about specifically?
like when we go to parties and the brothers that may be single or whatever the case may be
Hmm.
get invited to parties with more prestigious members of the community and whatnot. We ain't going out there just to connect and network.
Right.
We fully expect that there will be viable women, you understand, at this party that's down to have a good time, even if it's a one night stand. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So
And the
so
women are sent there to do that.
well, it's not that the women are sent there to do that. The women show up to do that.
Well, I mean, most of them have pimps or people who tell them that these parties are going to take place, and they ask and request that they come.
I I would
Some women that I
disagree.
know personally, I don't know everybody,
Right,
but
right, right. Okay, I dig that. But what I would disagree because I've met women that they there just in the hopes of maybe they could change a man type vibe.
mm,
You understand what I'm saying? They showed up to the party in the hopes that maybe they could meet one of these prestigious brothers, and if he take a liking to her, she finna be his wife. You understand? And
you
she
mean that's the dream?
Hey man, hey, people walk around with all kind of fantasies in their head. I ain't got nothing to
Hey,
do with it.
that's what them sorority. That's what all them sorority meetings be about. When you see
Hmm.
them different sects and fraternities or whatever, when they get to mingling and mixing and stuff like that, that's they whole little get down. You know what I'm saying? And like we just
Hey,
seen a brother about a month ago get beat to death trying to join one of them sororities.
Sorority. You should have Tamikio on here because she talks about being in the industry and these exactly what we're talking about right now. She was speaking on it about a month ago on your show.
hey, so
You
check
know,
this
she's
out,
talking about
right?
what happens at them parties and the stuff she's seen personally.
It ain't even just
You
at
should
them
send her a
parties.
link.
It ain't even just at them parties.
No, it's not.
I used to do security, like in-house security
Mm,
for a prestigious hotel chain. And so when we would have basketball teams that stayed at the hotel, you know, I'll put it to you this way. This lady was a whole MD. It said it on her license plate. She's a medical doctor.
mm.
And she was there trying to get into the hotel to link up with one of the basketball players.
Mhm.
Yeah, you know.
It ain't just
Right.
at them parties. It's just people that want to get next to other people that have that elevated status in society, and they'll do whatever it takes and offer whatever it takes to be a part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what she was saying. That she was there. She was that. You're speaking about the things she said happened in her life. She was really on records, and she's really with these artists. She tells a story that make you think twice. And these brothers, they be putting on a show. They get with these top notch women. You get with Vivica Fox, and you get with all these, celebrities, but you don't stay with anybody. And then when they leave you, they're talking about the acts that you like in your butt, and then but everybody's catering to you. I heard some men, they were praising 50 like he was God yesterday. I was like, why are you so in love with 50 cents? You see how he's big and how he made it to the top, and you don't see 50 got his lifestyle and how much money he got. And I'm thinking, God, these brothers are so easily fooled. They can give you all the
No,
success just like
see,
Puffy and take it all back.
but see, here's the thing though. I mean, I really been a part of that life. So I could tell you how it go for real.
So
They'll
is it
never tell.
true or is it false?
Nah, I'm gonna tell you like this here. Them same people that's telling you these stories, they'll never tell you about the brothers that they ran into that told them, "Hey, you ain't got to be like this."
Yeah, I was listening to Terrence Howard. Did you hear him the other day?
Nah, I don't listen to Terrence. Like Terrence,
Like
Terrence be
he,
talk, Terrence be talking some truth, and then he go off the rails with it. And so
you don't believe him when he was talking about what happened. Did he try to screw him?
I
And he
look at
told
it
him
like
no.
this. I look at it like this. I gotta be in the mood to hear what he want to talk about,
Oh, I
and I
think you might want to hear
and
this.
I'm rarely in the mood. Nah, he done messed up math. He done messed up all kinds of other stuff. You know what I'm saying? He done took a lane. He done took a path most people don't travel. And so, like I said, I got to be in the mood to hear about this road he want to travel.
Well, he was talking about the celebrities that he saw get screwed by Puffy. But the thing that gets me with people like him and all the rest of them, and y'all was there, y'all watched that. That makes you a part of it, whether you like
Man,
it or not.
listen, man. I've been to the white parties. I've been to white parties. I've been to plenty of white parties. And I'll tell you like this here. This is how parties go. You know, the party get jumping, and then the party start to die down. And when the party start to die down, either you in the circle to hang around or you not. And if you ain't part of the circle to hang around, you leave. And whatever happened after that ain't none of your business because you wasn't in that circle.
Hmm.
That's
I
how
don't know.
that go. It's the
Yeah,
same thing as
I
go.
heard
It's the
Damon
same thing as
Wayans.
going to a club. It's the same thing as going to a club.
I
When
heard
they turn
Damon
the
Wayans
lights
say
on
he
in the
leaves.
club, what you still doing there?
Mm, right. I heard Damon Wayans say everybody knows what happens. It's the ones that stay after. So he
Man,
kind of
it ain't
confirmed what
even.
you're
Hey,
saying.
man. I mean, listen. If that's your thing, that's your thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Ain't nobody listen. This whole idea, man. So check this out, right? And this is where I'm kind of coming to a head with this.
Hmm.
It's like this. You ain't gonna sit back here and say that them people waving them rainbow flags got the right to do and be whatever what they want to be, and then criticize people for after party behavior. You ain't finna. We ain't finna do that
I
because
don't think it's
if
so
you
much
get
as
if
criticizing
you
it. It's
get them
just the
people,
facing the truth of the reality
and
of what's going on.
but whose truth though? If they truth don't apply to you, what you worried about? What the truth is for?
Well, I guess if you with that, you with that. Yeah, you're right. If you with it, you with it. I'm not
That's it.
saying
Yeah,
if
I
that's
mean,
what
I ain't
it
got.
take to
I ain't.
get you where you want to be, do
You
that.
know
But
what I'm
I'm
saying? I ain't
saying
got
it's
nothing to
just
do with. I ain't got
don't
nothing
come
to
on
do
here
with them
talking
people.
about Puffy and then you doing the same thing. It's my thing. We
No,
basically saying the same thing. Don't criticize somebody else doing it and that you doing the same thing. That's my problem with 50. Don't
yeah, that's
put
my
others
whole.
down and you doing it too.
That's my whole thing. It's like if it ain't your business, what you concerned about it for?
Exactly. Why is it so important to you to be talking about what these men are doing and you doing the same thing?
My whole thing is that
You
they got
baby
this
oiled
man.
down with it, Soldier Boy.
My whole thing is that they got this man in jail
Right.
about the mess that half of them be doing anyway.
That's the point. That's my point.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
my
That's my whole thing. You got this man in jail. Outside of the jail aspect, I really ain't got nothing else to talk about.
my thing is if anybody, I don't care who you are, if you mess with a child, I got a problem with it. But if you're a grown person doing something
Me
with
too.
another
Me
grown
too.
person,
You
that's
right.
y'all
You
business.
right. You right on that. That's a fact. That's
As
a
long as
fact.
you
That's a
ain't,
whole
when it
fact.
comes to them children, that's where I draw the line. But all that other stuff, them grown people things, do y'all thing. You know, you grown. What you do in your bedroom is your business. But when it comes to children, hey, you got to stop it.
But see, the whole argument with this whole thing is I ain't heard no children involved. I heard more children involved on the other side than I've heard on this side.
And that's my point. If they got this man sitting up in jail, I ain't seen nobody parents come forth. You know what I'm saying? Like I know what they when they try to do it with Michael Jackson. You know, you had parents and children. I haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, they did Jay Z the worst though. They issued out a statement saying he was with a 13-year-old on his 13-year-old daughter's birthday. I
And
thought
And that,
that
and
was
that,
I thought
and
that
I
was
so
got
the
and I
girl
unprecedented.
that
got
said
bucked down
the
and
girl
I
that
got
said
bucked
did
down
it, she
so quick.
denied it.
Yeah, I
And
thought
I
that was
got
some.
and I got bucked down so quick, dog. That got bucked
Right.
down so quick. And Jay
Yeah.
is the type of nigga that he not gonna let that go. Even when you deny it, he ain't finna let it go. He gonna run you down to the end of the earth. You
Yeah,
know
and
what I'm
Yeah,
he
saying?
said, and Jaguar even reneged on it. What she was saying about it, and then she came back. Now she's after 50. So I don't know. I don't
No,
know.
fifth be trolling a lot, man. But because of his status and stuff, people take, his trolling as the word of God sometimes. And that,
Yes.
that's just some simple minded nonsense to
Yeah.
me.
That's. I
You know
have a
what I'm
problem with
saying?
that. Like, they make it seem like he's. You know what's the difference between how did he make it to the top like that when we know how the industry is set up?
Look, man, when we was coming up, it's not like any of this is new. But when we was coming up, we was brought up in the culture that if there was even a doubt that who you was dealing with might have been underage or whatever the case may be, you immediately ask for an ID. You'd be like, man, show me some ID and something. And we was already familiar with fake IDs and stuff like that. So you couldn't really get too much past us. We had questions that would get to the root of what you was on from jump. That has faded. That is gone. That criteria is gone these days. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But we would never really get you. It would be a personal choice. It'd be a personal decision for you to get caught up in a situation like that. Because that word statutory was embedded in our vocabulary and in our brains when we was coming up. You talking about stuff from the early 80s.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't something you did in public.
Well,
You know what I'm
nah,
saying?
it wasn't even nothing about no public. You know what I'm saying? It was just like you don't need to be hanging around them young girls.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that was taught.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I
It
mean,
was
they
it
did
was
it
taught
behind
by the
closed
elders.
doors.
Yeah,
Like,
it
look
was
at Bill
taught by the
Cosby.
elders.
Look at Bill Cosby. I was rooting for Bill Cosby until I heard him say that. Well,
Man,
her mother brought her to me and she gave me the medicine, but you knew that was a little girl.
I don't know. I really don't know Bill's situation too
Well,
tough.
I'm only going by what I
I'm
heard
not
him
gonna
say
lie.
on the stand.
I'm
I'm
not
not
gonna
going
lie.
by what nobody else
But
said.
but but I tell you what, I done the
That
same way I done been at some parties and you offer a female some relaxation, they ain't gonna say no.
Yeah, but if
Even if
somebody's
it come in the
giving
form of a
medicine to
tablet,
give
they
to a
ain't gonna say no.
child, and you
And I
give it
don't
to
know,
that
but
child
see,
before
like
you
I
have
said,
sex with them or
I
whatever.
don't know nothing about no child. when I heard what Bill's situation was they said that he was slipping chicks Mickeys. You
Well,
understand
let
what I'm
me tell
talking
you
about?
what I heard Bill Cosby say on the stand. And you can pull it back, pimping, and play the tape. He said that the mother brought the child to him and gave him the medicine to give to her. So he knew it was an underage child. He knew that this girl was underage. And he gave her the medicine so he can have sex with her. So he said that. That wasn't something the media was talking about. That's what he got convicted on. His own testimony about a child that he gave medicine to so he can have sex with her. So that's
And the mama bought her?
and the mama brought her over there and didn't. How come the mama ain't in jail? That's what I keep saying. Even with the R. Kelly stuff, how come the mothers aren't in jail?
Yeah, that's my first time here. You have to send me the link on. That's my first time hearing this.
Oh, okay, yeah, he
Because
testified on the stand
I
about his
ain't never
hearing.
hear no
I
parts of
ain't
that.
never look. I met Bill Cosby. I got his book autograph. He came and met with some of my students. Bill Cosby, I always looked up to him. He always gave sound advice. He was a nice man. He was going blind when I met him, but for him to sit on that stand and say that, that's when everything changed for me. Everything changed. So hold on, let me get it. That's how he got convicted. It was his own words.
Hmm. Yeah, that was yeah. She right about that now. That part is right. Now I didn't know he said that though,
Yes,
but
yes.
that is how he got convicted. He told on this. He admitted to it. And so that's how they, that was, I guess that was a part of the plea agreement. But I've never heard that I heard that with R. Kelly, the parents was bringing the girls to him, but Bill Cosby, I never heard that from that end
It
that
was in his
parents.
deposition too. They used that against him.
Okay, okay, because I knew he was. I thought he was only in the white women in it. I didn't really see no black women in
Yeah,
none
it
of
was
these
just the
cases.
young white girls. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all white. It was all white girls. I didn't know about any underage white girls. They was
Yeah,
all
it was one of
actresses.
them was the one that was underage. That's the one who won the case. She was underage at the time.
Yeah, I ain't hear about that, man.
I'm
That's
about to send
unfortunate.
it to you.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate as hell.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
but yeah, you are right about that, Queen. About as far as how he got convicted. Yeah, he confessed he confessed to a few of the charges, and so that's where he got convicted. Then he got released on good time, but then I think he got sent back to prison. Like, if I'm mistaken, he went back to prison. If like I'm thinking he in
But
prison right
no.
now. Like yeah, because I think he went back after he got released. He went back. I might
That's
be wrong.
crazy,
Yeah,
man.
because they let
That's
him off.
crazy.
They let him off the first time. He was found not guilty or whatever, but then they came back with him because of the girl's age at the time.
That's
But her
crazy.
mother brought her to the hotel and gave
That's
him the
Yeah,
drugs for her.
yeah.
that's
If I'm
crazy.
not mistaken, Bill Cosby's in prison right now. If I'm not mistaken.
I thought he got out.
Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, he got out. Then they wound up sending him right back.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, I didn't follow him after
I
that.
don't
I,
know nothing about that neither.
I didn't follow him after that. I was done with it.
And I didn't know about the underage aspect of his case. I really didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's truly
That's
disheartening.
why I say I draw the line when it comes to the children.
Yeah. Okay. He's out. Okay. He's not currently in. He's out. But yeah, the first time it was a double back. They went in and he took it back. But yeah, he's out now. But yeah,
But
it was a lot of
what
weird.
gets me here's the one with teens. What gets me is the fact that hold on.
I got a
What gets
problem
me
with
is
it.
the fact that they knew about this in the 70s, but they gonna wait until he becomes a legacy and his legend is gonna live on, and he's getting ready to do some great things, open his own black college, and then they want to come back with the stuff they already knew he was doing.
Well, it's not even that, man. It's they seem to want to highlight all the black folks that was involved in that Hollywood business,
Yeah,
but they don't
that's what I'm
want to tell the
saying.
story about all the white folks that actually made that a culture.
Look at John Denver. John Denver would fly to third world countries and rape all these babies. A lot of them get them pregnant and left the children. And then and they don't. But he's this great Rocky Mountain High guy. You know what I'm saying?
All these big time rock stars, and nobody ever
Exactly.
hear their story.
Exactly. Look at Elvis. Come on.
Listen. Sex, drugs, and rock and
Rock and
roll
roll.
ain't come from
Exactly.
black folks.
Come on now. They didn't. We couldn't even go in the same hotels as them.
So it's a problem with for me that all that seems to be to talk about is the black folk that they decided that they want to catch up in this narrative.
It's
You
like
understand
they.
what I'm
It's
saying?
like they set you up to take you down.
It's like they're trying to write history a certain way.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, that's what they're doing. I mean, what's happening right now? They're trying to
Um,
eliminate certain things from history, but a lot of stuff I don't mind because that's not our history and that's not how our history began. So take that mess out anyway and put in the truth. But a lot's happening right now. Lots going on in the universe. Lots going on.
This is all I got to say, and this is what I teach to my children. Any dysfunction in the world that you see with black folks was
Hmm.
learned by watching white folks.
Oh, absolutely.
that's what I that's what I tell them. I said, if you see a nigga acting crazy, that's because he learned some shit from some white folks.
And I was watching a circumcision, and you know, how the Catholic Church do the circumcisions, and then they suck the blood off the penis of the child.
I
They
think
All
that's
still
right
do
now.
that to
I
this
think
day.
that's the Jews.
All right now. All
I
right
think
now.
I
All
think
right
that's
now.
Jewish. I think that's the Jews. I
No,
think that's the
that's
Catholic.
real.
I don't
I
give a
think that's
damn
the
if it's
Jew.
real. I don't give a damn.
I
You
think
gonna
that's the
have me
Jewish,
you gonna have me
not the
I
praying
Catholic.
don't care
extra
if they're
hard.
Jewish, Catholic, whatever. That's their, like he's saying,
Hey
they
man,
do
you
some
gonna have
sick
me
stuff,
praying
and then we
extra hard.
copy.
I swear.
Hey, it's real.
Hey man, I don't care if it's real for them.
Yeah,
It's real for them,
right,
not real for me.
right. I had never seen anything like it. I didn't even know that, hey, it is what it is. I didn't know it was possible. I didn't know that was happening. Never saw anything like that before. Okay, here it is. I'm trying to get this one to send to you. Bill
Yeah,
Cosby
yeah.
admits
See,
to set
can't,
13 giving them
yeah,
Quaalos, and
I can't show
it
the,
was in
I
his
can't show the.
deposition.
I'm gonna try. I can't show that. I can't show that entertainment tonight. I can't show that.
Okay, oh, you can't show. Okay, hold on. They
I'm,
got
I'm,
a
no,
bunch
no,
of them.
I see my no,
Basically,
no. I see a bunch of. I'm gonna find something somewhere else.
oh, okay. Oh,
Don't worry
show.
about it.
Find the one you can show, but it's there. I mean,
Yeah,
I didn't. I heard it with my own ears out of his mouth. I was like, what? What did he just say?
yeah. I remember they said he
That's when I was
confessed. I
like, oh,
didn't
I'm
see.
done.
I didn't hear confess. I'm
I'm
about to see
done.
if they got. Yeah, because I got a problem with Bill with that shit. I thought that
I'm
was
telling you. That's why
I
I
look at
stopped.
stuff like this, man. I look at stuff like this,
R.
man.
Kelly, all of them that mess with little kids. Nope.
Hey man, I look at stuff like
Nope.
this, man. If you get caught up and you go against the right that you've been taught all your life, and you feel you get caught up with these people because you got a couple dollars, that's all on you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no sympathy for it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
I know at least in my community, in our community, we was raised better than that. You understand what I'm
We
saying?
didn't even know those things existed in our
Well,
communities. I didn't know.
we did
I
because
didn't know.
the warnings was always out. The warnings was always out there. You understand what I'm saying? One thing our people will do is warn you. We got a history of that. We'll warn you. You understand what I'm saying? About the dangers and the pitfalls of this world. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's the culture I grew up under. Now I don't know about a whole lot of other folk, but I come from an old line. You understand what I'm saying? and all we heard it's almost like reading the Bible. You
I
heard
mean,
no more than you heard yes.
yeah, you can start with bucking and stop there.
Yeah,
You can
you
start and
understand
stop
what
right
I'm saying?
there.
And you learn how they try to break you that way.
Mm-hmm.
And all the different methods that they may use. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Listen, man, like I said, I'm from an old line. We heard more no's than we ever heard yes.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Better know
And
it.
so that's how we learn. We learned we learned a hell of a lot more of what was wrong than we was given paths to what was right. You understand what I'm saying?
What your past is.
That right path was just a toss up. May God be with you, type of vibe. You understand what I'm saying? When you chose to go right. You
Richard
understand?
Pryor
But
said you're not making it in Hollywood without getting on your knees.
well, I don't know. I ain't never tried to be in Hollywood.
Well, I'm not talking about you. I don't even know you. I'm talking about this is what has been said long
Man,
time ago.
they can say a whole lot of things. They can say a whole lot of
Well, he
things.
said it. He said he did it.
Well, hey man, there's a
Quincy
lot of
Jones
niggas.
talked about how they was doing it. I
Man,
mean,
I can't even. I don't even want to imagine what Sammy Davis Jr. did.
come on now, come on now.
It's your
That's what I'm
boing
saying. You're
boing,
not gonna tell me
man.
50 got that big and he didn't do nothing. It don't work like that.
You
That's
see
some
what
real
happened to
shit.
Little Richard, right?
All of them, all of them.
You understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So that right there is a precursor and a warning to all our folk that pursue that line to understand that you may encounter some weird in your travels.
Mhm.
You understand? I mean, then it just boil down to what type of man are you, boy?
That's what Terrence Howard
Mhm.
is saying.
Man,
Once it
I
happens
like
to
I
you, you
once
can't get
again,
over it. It
man.
doesn't.
Yeah, man,
You
y'all
don't get
keep
over it.
bringing up this high yellow nigga. Like,
Well, I'm only bringing it up because he admitted to what had happened to him. You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
give a damn if he telling his
Well,
truth.
hey,
His truth ain't everybody truth.
it's not. But if he's saying it, if he's saying that he saw this stuff going on, he's allowed to say what he saw, especially if he was participating. Because I always
I
looked
can
at him
promise you this.
as,
I
as
can
I
promise you
thought he was
this.
gay.
I can promise you this. At the root of everything Terrence Howard is talking about is because he is a discontent with the amount of money he thought he should make.
But does that mean that he's lying about that? Because he's not the only one saying it.
I can guarantee at the root of everything he is talking about is the discontent of the money he thought he should make.
But I
Because if
mean,
he
he with
no
the
no
with
no
the
no
with
because
the with the
you got to
movies
understand
he put
you
out,
got
he
to
should
understand
be making top dollar.
sister, you got to understand the reverse side of what I'm saying. That if he had the money, he wouldn't be telling your ass shit.
Mm. Like Stevie J.
I mean, he got enough money to where he can tell me something.
Man,
So he have enough.
he ain't got enough. He
He
ain't
ain't
got
broke.
enough.
He ain't
He
broke.
ain't got enough.
He
He ain't dining with the Smiths and them.
Mm.
he got enough to where he could say what he could say. The puppy tried to sleep with him.
No, he ain't got enough of nothing. He trying to make some.
I done seen people less than Terrence Howard say it. So,
He trying to make some money.
So
oh well,
you
I ain't mad at it.
you saying Terrence Howard line trying to bring some clout to him off of Diddy.
Man, that nigga broke. That nigga needs some money.
I thought he had a
I ain't
diamond
broke.
mine or some energy or something.
Nah, it ain't showing.
Oh, okay. I thought
I
that
don't
he
know.
had a.
I don't know.
I thought he was doing diamonds or something. I thought he had invested in diamonds or something. I don't know.
Man, that nigga couldn't get in the diamond. Man, boy, do you know what the diamond trade is like? Do you
Thought he
know
was
what
a
the
diamond.
diamond trade is?
Hey, this nigga,
Which diamond are you talking about? Are you talking about diamond from the strip club or diamond?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
That
Okay.
nigga talk. Yeah, I was
for the
about to
player.
say he's
What was on
he's
the
trying to get a he's trying to get a Rockefeller contract. That's it.
You talking about the roof.
Lisa Ray. All right, let's go to
Boy, you a
let's go
fool.
let's go to CNN. Bill Cosby to stand trial on sexual assault charge.
The feel in that courtroom was professional. Bill Cosby was there. He had to be there under law. He sat at the defense table. He didn't talk with his attorneys very much at all. It was a packed courtroom. The defense was extremely aggressive toward that judge. Now, you've just all read the prosecution theory just in a nutshell, and they had Andrea Constand's statement read through the detective. In the months of January or February 2004, Andrea Constand was invited to and went to Bill Cosby's home. Once she got there, she said she was having emotional issues. He went upstairs. He brought down, she says, 3 blue pills. He had her take them. He also told her to drink some wine. After that, she said she suddenly felt woozy. Her legs were weak. He had to assist her to a couch. She said that she was conscious in and out, but she wasn't able to stop him from sexually assaulting her. The defense fired back on cross-examination with that statement, saying that so many things that Andrea Constand had said, she crossed out. And she wrote other things, that she had gone to Bill Cosby's home several times before that, and she had gone after that she had accompanied him and met him at Foxwoods Casino when he was performing there. And they specifically went into that because Andrea Constand had originally written that Bill Cosby had invited her to his bedroom after the show because he was going to pack, cross that out. And then she originally had written that they laid down on the bed together with their legs touching. She crossed that out. The defense made a point of this, and that ultimately she said we were just close to each other at that point. Now, the prosecutor objected to all of this because a preliminary hearing is not credibility. That is not taken into account. It is a prima facie case if there's probable cause a crime has been committed. But the way the defense got it in, they kept saying consent. There was consent to all this. And the defense was very strong in their argument and during testimony of Bill Cosby's statement, saying that Bill Cosby admitted to all the things really that Andrea Constand did, but said it was consensual, that she was not given wine, that she was given some pills, but she wasn't woozy, she wasn't unconscious, she didn't object, she never said no, and she was able to say no. She was able to talk.
Mm. Mm.
All right, man. Let me go ahead and start it this way. It's an elementary
A
lesson.
new firestorm surrounds Bill Cosby.
Go ahead now.
It's an elementary lesson. I teach it to my sons and my daughter. I tell my sons, do not allow a woman to sit on your bed unless you and she are ready for consensual relations. I tell my daughters, do not sit on a man's bed unless you are ready for consensual relations. I don't give a damn where you sit in that room. If that's your friend or whatever the case may be, but don't sit your ass on that bed. You can sit on the floor. You can sit in the chair in the corner. You can stand up. You could bring a chair from the kitchen, whatever the hell the case may be. But do not sit on a man's bed.
What is a daughter doing in a man's bedroom anyway?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. And I teach my sons, don't sit on a woman's bed. I mean, you can if you trying to, push the issue, but it better be that one. You understand what I'm saying? It better be that one. And so me hearing this story of this woman coming to Bill Cosby house to boo-hoo, that sound crazy.
Yeah.
Because
That's
if
the
you
house.
lean, because
The hotel.
if you lean on my shoulder, I'm gonna give you some there.
Yeah. You gonna be in there too. Don't get it there. I don't know.
Hey,
Sender, you know what I'm talking about.
oh, man. Yeah, man. Hey, look. Let's go out there to Frisco, Texas. We're gonna tap into this for a few seconds. We ain't gonna stay on it too long, but let's go out there to Frisco, Texas. We got Carmelo and Austin Metcalf. Two teenagers got into an altercation. One got stabbed to death. The media really overhyped this situation. I saw it my own two eyes. Everywhere you turn, it was fake pages, robots, everything just pushing this white against black, black against white narrative, and it just won that case. I think the father spoke on it very clearly. But we're going to let's go to Fox Sports Dallas Fort Worth. News about Austin Metcalf, Frisco, Texas.
A teenager accused of stabbing another student athlete at a track meet told officers as he was being taken into custody that he did it in self-defense.
Austin Metcalf was killed this week at that Frisco track meet. New documents detail what happened before and after 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony allegedly pulled a knife from his backpack and stabbed him. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now live with the latest. Alex.
Hey guys, and in that 7-page arrest warrant affidavit, several witnesses, including Metcalf's twin brother, describe how that deadly encounter went down. The suspect then reportedly admitted to a Frisco police officer who detained him that he had stabbed Metcalf.
My son is gone, and I don't really have words. I've tried to figure out what I was going to say, but he's just going to be so missed.
The pain is still raw for the Metcalf family after 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed on Wednesday morning at a UIL District 11-5A track meet in Frisco.
That dude was extremely smart, always in the box. He just came to him real easy and just him playing football as well just made him just a great person overall.
Here's what happened according to witnesses and the police report. Metcalf got into an argument with the suspect, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, over a seating dispute in the bleachers. Metcalf told Anthony he needed to move from under the team's tent.
He always was one to step up and be the person that would do the right thing. And he was doing the right thing by saying to this gentleman that you're not supposed to be in this tent. This is because they have personal items there.
Anthony opened his bag and reached inside and said to Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens." Metcalf reportedly grabbed Anthony and told him to move.
He knew he wasn't supposed to be there. And it's just a tragedy what happened.
That's when Anthony pulled out a black knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest once before running away. When Anthony was taken into custody by a Frisco police officer, Anthony reportedly confessed to the crime, saying, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to," adding that I was protecting myself, and then asked the police officer, "Is he going to be okay?" Metcalf died in his brother's arms.
I'm not at that point to forgive and forget, but eventually I will. But I pray for his family. I pray that they understand what we're going through as well.
This whole community has really wrapped their arms around us, and if I could say anything to the nation, I would say to make sure that you just hug your babies tight, because you don't know when the last time you get to do it.
That's self-defense.
And in a statement released by the Metcalf family this afternoon, they say their focus is now on laying Austin to rest. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Anthony remains in the Collin County Jail with a $1 million bond. Back to you.
All right, Alex Boyer in Dallas tonight. Alex, thank you.
What state was that in, Texas?
Welcome and thank you for joining us for the second half hour. The Factor.
Was that in Texas?
Yeah, that was Texas.
So they got the stand your right law, right? I mean,
stand your ground. But it was
ground law, right?
Yeah.
So why is he in jail?
It was at a school.
That's some
Let-
racist
let-
mess.
oh yeah, it's definitely. Oh, there's a lot of racial tension with this. Let's go to Fox 26 Houston. Factor follow up. Frisco teens death sparks online racial division tension. Now this is what I'm talking about because I mean, the way social media was just like I've never seen it. Like it had to be an inside hype job. The way it was that many like troll accounts just
You
pushing
already
this.
know.
Yeah, it was something else. I'd never seen that before in my life. But that shit right there, they did it for this one. So let's tap in and see what these brothers talking about. Subscribe to Fox 26 Houston. Factor follow up. Frisco teens death sparks online racial division tension.
Uncensored. It's been nearly a week since 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was killed after being stabbed at a track meet, and now there are racial tensions surrounding his death. Some on social media are comparing his death to George Floyd's. Carmelo Anthony, the suspect there, is now charged with first-degree murder and be held on a $1 million bond. According to witnesses and the police report, Metcalf got into an argument with the suspect over a seating dispute in the bleachers. There's some speculation over Metcalf's death. Metcalf has been accused of being a bully, only accused. His death has also led to the term White Lives Matter to trend on X. One user even wearing a shirt with the phrase on it in support of Austin Metcalf. Anthony's attorney has released a statement saying, quote, Carmelo and the entire Anthony family are sincerely saddened that a life was lost and offer their condolences to the family of Austin Metcalf. During this difficult time, we urge the public to refrain from rushing to judgment before all the facts and evidence are presented. Joining us on The Factor Uncensored to talk about it, we have with us Constable Smokey Phillips from Precinct 7 and therapist Dr. Bernadette Smith. So, Dr. Smith, we knew when I saw this happen, I knew it was inevitable that we would go down this road of racial divide. Why?
I mean, there's so much racial tension currently, but the other part of it is we never healed from all the racial tension from the history of our country. And so when we have all this racial tension and we have all these things that have never been addressed, then of course it's common for these things to become unearthed, and then our feelings arise, and then our emotions then take place in that space. So it's not surprising.
Now, what we have here are two teams obviously involved in some type of altercation that they haven't released all the details to, but one kills another.
Mm-hmm.
But how does the public take sides like that? Automatically with the black kid, there are black people saying, look, support him, he was the victim. And on the white side, there are white people who are saying, look, he is the victim here, he's the one who's dead. How does that happen organically like that with the public?
So I think it's a couple of things, right? So one, again, we already know that there's racial tensions are high, and it doesn't help that we don't have a leader that is helping to create unity among our country. The other part that becomes important is there's something called like critical incident training that typically occurs after something like this. And what critical incident training then does, or management then does, is they go in with facts and truth to help to reduce and minimize falsehoods or misinformation. And so again, it sounds like, because there's still a lot of facts, as the statement of Carmelo's attorney stated, hey, like, let's wait until we get all the facts before we say what's happening. There's a lot of misinformation still.
Right.
And so being able to have everything on the table, I think will then be easier so that we then know what to do moving forward.
All right, Constable Phillips, let's bring you into this conversation. Right now on one side for Anthony, the public has raised $240,000, $250,000. On Metcalf's side, they've raised close to $290,000, close to $300,000. And you can see there's a divide. How did we get here from your perspective as law enforcement? And would you agree with Dr. Smith? It's good to come quick into a case like this and say, here are the facts. As law enforcement, let's not rush to judgment, because we should have the foresight to see that this could be divisive in a community.
Well, it further shows the evilness that's traveling throughout the country. If you look at January 6th, where you see people at the insurrection where white men were killing policemen, injuring cops, and then later on that Monday, all of them freed. So it gives a special type of
Right.
I have the
Panthers
right
are
to
still
do
in jail.
something. And probably in this situation, you look at the city, not saying the city is racially motivated, but you have 240,000 people in that one city. 50%, 50.4% are white, 9% are black. So you may have some individual there with his home. I read an article where the father said something about his family. What was his family upbringing? What was his family? Why did his parents let him bring a knife to school? So to me, that's a dog whistle to say, let's look into his family life. As we know, there's 18 million young black men without fathers. Well, there may be 18 million white kids with dads. But what's that teaching them though? Or these 18 million black kids are learning from violence through rap music, through what they see on television, or do these 18 million white kids who have families are seeing what our president espouses to this nation? When you say, well, a peaceful protest, a man takes a car, runs over everybody, and he said, oh, they're all good people. So it depends on what the teaching is at home, but not necessarily. It just depends on what these kids are learning out here.
Should law enforcement have anticipated the divide that we're seeing now and come out, like Dr. Smith said, and say, here are the facts, don't rush to judgment on this. Give us some time to investigate, and we will bring you the facts, and we'll allow it also to play out in the court?
Well, they should have been in front and center. When it happened, get the information out early, as Dr. Smith explained. For it won't be people saying this, or this happened, or he called him N-word, or he shoved him out the tent. Get the information out early, that way the public can understand what happened that day in that tent.
All right, we'll continue this conversation in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. And welcome back to The Factor. Uncensored. We're continuing our conversation about the tragic killing in Frisco, north of Houston, near Dallas, where the teenager was stabbed by another teenager. One is being held on $1 million bond, the other dead. So when we take a look at this, Dr. Smith, I mean, when one of the issues you said, kids are under tremendous pressure now. I mean, you have social media, you have television, you have, different forms of media out there. Are they able to make good decisions or critical decisions, especially in a situation like this? Because one of the things
Senator,
we
can you
heard
stop
and
that right
read,
there, man?
we actually read that the suspect, Carmelo Anthony,
This shit is triggering in a motherfucker, dog. It's triggering. And I'm gonna say it's triggering just by the second segment that's coming in which this grown ass man is sitting here talking about what kids are under, as though they rule themselves, as though they train themselves, and they are devoid of parentage or any type of guidance.
Yeah, and we're talking about a good kid. Carmelo's not a gangster. He's not in the street.
I don't care what he is. I really don't care.
He's a good kid.
Because I don't care what he is. Because I'm not looking to the child. I'm looking to to what raised the child. I'm looking on both sides. I'm looking to the fact that on Carmelo's side, he was raised somehow, some way to believe that he could stash a knife. I'm looking to the other kid, Metcalf, if that's his name, being raised to believe that due to his skin color, quite possibly, he was raised to be the law. I'm
Okay,
looking
well,
at that.
in Texas, you can carry a knife.
I don't give a fuck.
You can
I don't
carry a
give a
gun
fuck where
too.
I don't care where you are on this planet.
I know you don't care, but that's still the law.
I don't care where you are on this planet.
That's your opinion, but by law, he's
I was
allowed to carry a gun.
okay. Let me tell you something. I was
And I would
taught
rather
this.
my son have a
I
knife
was
than to be
taught this.
caught with a
This is
razor
what I
without
was
one.
taught. This is what I was
He
taught.
stabbed him one time and ran. He wasn't trying to
This
kill
is
him.
what
He was
I.
trying to
This
get
is
away
what
from
I
him.
was taught. If you feel you got to go anywhere with a weapon, don't go there.
I'm sure he didn't think that going to a track meet.
But he had a weapon. But he had a weapon. But he had a weapon.
Yeah, because he's dealing. Because you know why? Because
If
we
you
see boys
feel
like
as
him
though
getting
you
killed
need
every
a
day.
weapon, if
We could
you
be talking
feel
about
as though
his death right now.
if you feel as though you need a weapon to be where you at, don't go there.
Well, I have children that tell me every day they'd rather get caught with their gun by the police than to get
I
caught
got
with
two.
the dude
I
on the
got two
next block
guns on
without
me.
it.
I got
So
two
that's
guns on me, and I'm in my house.
no. I'm telling you what kids are telling me.
I'm
That they
telling
would
you,
rather.
I got two guns on me,
Okay, so
and I ain't
what?
no
We grown.
kid.
But I'm telling
And
you
I ain't
what
no
kids are
kid.
saying. That they'd rather have their gun on them than to be caught without
I
it.
got two guns on me right now, and I'm a grown ass man with a family in my house.
So everybody does. So what does that mean?
No, everybody
We're
don't.
talking about children right now. We're talking about
Yeah, we're
a
talking about
child who's going
children.
to a
And so, how
track
are
meet
you
where
raising
bullies
your
are telling
children?
him he's
And
a
how are
celebrity.
you
He's a
raising your
celebrity.
children?
And they're telling him he can't sit in the
How
place
are
where it's
you
probably in his
raising your
playpen.
children to go to some place in which they need a
All right,
weapon?
look, you just want to start an argument. I
I
know who
don't
you
want to
are now.
start an argument.
Okay, you just
I'm
trying to
asking
start
you to
something.
make
You go
sense.
ahead and argue by yourself because my son ain't going nowhere without no protection.
Well, then when
Because that's
God
the
forbid,
world we live
and
in. It has nothing to do with
God forbid a
him being who he
tragedy
is. It's the
befall
world we
yours.
live in right now.
God forbid a tragedy befall yours.
Yeah. Well, God forbid your son be somewhere and a
My
bunch of
son will
racists come
never be
after
there.
him and he don't have no
My son will
protection.
never be
God
there.
forbid.
My son will never be there. Just
Because
due to the
being in the house
training that
is
I'm giving.
everywhere. It's everywhere.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Please.
That's cocked up in your mind.
Okay, well, if you living in a world where it's not like that, then you good.
What you
Good for
mean?
you.
I done survived this long,
Congratulations.
and I done came from worse conditions than you.
I'm not saying you. We're talking about children. We're not talking about your grown ass.
I done came from worse conditions than all.
You don't know
Man,
where
come
I
on,
came
man.
from, so you
What the
can't say
fuck is
nothing.
we talking about? Hey,
I'm
listen
telling
here.
you what children
I
are
done
telling
survived. I
going
done
through right
survived
now.
that concrete jungle. Man, listen here.
Look, it ain't about
The
you. It
shit,
ain't
the
about you right
shit
now.
you, the
This ain't
shit
about you. We're
you
talking about
niggas,
children.
the
We're not
shit
talking
you
about grown
niggas
military
try
people.
to,
We're
the
talking about
shit
children.
you niggas try to abide is bullshit.
So if
The
the
shit
law,
you
if the
niggas
law
try to
indicates that he can carry a
excuse
weapon,
is
if the law
bullshit.
indicates he can carry a
You
weapon, and
a
weapons are
high
sold at
school
18
kid
years
at a
old
track
in
meet.
Texas,
There
what are
ain't
you
no
saying?
reason for you to have a weapon.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good. Now, can we go back to talking about this case?
That's what we talking about. That's what we talking about.
Okay. Well, we're talking about it's allowed in the state of Texas to carry a weapon. They even sell them at the stores. Okay, that's allowed. That's their law. So he's abiding by the law. He's telling this guy, "Don't touch me."
And you think that's right?
He's telling the guy, "Don't touch me."
And
the
you
guy
think
being the
that's
bully
right?
that
And
he
you
is,
think that's right?
Hold on a second. The guy being the bully that he is comes over to touch him. So at this point, his life is in danger. So should he not protect himself? Is that not right to protect yourself if you're telling somebody don't touch me and they still coming after you?
Son, when you meet a fool, walk away.
So if the fool is continuously coming at you, what do you
Son,
do?
when you meet a fool, walk away.
Good advice. Good advice.
Son,
Good advice.
when you meet a fool, walk away.
Mm-hmm. But if the fool is walking towards you, what do you
Hey,
do?
man, hey, I got you, mammy. I got you, mammy. I got you, mammy.
What do you tell your son to do when the fools are walking towards him?
Kill him.
What advice
Kill
do you
him.
give him then?
Ain't no man gonna hunt you, boy. Kill him.
Okay, you crazy.
Yeah, and you a fool.
Official.
You can't raise no man. You wouldn't begin to know how to raise a man. You a fool. You wouldn't begin to know how to raise a man.
You know what? When you become a man, we'll talk about that. But right now we're talking about
I'm
a
more
child.
man than you.
We're talking about 2
I'm more
children
man than
and a
you.
known bully that's
I'm
coming
more
after
man than you.
coming after
I'm
a
more
celebrity
man than you.
black boy.
Can we
No,
agree on that? Can we agree on that?
I'm not agreeing with anything with you.
Oh,
Because
you
I don't
can't
even know
agree
what's
that
wrong
I'm
with
more
you. I
man
think
than
you got a
you?
mental
You
problem.
think you
You
hold
can
on.
be more.
Hold on,
You
hold
know
on,
what?
hold on. Hold
We're
on.
not
Your
talking
balls
about
done
you. Why are you
drop
trying to make this
farther
about
than
you?
mine. Your
Why are you
balls
trying to
done
make
drop
this
farther
about
than
you?
mine.
It's not about you. Why do you
No,
always
no,
think
no, no,
that
no,
we're
no.
talking
I'm
about
asking
you?
you.
Why did you
I'm
put
talking from a
yourself in the
perspective
center of
of
this?
a
It's not
man
about
and
you.
2
It's
boys.
not about you.
I'm talking about
It's
from the
not about
perspective of a
you.
man
It's not about you,
and
sir.
2
It's not
boys.
about you, sir. It's not
I
about
said
you.
I'm talking from a
Okay, but it's
perspective
not
of
about
a
you. We're talking
man
about
about
a
2
bully coming
boys.
after a boy. And we're
I'm
talking about
talking about 2
a state
boys.
that has a law.
Hey, listen, man. Go ahead and arm your kids. We'll hear you in a few years.
Listen, it's more kids. You don't have to arm your kids, but there are a lot of kids that are armed. Okay? That's going to be around your kids. So you go ahead and do what you do.
You ain't telling me nothing new, nigga. When'd you get here?
What? You know what?
When did you get here?
You know what? You know what? You know what? God bless you and your kids. I hope they never have to face that.
They are blessed.
But I deal with a lot of children
They
that have
are
to face
blessed.
it
I
every
don't give
day.
a damn what you deal
Every
with.
day. I know you don't. I know you don't. But it's disrespectful of you to sit up and try to make this about you when we're talking about a
It's not
situation
about
right now.
me.
Well,
You
you keep
trying to
trying to
make
make
it
it
about
about you.
me
It's not about you,
because you
sir.
can't hold your own. You can't tell me how to be a man. You can't teach a
This is
boy
not
how to
about
be
you
a
being a
man.
man, sir.
You can't tell nothing. So
This
you
is about kids,
reverted
sir. It's
back
not
to
about you.
me
It's not
trying to
about
be
you,
about
sir.
me
It's
because you
not about
can't
you,
be a
sir.
man.
It's not about you. And I know you got
You
problems with being a
can't be
man,
a
but that has
man.
nothing to do with me.
You cannot
We're talking about
be a
teenagers. We're not
man.
talking about
So
you.
you can't
We're not
raise
talking
no
about what the
boys
military did to
to
you. Now,
see
we're
a
not talking
man.
about postpartum. We're not talking about all of the
I don't
problems
give a
you got in
damn
your
how
brain. We're
you
talking about
can
young
run
people
down the
going
list of
out
my
to a
card
game and some
about
bullies
everything
starting
you
to
know and
attack
you
them
still don't know
and putting their
nothing.
hands on them when they're
And
saying
you
don't
still
touch me.
don't know
That's what we're
nothing.
talking about
I
here.
just
We're not
stated what it
talking
was
about you.
about.
We're
I
not
just
talking
stated what
about
it's
you.
about.
We're not talking about you.
I
This is
stated
not
what it
about.
was about.
This is not
It
about
was
you,
wrong
sir.
for that
Sir,
young
this is
man
not about
to
you.
be
This
at
is
an
not about
event
you,
with a
sir.
weapon, and
Sir,
it was
it's not
wrong
about
for
you.
that other young
Sir,
man
it's not
to
about
feel
you.
as though he had the authority to put his hands on that other young man. I just said it.
You
But
keep
here you
you
go
agree maybe
talking
one
about
second and then you
that young man
disagree
was
then the next sentence.
justified for
You're
having a
mentally
weapon.
ill, and I don't
You
have time
sound
for that right
crazy
now.
than a motherfucker.
Okay, well, come on, Pimpin', let's go to the next thing.
Sound crazy as shit.
Because a fool to
Children
argue with a fool
carrying
becomes a
weapons.
fool. So I can't even sit here
You
and
sound like
deal
a
with this. This
fucking
man
nut
is
job.
ignorant. This man is
Somebody need to
ignorant.
check you.
This is an
Let's get back
ignorant
to
human
something.
being.
He told the officer as he was walking him to the car, taking him into custody, I did it. But can we see this as self-defense?
Yeah.
Is self-defense?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So there's so many layers to that, right? So to answer. The reality of it is their frontal lobe isn't fully formed. Their executive functioning is still underdeveloped. That's why parents, like our role is to essentially be their frontal lobe proxy until they're 25.
What the fuck I just
right?
said?
And so when you're in an environment like that, because it's already a competitive environment, they're playing sports, and then there is some type of tension, then it can become more difficult to kind of calm yourself in that moment. I've shared with you before, like the things that I'm trying to teach my kids, and it's a lot of work to teach them how to calm themselves and learn calming techniques. So then if they already don't have that foundation and you're in an environment like that, regardless of what spurred it, it's going to be much harder because then there are other people around, other young boys around. They may or may not, their peers may not have been helping to diffuse the situation, which can then further complicate everything. So
walk away, son. Room and figuring out exactly what happened.
Yeah.
It is nut ass broad.
On or saying,
and
your
again,
mama is a nut ass
but what
broad.
we do know is it got to the point to where another young man has lost his life, and the other one is going to risk losing his life to
Thank
the
you,
system that
Mammy.
isn't going to be fun.
So Constable Phillips, you've had
Got
a
all these
snapshot of
homosexuals
that
on here always
community.
talking mess
What would be
against
your
women. You
concern
fight a
as
man.
a member
Argue
of
with
That's
a
the
all
man
right,
about it.
community
mammy.
Don't
when you
argue with
look
no woman.
at
That's all
Argue
what's
with
right,
a
going
man
on
mammy.
in
about it.
that community?
It's all
Argue
right,
with a
mammy.
man about it. Don't argue with a woman.
Doesn't further continue.
It's all right,
Black people
mammy.
Don't
don't take
argue with a
arms
woman.
that, hey,
Argue
this
with a
I
is
ain't
a
man,
arguing
but you
with a
can't do
woman. I'm
that.
black
put.
You
kid.
can't
They
do
kill
I ain't
that.
black
arguing.
kids.
Hey,
Argue
listen
with a
here.
man.
Look around the
I ain't
country.
Tell
arguing with
his
a
daddy
woman.
that. Don't
I
tell
ain't.
it to
I ain't
his.
arguing with a
Because
woman.
they
Tell his
come from
daddy
those
I'm
that.
standards.
putting a
Don't
So
tell
woman
me
in her
that.
place.
Okay,
I'm
find a
putting a
man to
woman
argue
in
with
her
about it.
place.
Find a man to argue
It
with
ain't an
about it.
law
argument.
enforcement, the
Pimping, is
best
it
thing
I'm
you
any
can
putting a
man
do
on
is
woman
here
in
that
her
he can
I
talk
read
place.
to?
something that they have
Any
interviewed
man
all
on
the
here
witnesses.
this
Get
thing
all
can
the
talk
witnesses
to?
interviewed. Get the
This
snapshot of
drunk?
what
Is
really
anybody
happened that day. Can he call him
anybody
an
can
N-word?
talk to this alcoholic, please?
Or did he feel like he should push him out the tent?
Now, you said
Please.
that twice. Have you heard that? What?
I've read that. I don't know if it's true or not, that he used the N-word when he was pushing him out the tent. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just based on what I've read.
Done went from my mama to
So
begging for
as law
please.
enforcement, we should get that completed as quick as possible. And
Everything
have
you
him make
say
a
about
news
me goes to
conference
your
with the
mama.
family.
Man,
Said, hey, we want
shut
peace.
your
We don't want
gun.
Everything
all
you say
these
about me goes
agitators
to your
down here
mama.
trying to
gun.
start something in a peaceful community like Frisco.
And I think the other part of it is the schools playing a role, the community at large.
Right.
And so I recognize you're coming from it from, a law enforcement space, but I also think it's important to look at, okay, as a community as a whole, how do we want to heal so that it does not create additional issues, so that it doesn't create tensions in other spaces. Because creating those opportunities to have those conversations within the school, because those kids are hurting in the schools, they're confused in the schools, right? Having those conversations but then also, does that look like town hall meetings in the community where their elected officials or the people in the community with whom they trust are speaking in terms of how are we healing, how are we coming together, so that we can say, we don't want this to happen. How do we create a community and a culture of like love and support to help minimize something like this happening in the future?
There's a lot of work to be done in
A lot of work
around the country.
around that part.
We want to thank you guys for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored.
Many of those affected by what happened last week also just happened to attend Hope Fellowship Church. And tonight, members took part in a trauma seminar to help them cope with their own pain with all of this. Our Marvin Hurst talking with the church's lead pastor about the grief and their faith.
Why did you think you needed this?
Let's go to CBS, Texas. Hope Fellowship Church hosts trauma seminar after fatal stabbing a Frisco athlete. Now listen now, they hosting a trauma seminar. That's how much of an impact the social media pushed this situation. No disrespect to anybody, but kids kill each other every day.
Look at the shooting in Dallas schools. Look how many children got killed.
Well, you got disconnected somehow. Are you there? Are you? Okay, we hear you now.
I said, look at the school shootings in Dallas. Teenagers walking in and just shooting up kids.
Yeah,
Come on.
that's what I was saying. Even the father stated, like, this is not a racial thing, but they trying to make it this, this white on black, black on white situation. And they wind up doing a GoFundMe. They raised over $200,000 for Carmelo. The other family got they probably at 300,000 or something like that right now. So it's I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen a situation so overhyped as far as like this.
I could call it, Sender. I could tell you exactly what the fuck it is. Dallas been on that trajectory of Memphis for a minute. If niggas ain't know. See, but it be a whole lot of talking heads out there that don't know the streets. They don't know what the fuck going on out here. You know what I'm saying? But they just get to talking. So Dallas been on that trajectory of Memphis for a minute. Dallas is known as one of the most dangerous, deadliest cities in America right now. And so, but that's all been black on black. You feel me? So what they need, the country of Texas, what the country of Texas need is some division. Because the division at the border ain't enough. Now that they got troops down there setting up concertina wire along the border, now that they done got that mapped out, now they need some in-house confusion to justify the separation economically and everything else. But see, you couldn't explain that to simple niggas.
Your mother would understand. You can try to explain it to her.
Why my mama in your mouth? What, you want to be somebody?
I mean, you said niggas, right? You talking about your mama.
Hey, why my mama in your mouth?
You know, because when
you want to be somebody, do you want to be somebody? That's what I asked you. 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 Ladies, she got more class than you will ever have. She got more class than you will ever have.
Anyway, it's her fault.
She got more class than you will ever have.
Talking about black on black crime.
Nigga, you sound slow.
Your mama sounds slow.
but she raised me to talk faster than you, nigga.
And how do you spell that?
Nigga.
Yeah, this definitely seems like
just say no. Just say no.
This some type of overhyped media ploy. I'm assuming they doing this to push the racial narrative of the presidency and all that kind of shit with it.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? It has to be a lot to this because like I said, I've never seen a situation just so overhyped. And this is just some each other every day. This is definitely not a story to where but to add to it though, the Carmelo Anthony kid, he saved a young girl out of like that burning house or something. It was something.
Exactly.
He was
hero.
in the newspaper.
A hero.
He was in the newspaper for
A
being
good
a
guy.
hero.
Good student.
Got the article and everything. Don't too much know about the grade points or whatever, but he was just as much of a good kid as anybody else. I hate that situation happened. I'm gonna definitely get off of that. I was gonna do this clip right here, but let me get off this topic here, man. This is a little touchy.
For anybody to tell you to don't leave me alone, don't touch me, and for someone to think that they have the right to come and put their hands on you, it's called self-defense. That's all it is.
Yeah, but the whole thing about that is that
this is what I'm talking about. This is why there's trouble right now, because it's ignorant niggas that'll sit up here and tell you it's justifiable. Nigga, do you understand the threat matrix? Do you know what a threat matrix is? Do you know that? Do you know what a threat matrix is? Do you know what a threat matrix is?
I'm not talking to you. This is not.
Well, you ain't got to talk to me, nigga. Just recognize whether you know what a threat matrix is.
It's to the panel.
Nigga, what's on the panel is a threat matrix.
There is a bully law in the United States of America where people cannot just bully you. It's against the law. No one has the right to put.
There is a legal, justifiable threat matrix
in a white area. No one has the right to do that. No one has the right to put.
Anyone with half a brain, look up a threat matrix. I mean, you listen to this monkey motherfucker. You end your ass up in jail and spending the rest of your fucking life in jail. There's a threat matrix in which you must match whatever threat is presented to you with equal opposing force.
So if a bully is coming after your son and he's attacking your son and your son is saying, don't touch me, and he touches your son anyway because he's going to beat the hell out of him.
Then my son touches him back. He doesn't gun him down. He doesn't stab him up. He touches him back. He touches him back. He uses his hands, which
Yeah.
was the force that was used against him.
Well, maybe he didn't feel that he can use
Well,
his
maybe,
hands.
well, and that's why
Maybe
his ass
he
got $1
thought that the
million
bully was going
bond.
to get the
And
best
that's
of him
why
and
his
the
ass
best
got $1 million
reputation.
bond and a fucking
That's
GoFundMe.
okay, because guess what? He'll be out. He'll be all right.
Yeah, I
He'll be
know.
all right.
Due
He'll
to
be all
due to
right.
other people's
He'll
money,
be all right.
not
You
his
just keep an eye on
family,
your son.
not his
Keep an eye on your
family,
son.
not
He's gonna
you,
need it.
not you.
Keep an eye on your son.
Man, my family is secure than a motherfucker. And if
Next.
I was you, I'd watch your
Next.
tone.
Keep
Don't
an eye
ever
on your
bring up
son.
my family
Keep
again.
an eye on your son.
Don't bring up my kids again.
You brought him up. I didn't even know you
Don't
had
bring
a
up
son
my
until you
kids
brought him
again.
up.
Yeah, I
You
brought them
brought
up
your
because
son
they're
into the
mine.
conversation. We were
You
talking
don't
about
bring up
someone
my
else's
kids
son, not yours.
again.
You brought
I
your
might
son.
fuck around and feel
Keep
away and put that threat
an eye
matrix
on
to the
your son.
chest.
Keep an eye
And
on your
put that
son.
threat matrix
Keep
to
an
the
eye on your
chest.
son. No, I just said
Yeah,
keep an eye on
I
your
do.
son.
I
You're the
do.
one who
2
said that he should
Glocks in my
defend himself.
waist right
Keep an eye
now,
on him.
bitch.
Make sure
You
you
heard
defend
what I
him. Your
said? Now
mama.
call
Your
your man.
mama. Your
Now
mama.
call your
Your
man.
mama.
Now
Your mama.
call your man.
Why do you have to go? Why do you have to go
Now
there?
call your
What's with the
man.
name calling? What's with the
Now
name
call
calling?
your
Why
man.
are you so
Now
disrespectful?
call your man.
Why are you so
You
disrespectful?
mention
And
my
why are you
youngins?
talking
Call your
about
man.
some
I'll
kids that
gun
have
your whole
nothing to do with
fucking family down.
you?
Now
Do it.
call your man.
Okay, did you guys hear that
Now
threat? Right?
call your
You got
man.
this on
Now
video, right?
call your man.
Listen, you got this on video.
Call your man,
You
bitch.
got this on
You
video.
heard what I said, right? You want to tell me
Call
keep
your
an eye
son.
on
Make sure
mine?
you're protect
Call
your
your
son.
man, bitch.
Protect your son.
Yeah, I
Protect your
will.
son.
With my
Protect your
life.
son.
With my
Well,
life.
that's all you have to worry about.
With my
That's all
life.
you have to
You
worry about.
ignorant
That's
bitch.
all you have to worry about
You
your son.
ignorant
Worry
bitch.
about your son.
You
Nobody
better
else.
protect your whole
Protect
fucking
your son.
bloodline. You
Protect
better
your son.
protect your bloodline.
Protect your son.
Yeah,
Protect
you
your
heard
son.
that? You heard
Protect
that
your
though,
son.
right?
Protect your son.
Stepping out your box.
Protect your
The
son and
end.
make sure you're sober
The
when
end.
you do
And
it.
you heard my
Make sure you're
words.
sober when
Take
you
it
do
to
it.
court. Take
Make
it
sure
to
you're
the
not drunk.
Supreme
Make sure
Court.
you're not drunk when
There
he needs
ain't
you.
no I'm
Make sure
sorry
you're
in my
not drunk
book.
when he needs
There
you.
ain't no I'm
Make
sorry
sure
in
you're
my
not
book.
on your pills. Make sure you're not on your meds when he needs you.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah, okay.
Sober up, Dad.
Yeah,
He's gonna
yeah.
need you,
Yeah,
Dad.
yeah.
Gonna
Send
need
it.
you.
Send
He's
it,
gonna need
nigga.
you, Dad.
I'm good for
Okay,
that.
next. Go on to the next
Yeah,
subject.
yeah. Send
Go
it.
to the
I'm
next
good for
subject.
that.
Go to
I'm
the
a
next
gun
subject.
down everything you send. Send it.
Allegedly.
Let's go.
Send it.
Allegedly.
Nah, ain't no allegedly. I'm saying
Allegedly.
it. I'm saying it.
Allegedly.
Goofy. I'm saying it, Goofy. The fuck you mean?
Allegedly.
There ain't no alleged nothing, scared ass nigga. Ain't no alleged nothing. You mention my
Allegedly.
kids, I'm gunning
Allegedly.
down everything you
Protect
send.
your son. Protect your
Yeah,
son.
I will.
Protect your son.
I will.
Good.
Boxes of ammo for you
Good. And make
bitch
sure you don't
niggas.
drink on that day.
Boxes of ammo
Make
for
sure
you
you're
bitch
sober.
niggas. I
Make
will
sure
gun
you're
down
sober.
every last one of you zombie motherfuckers.
Oh. Sort of like the way the boy stabbed the guy who was coming after him like that? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Next. An idiot.
Let's go to
Complete idiot.
ABC 7. Let's go to
Complete
ABC.
drunk.
Goofy slow talking, bitch.
A complete drunk. I
Goofy
swear to
slow
God, why did you
talking,
even let
bitch.
him on his show? He's
Goofy
so
slow
stupid.
talking, bitch.
He's
What
so
you get knocked
dumb.
on your head?
He's gonna do all the things that Carmelo did. Interesting.
Let's go to ABC 7. Alleged LA gang leader, music exec Big U, pleads not guilty to charges.
Yeah.
Put your
Music
hands,
executive and
put your
alleged LA
hands
gang
on
leader
my
Eugene
son.
Henley
Put
Jr.
your
is heading to
hands on
trial.
my son.
Last month, he was named in a 43 county federal indictment, and this afternoon, he pleaded not guilty during his arraignment. Prosecutors accuse Henley of running a criminal enterprise involving murder, human trafficking, robbery, and extortion. They also say Henley, known as Big U, has ties to the notorious Rollin' 60s neighborhood Crips street gang. His trial is scheduled for May 20th.
That breaking news today, the FBI looking for Eugene Henley Jr., accused of being
New details this afternoon about the man accused of being a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips gang. Eugene Henley Jr. has become known in recent years for his charity work to reduce gang violence. Now the FBI is accusing him of running a criminal enterprise that committed a series of crimes, including a murder back in 2021. NBC4's Alex Rozier live with details you see for the first time and only on 4. Alex.
Michael, Big U is in federal custody right now. Prosecutors say they have probable cause to believe that he killed a man in Las Vegas in 2021, then dragged his body into the desert. Today, I learned the man killed is closely connected to Big U's family.
When did you ever really learn how to play the drum?
Eugene Henley Jr.'s podcast, seen here on YouTube, is one of many ways he made his name.
It's season 2 of Checking In.
Henley Jr., known as Big U, interviewed celebrities.
The big homie. Yes, sir.
And he's run a charity and music label. But the feds say he's also a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips street gang. And now he's in custody for racketeering crimes that include the murder of rapper Rayshawn Williams. Court papers say Williams, seen here on Instagram, was an artist for Big U's label Unique Music. And in 2021, prosecutors say Williams wrote a song, quote, dissing Big U. Documents say Big U then kidnapped and murdered Williams in Las Vegas in retaliation for perceived disrespect. But before Williams was a rapper, he was a wide receiver for Crenshaw High School. The day after he was killed, the football program announced his death in this post on Instagram, saying in part, quote, he was a special guy to all of us. And not only did he play for Crenshaw, the wide receiver was teammates with Big U's son, Deion Henley. This LA Times video shows Henley throwing a pass to Williams. Deion Henley is now a linebacker for the LA Chargers. In 2023, the Times wrote a story about him with the headline, conceived in prison, Deion Henley was born into the dangerous world of his dad, who put him on a path to the NFL. Deion's quoted in the article saying, it's one heck of an origin story, adding, you know how they talk about anti-heroes, the people who are the bad guys, but they really aren't? That's my dad. But now his dad, Big U, is back in custody, and the feds say he's connected to a number of crimes, including the murder of his son's high school teammate, Rayshawn Williams.
I don't know if you people are familiar with the case. Big U charged with 43 counts of fraud and murder, extortion, several different other cases and charges or whatever, and different levels of those charges. From my understanding, and this is allegedly did the Rayshawn Washington, the kid they saying that got killed, they it wound up coming out that was Big U's son's boyfriend.
What?
And he didn't want him basically being a gay athlete. He was saying that was gonna mess up his draft pick and everything, it was gonna mess up his numbers.
Is that factual?
Well, it's all alleged. But allegedly, that's what the backstory is, because they were saying that the boy got killed because he was wearing his jewelry. He was wearing Big U's son jewelry, and he made a diss record and so on and so on. And in the process of that, the backstory was allegedly that was the son's boyfriend. And Big U was breaking him up because he didn't want his son to be known as being gay and an athlete. He said that would mess up his stock.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. it gets weird. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to that story. Let's see what we talk about it. See if I can find it. All right, here we go. Let's go to Young Ant. Let's go to Young Ant Young Ant Hefe. Murder victim Rayshawn killed over sexual relations with Big U's son. Question mark. This is wild.
Wow.
Wait, have a film commentary.
That's what you guys, bro. I was kind of apprehensive about putting this out. I've known this for about a week and a half now, but she wants to put it out and let people know that her family member wasn't killed over a diss song. Her family member was killed because Big U found out that his son and Rayshawn was fucking around, bro. I'm sorry. It's hard even for me to say. I apologize, bro. I apologize. But that's what his family is saying, bro. And I got the proof right here, right? But it's like, that honestly does make more sense, doesn't it? Big U killed Rayshawn Williams over a diss track. There's 1,000 people that didn't diss Big U. Why they not dead? And that makes more sense because I'm trying to walk myself through the situation, right? So if I'm Rayshawn Williams and I live with Big U, why would I feel comfortable enough to wear a chain that belongs to his son? Allegedly, the reason why Big U kicked out Rayshawn from his house is because he wore one of his son's chains without permission, right? Why would he even feel comfortable enough to do that unless he knew it was okay? My baby mama wear my shirts all the time. She'll go to the store, throw on some of my sweatpants, one of my shirts, and be out. Come back, done. That's something my partner would do. That's something my baby mama don't do. That's something my girl would do, is wear my clothes or wear my shirts or wear my shirt. That's something she would do. That's my partner. That's my girl. So that's cool. I ain't tripping, bro. Let's unpack this, bro. How the fuck does this make sense? So Big U is so mad because you wore some of his son's jewelry. Shouldn't his son be mad? If it's his chain, shouldn't he be mad? You stole my chain, bro, and wore it without my permission. I'm mad at you. His son wasn't mad. His dad was mad. How does that make sense? If somebody stole my chain, I'm mad at him. I don't need my daddy to be mad at him. Because look at this. That makes more sense. My son about to be in the NFL. He got a whole career, bro. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with no gay NFL player, bro. They're not gonna fuck with him. You're not gonna ruin my son's career, bro. I'm not gonna let you do that. Now you gotta.
Y'all heard it right there. So at this point, I don't know what makes sense, and I don't know what logical. I'm not expecting gadget. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. Whole lot of stuff in the media space. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna get into the rest of this phone call, and you already know, man, it's the halfway and the half effect. We gonna commentate.
He made a diss song about Big U and he killed him. Everybody made diss songs about Big U, bro. I know like 3-4 niggas that got diss songs dissing Big U. All them niggas still alive. But now this nigga going off a diss song. Makes no sense, bro. But it does make sense that if you found out that your son was fucking with one of his teammates and they were having sex, or that was his man or his boy, now that makes sense. That makes sense why he felt comfortable enough to wear his jewelry out. That makes more sense to why he felt comfortable wearing his clothes, his jewelry, everything. That makes sense, bro. And you got mad about that. Y'all doing too much, nigga. Now, to be honest with you, I can't say that this is the 100% truth. Can I say that? No. But can I say I believe it based off what I've gotten from the family, friends, people that knew them? Yes. As a football player, this nigga ain't got no girl. You ain't married, nothing. Who not trying to talk to a football player, bro? What girl is not trying to talk to a football player? He ain't got no girl though. Why? And you a nigga from South Central too? You a football player? No girl you entertaining, talking to, nothing? Come on, man. I think what she's saying, from my opinion, I would say it's not a lie. I do see some realism in it because it makes more sense in the diss track narrative. This narrative makes more sense because if I was your roommate, why would I even feel comfortable enough to wear your gold and diamond chain unless I fuck with you like that? It's just like a man with a girl. My girl wear my shit all the time. I didn't see my baby mama put on my chain and wear it out. I didn't see my baby mama put on my diamond bracelets, wear them out, because she wanted to act like it was hers and look good and look cute. All right, cool. That's something a couple does. What man would feel comfortable wearing another nigga's chain without permission and that nigga didn't get mad? Big U's son didn't say nothing. He didn't care. It was Big U that said something. He got mad about that because he realized what the fuck was doing. And he had to stop that. Ain't no team gonna take no gay football player, bro. You gay, bro. That makes more sense, bro. Way more. I'm sorry. Let me know what y'all thinking, bro. If I sound crazy, let me know. But I don't sound crazy. I'm going off the DMs I got and the DMs.
So the streets is talking. You know, a lot of people got different avenues of how they take it. I know that you know you can make your own analysis about things. That boy was running funny when he was running off that field.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Show the run. Show the run. Let me see it.
Play it back.
I had no idea. My God.
Yeah, he had both hands
Ooh,
twitching and shit.
Different because There's millions of dollars on the table, and you got too many women out there for you to be diving in uncharted waters. You know what I'm saying? But to each his own. If that's what you own, that's what you own. But I know that sports area in our arena, those guys really don't be with that, and it usually don't pan out.
I thought they accepted gay players.
Nah, they do, but I mean, it ain't like they want to like. It ain't about to be a trend. You know what I'm saying? They had
pan out for.
They had one open gay player. He wound up dropping like 3 rounds. He was like a first round. He was drafted high on the charts. I mean, he was a low end first rounder. He's gonna be like 20, 30 or whatever. But when he started talking about how gay he was and shit, that motherfucker went off in like the 3rd round. And then he only like a couple of years. He got a check and got the hell out of there. But he was a first round choice though initially.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find that news. Let me see if I can find something that
Whatever, dog. Would be the slow hoe trying to jack that shit.
Mm-hmm. Gotta go back on the news. I think it might be this one. Arrest. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, when I find that video, I send it to you. But yeah, man, it's
Okay.
yeah, he was running off the field doing a little twist in his, had his hands, you know what I'm saying? It was real. It was spooky looking. Yeah, it was definitely spooky.
You took the whole family down.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to NBC LA, arrest the South LA gang leader Big U and his ripple effects.
And in fact, we're following several breaking news stories at this hour. We begin with that South LA man who the feds say used taxpayer money and donations to fund gang activities. In the past hour, we've learned that Eugene Henley Jr. and Brian Mejia were taken into custody. Henley Jr. is a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips, according to the FBI. But in recent years, he worked in entertainment and ran a youth charity that the acting U.S. attorney now says was a front for his criminal enterprise. NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi live in downtown LA with the very latest developments on this. Camilla?
Now, hi, Colleen. 19 defendants in total in connection to this criminal enterprise. At least 2 of them appeared in federal court earlier today. And now, as you mentioned, Eugene Henley and another fugitive are now in custody tonight in connection to this case. A known community activist and founder of a youth nonprofit in South LA, now facing federal charges.
A career criminal known as Big U.
Eugene Henley is accused of being a longtime leader of the Rolling 60s Crips street gang. Federal prosecutors say Henley ran a criminal enterprise and is accused of a number of crimes, including racketeering, human trafficking, fraud, and the 2021 murder of a musician.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label and of somebody who gives back to the community here in Los Angeles. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar.
Federal authorities say there are other alleged gang members facing charges they say are connected to the criminal enterprise. A number of arrests were made this week. These sketches showed two defendants, Sylvester Robinson and Mark Martin, in federal court Wednesday afternoon.
4 of the 19 defendants were already in custody, and 10 defendants were taken into custody in the last 24 hours.
Court documents also state Henley fraudulently obtained funding from the city of Los Angeles through the Gang Reduction Youth Development Foundation. Henley was the founder behind the nonprofit Developing Options that helps support at-risk youth.
Mr. Henley duped the county of Los Angeles by running a nonprofit named Developing Options, which was set up to pull youth out of the gang life and promote anti-gang solutions. Yet Mr. Henley continued to personally orchestrate violent gang activity that impact our communities.
Court documents state Henley had drawn hundreds of thousands of dollars for his own use.
Mr. Henley is accused of embezzling donations made by celebrities, professional athletes, and businesses to his charity.
Federal prosecutors say Henley could face a 20-year prison sentence if convicted on the racketeering charges. And we have learned this evening Eugene Henley and Brian Mejia are expected to be in court tomorrow. In downtown LA, Camilla Rambaldi, NBC 4 News.
Government and tax records show millions of dollars poured into the nonprofit the feds say was at the center of this criminal enterprise. Our investigative reporter Eric Leonard joins us now with more on how this organization was being funded and where all this money was going. Eric.
Oh, hi, Michael. Well, the most surprising discovery here is that the nonprofit called the Ex-Offender Fellowship Network, which was also known as Developing Options, a pair of nonprofits that the city says were essentially one entity, were facing suspensions from state tax authorities. The city of LA has been paying these nonprofits millions of dollars in recent years, and the amounts have only gone up.
The California Franchise Tax Board issued a suspension notice in April 2024 for one of the nonprofits operated by Eugene Henley Jr., who federal prosecutors in LA announced Wednesday faces racketeering and corruption charges for allegedly misusing money meant for the city's gang intervention efforts. Henley's most recent contract with the city shows a payment of nearly $800,000 due in July 2024, the final installment of a 4-year agreement that paid his groups more than $2.2 million for intervention. Henley, seen here in a red carpet photo, began forming the nonprofits in 2009, according to state records. They began receiving city gang intervention funding as far back as 2011. Between 2018 and 2023, LA Controller payment records show Henley's groups received around $500,000 a year. Then, in 2023, a significant increase that followed then-Mayor Eric Garcetti's efforts to increase funding for intervention work after the rise in violent street crime that followed the COVID-19 pandemic. Looking at the tax records for the Ex-Offender Fellowship, which includes the city money and private donations, you can see its revenue went from around $500,000 a year to nearly $800,000, then to nearly $2 million for 2023, the last tax return available. Where was the money going? The tax returns show while Eugene Henley Jr. was paid $95,000 as president and director, nearly all the money collected went to compensate unnamed top staff members, including corporate officers, directors, and trustees. According to the criminal complaint, Henley diverted much of that money to his personal bank accounts, and the feds say he allegedly pocketed tens of thousands of dollars in donations intended for the groups, including a $20,000 contribution from an NBA All-Star.
Federal authorities say, in addition to all of that, they believe that Henley evaded taxes by not reporting all of this income, was also allegedly involved in a scheme to get a home loan that he wouldn't have qualified for otherwise. We asked the city of LA for its response about its oversight of these gang intervention programs. The mayor's office sent us some remarks a few minutes ago. It said the city has strict oversight in place, but they say the allegations made public today show that there was a sophisticated scheme to thwart that kind of oversight. Live in the News Operations Center, I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
And with Henley Jr.'s influence reaching across the community and entertainment industry, there are questions tonight about where else his network might spread. NBC4's Conan Nolan joins us live from the News Operations Center to continue that part of our coverage tonight. Conan?
That's right, Colleen. When it comes to public money, this could not come at a worse time. Remember, state and local governments, including the city of LA, are looking at a major budget shortfall. They normally ask Washington for help. This news is not going to aid that effort. It was just yesterday in the South Steps of City Hall when Mayor Karen Bass touted the success of publicly funded anti-crime community groups. A message to Washington not to cut out federal grant money for the mayor's signature effort at fighting gang violence.
Through our Gang Reduction and Youth Development Program, also known as GRID, we are directly addressing gang violence through intervention, prevention, and community engagement services.
But according to the U.S. Department of Justice today, not all of that money was going to reduce gang violence. Federal authorities say self-described community activist Eugene Hanley, also known as Big U, received $2.3 million from the city over 5 years for gang intervention efforts. Money prosecutors say instead went into drug trafficking, fraud, even murder, and Henley's own bank account.
A criminal enterprise where hundreds of thousands of dollars were siphoned off that should have gone to charitable purposes, gang reduction, gang intervention.
The news comes exactly at the wrong time for those trying to halt the evisceration of federal spending by the Trump administration, and most specifically, billionaire Elon Musk. While crime prevention grant money is a tiny fraction of the overall federal budget, it helps with the messaging from the White House, says Jessica Levinson, former chair of the Los Angeles Ethics Commission. She teaches election law at Loyola Law School.
Is it possible that this becomes an example for Elon Musk to point to? I think at this point, everything is possible. Everything is on the table, saying, look at this terrible use of your taxpayer money. That's generally a winner for people who want to reduce federal funding and federal spending.
And it's not just the issue of gangs, but also of homelessness. Today, the Los Angeles City Council voted 13-0 to try to track the money they get from the city and over to nonprofit groups. One member of the council saying that nobody at City Hall actually knows how many of those community groups go into homeless encampment areas to help or how many beds are filled every night. I'm Conan Ilden, NBC4 News.
Wow.
I knew that shit. They was gonna use that shit to fuck every nigga in America, even the niggas that's doing the right thing with the bread.
Right now, at
They was
11,
gonna
a big
fuck them all
announcement
up
from
out that
federal
fucking money.
authorities about the.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe Big U should have pulled a knife.
He got the. They got him extorting. They got him extorting people with Fed money, so he can't dodge it.
Nah, they say they done told you they playing, dog. They finna fuck every little nonprofit sitting there talking about they trying to help black folks. They done told you they play. Man, nobody give a fuck about man. Shut your fucking slow ass up. Pull a knife, bitch. Pull a knife,
because
bitch.
you got some people that
Pull
are
a
really
knife,
out here
bitch.
helping these children, and they're not on the news, and they're not
Pull a
in
knife,
jail, and they're
bitch.
not in any of. They're not caught up in any of this. None of that. So don't speak on something that you don't know about, please. Thank you.
Pull a knife, bitch.
All right, let's go to Terrain Will. Is Big U really responsible for Nipsey Hussle's death? Subscribe to Terrain Will. Here's my review.
He's just a monster. He's a bully, and he deserves to be in jail. He should have been in jail a long time ago.
I know one of the allegations against him is murder. I mean, you think that one's true then?
I don't understand why the family would lie. The family reached out to me, and I did speak with the family, and it's a sad situation because we're talking about a child. This was a child. Big U is a 60-year-old grown man. And you have two different type of people in this world. You have people that are screaming free a 60-year-old gangbanger, and then you have people that want justice for an innocent child. And you need to figure out what type of person you are. I know the allegations are true, but they say you're innocent until proven guilty. But in my opinion, he's guilty of everything. people can look at my interviews from years ago when I was speaking out about this, when I went on Tasha K, Whack 100 spoke about it. They just spoke about it on No Jumper. I've been speaking about this for years. And as a woman, you know, you should never let a man think it's okay to put their hands on you. A person should never want to extort you or harm you just because they feel like it. That is crazy to me, you know. And for me, it makes me feel good that my story helps other people tell their stories. That's what I'm most happy about.
You know, would him, going to jail help you, sleep easier at night? Do you feel like the LA streets are safer now?
Well, as far as me, I'm going to be safe regardless, if you know what I mean.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to be safe regardless.
That information should be personal. You never tell nobody or let people know how safe you plan on being.
Because I'm not playing, I'm going to protect myself. But I definitely feel like a lot of people, they're happy. I've had a lot of people reach out to me and they're like, we are so happy that he went to jail. I mean, this morning someone reached out to me and told me that he was extorting the food vendors. And I'm like, what? They were like, yes, he was extorting the food vendors at Crenshaw High. And I'm like, God damn, like he just extorted the whole city. So yeah, I think a lot of people are happy.
I know. There's talk about Big U, that he was involved in Nipsey Hussle's death. I mean, have you seen any proof that would confirm that?
For me being over and growing up in that area, I'm going to tell you guys this. He definitely has something to do with that.
Wow.
And justice for Nipsey. And I know that justice is coming to Nipsey. And I think people are going to be shocked once they see everything that really happened and how he played a part in it. So yeah, you guys are going to start seeing stuff soon in regards to the part that he had to play in the demise of Nipsey. And he was very jealous of Nipsey. Me and Nipsey both went through stuff dealing with him, and we went through the exact same things with him. So he was very jealous of Nipsey.
I remember first when Nipsey passed away, I remember hearing people mention Big U and kept saying Big U had something to do with it. And I remember me thinking, nah, I didn't think, he had anything to do with it. Me personally, I thought Eric Holder was a lone wolf. I thought,
man, whatever, man. That jealousy is a motherfucker.
He was angry
That's
at
real
Nipsey
shit.
for whatever reason and decided to take his life. But one thing
That's
I
true.
did know is that I don't think he killed Nipsey over that conversation that day in the parking lot in the Marathon store. I don't think so. I think it had something to do with something else before that day. I don't believe that Nipsey called him a snitch and he went and decided he was going to take Nipsey's life over that. And even if Nipsey did call him a snitch, I don't think that was nothing to kill somebody from your neighborhood from, somebody you knew for a long time over. I don't think that was the case, And also Cowboy even said, he never heard any thing about Nipsey calling him a snitch.
They kept laying on it.
I strongly believe something happened before that day that made him want to kill Nipsey. Now they're saying that Big U got something to do with it for sure, and then it's going to come out, and we're going to be shocked. Now I'm not surprised. Now I'm kind of believing, that he might have played a role.
I really ain't gotten too much to say about none of them cases that's going on. I mean, it's all over the internet and shit like that. People talking about that shit. That's what they do. The biggest thing for me is what them people jumped up there and said, that they can use that as a catalyst to defund a lot of programs that's out there doing good. You know what I'm saying? Um, that's sad. I'm not hearing no nigga that's not in charge of the money talking about what is or what ain't gonna happen to who. You know what I'm saying? I don't listen to that kind of shit.
Right. So that whole situation gets crazy. But not one thing about it, Big U ain't the only one that received them type of grants and things like that. It's a lot of people of different races and colors, and everybody get them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
It's
that's
just
what I'm
sad that
saying.
it has to reflect on us as a
That too.
culture, as a people. Knowing
What
that, we're
about
out
it?
here trying to keep kids out of gangs.
Well, I'm pretty sure, a lot of people been getting jammed up in cases like this. It's just they're not as high profile, so they don't get no publicity, real type of publicity. But um, it's so many politicians who every year who get jammed up with, money fraud and stuff like this. It's just that, one thing about it, Big U went on camera before he turned himself in. And when he did that, that was basically like the green light for any kind of podcast or show or whatever to discuss whatever the situation was.
Right.
Legacies only travel, you know what I'm saying, like, if you relevant, you know what I'm saying, regardless if you still alive or whatever. So, he based his legacy off a life of crime, and it's, what I'm saying, pretty much that's how they trying to write him off. It's definitely some weird things with this. I don't, I don't, what I mean, like, I don't, how can I put it? Like, I don't see anything, that he's done publicly outside of trying to prove his innocence in situations and, just keep on, talking about, the past and things like that. If he would have never said that he, did this and did that, I would have never known.
Exactly.
Real talk. Like, he ain't got a, what I'm saying? Like, he a clean built dude. He could have went the rest of his life not getting on the camera, and nobody would have knew nothing about this guy whatsoever. And even if you seen him, you still wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? You would have probably thought he was an ex-athlete or something, ex baller or something. Yeah, you wouldn't have had no idea this is some,
But see,
alleged.
but
Yeah.
see, Senator, you said it right there. You said it right there. That shine, the allure of the shine. You
Mm-hmm.
understand what I'm saying? The allure of the look at me. You understand what I'm saying? Is what did it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody know in the game, nigga, you get your dough when you get low. You don't get your dough when you get high. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so anytime you break them rules, nigga, there's a reason them rules was there before you.
Frank Lucas.
That's a fact.
You understand? There's a reason them rules was there before you. But then niggas come in the game, they break the fucking rules, and then they don't understand the consequences. You understand what I'm talking about? So, listen, man. I came up during the era, although it may not be fair. It's the most unfair shit on the face of the planet in America. As a black man in America, nigga, you got to be better. You can't have a wrinkle, nigga. They can have all the wrinkles in the world, but you can't have one. You understand what I'm talking about?
True.
You gotta run a straight line, nigga. It don't matter if they zigzag. You, nigga, gotta run a
do what
straight
they
line.
do.
You understand what I'm saying? You gotta be better than what they do. And even then, it ain't enough. Because you ain't them. You
When
understand
that
what I'm saying?
prosecutor broke it down about that, when he broke down all the things that Big Use hold on himself, not what other people said, but just based on what he told on his shows about checking in is what is going to incriminate him. It's not so much what everybody else is saying. That's what he said
Well,
himself.
I'm speaking from as a black man in America. That's all I'm speaking on.
Well, you speaking the truth about that. I'm not a black man.
I don't know. My God is my father. I don't know how to lie. Well, I do, but I stopped a long time ago.
I don't know about that, but okay.
Let's go to the Art of Dialogue. Subscribe to the Art of Dialogue. Suge Knight says Snoop Dogg is a fake Crip and claims he set up other Crips before. Subscribe to the Art of Dialogue.
Is this the Crip Suge Knight or the Blood Suge Knight saying this?
This Pyro.
Okay.
Blood in prison.
What makes you say that Snoop not a real Crip?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm not a Crip, so I really don't get with politics. That's not mine. But I personally never seen Snoop pretty much act like a real Crip. Shit, Snoop, they went on missions against Crips with us. Snoop can set Crips up for us. So I would take that hard to believe if he was a real Crip. He wouldn't be, playing the way he played him.
Elaborate on that if you don't mind, man. You said Snoop was setting up Crips.
Well, like I said, I ain't gonna throw names.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
If any of our people got into with somebody that was a Crip knew more about Crips than other Crips. So Snoop was like, he lived here, he's over there. I'm gonna get him to meet me here. I'm gonna get him to show up at the studio. So basically, he didn't have no problem letting any Crip walk into the lion's den of his actions. So I would say that's a hard one to believe. And then when you really look at it, every person he really looked out for and did great things for was not Crips. Only person he looked out for and still today he's gonna show up and do things is my bro, Charles. Other than that, it's always it is. He know, everybody know. But I guess he look at it like the Army. You can be whatever you want to be. I'm just a businessman. So I don't want that's like a foreign language to me. Straight bullshit. But who knows? Nothing really bad to say about Snoop. Snoop like a lizard. He changed colors with anything he be around. When he was with Don Juan, he was pimping.
Let me ask you this. How can we come to a common ground when it comes to you and Snoop?
And I will say this, Snoop Dogg saved my life. Real talk.
Hold on
Like,
a
how can
second.
we
Did I
squash the
hear him
issues
say that?
between both of y'all?
Well,
Did I hear him say that Snoop set up Crips for
I think
him?
that not one person.
Yep.
So he just incriminated himself by saying that. See, this is what I'm talking about. I don't understand.
He ain't putting no names on that now.
Yeah, but if a Crip has been set up by Snoop for him, why would he say that?
Because he going in on Snoop.
Yeah, but why incriminate yourself?
He ain't incriminating nothing. Listen, you can say anything, but if he ain't put no names, no date, no time, what was stolen, he ain't. You gotta. It's a whole lot you gotta say to really like implicate something. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'll never understand the segments.
You right to it. You right about that, but like, but for something to stick though, he got to really go into more detail and some setup shit.
Person is bigger than hip hop, and I think we definitely both need to get some cigars, do something special for Malik. More importantly, all the past should be the past. Snoop owe me I let him use one of my 61 Chevys. I ain't never got it back. They committed fraud on the title and sold it or something. I don't care about all that material stuff. I think the most important thing is we all should be able to look past all this and show the world that we can stand strong for the culture of our people and for the culture of hip-hop. And if we're doing something positive for hip-hop, like getting a union to help these artists and do something great, I'm all in, no matter what. But if it's not, it is what it is. We holler when we holler.
Yeah, so that's just one part of it. I know I was in a situation. Snoop was right there. He gave me the look. Okay, motherfucker had to get alert, extra alert. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Suge Knight been going in. He been talking about a lot of shit because Snoop got death row right now, so he been talking a lot about Daz, Snoop. Daz responded back. Daz went in. You know what I'm saying? Daz gonna do that. Right now they just taking jabs at each other and stuff.
Hey man, I don't think a lot of niggas understand shit, dog. I think a lot of niggas be slow, and that explains a lot, in my opinion. The current leadership in the country at the top has signed an executive order that has designated all gangs, all capital ALL, all gangs as terrorist organizations. For niggas to even mention any affiliation with any fucking gang is like, fuck you. Get back after all that pride shit. Think about what the fuck I'm saying. Like I said, dog, I ain't never been in front of a judge talking about I'm sorry about nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's just my part.
Yeah, man. They really trying to railroad that nation too, especially with Suge. I think if it was anybody else that had did that, they would have got off. Especially during those circumstances. But Suge Knight had been getting away with so much for so long. He had to make an example. I wanted y'all to take a look at
Hey, shit, I'm finna peel, man. It's been fun, brother. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the content as always. I'll be
no
around. You
doubt.
feel me?
No doubt, Crook. Hold it down.
For sure,
Peace
for
and
sure.
love. Peace and love.
Peace and blessings. Respect to those that deserve. Straight like that.
Likewise.
I was looking at this lawyer. He was talking about that case. I can't find it right now, so I'll do look at another one. Let's go to the 8 people executed in deadly spa massacre. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. I don't know if you guys remember a white dude went into the spa in Atlanta and
shot up those women.
Shot up the place. The next day, Joe Biden made a law for Asians.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he made a specific law protecting Asians too. All the black folks, yeah.
Everybody gets protected except us.
All right, let's go to Law and Crime Network. 8 people executed in deadly spa massacre.
He was a shy and tormented man, suffering beneath the weight of religious guilt and suppressed desires. Robert Aaron Long's descent into darkness would ultimately end in a brutal rampage that shocked the United States of America, destroying not 1 or 2, but several lives. As the nation reeled, his story ignited fierce debates on mental health, discrimination, hatred, and justice. But what were his dark secrets? Was he a lone madman who simply reacted in the most awful of ways? Or was his behavior a symptom of something far more insidious? Today, we're talking about the infamous case of the Atlanta spa shootings, a story filled with shame, secrecy, addiction, and a man who desperately needed help. Hi there, Law and Crime. My name is Adrian, and it's great to be here. If you'd like, you can find more of me on my own YouTube channel, Coffee House Crime. But for now, let's dive into this old story together. With that said, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Robert Long. Welcome back to America, folks. Today, we're traveling to Atlanta, Georgia. Known for its rich history, diverse culture, and booming economy, the capital of Georgia played a key role in the civil rights movement and is home to many parks and museums. The city boasts a thriving art scene, top universities, and many major companies, including the likes of Coca-Cola and Delta Airlines. With a mix of modern skyscrapers and historic neighborhoods, Atlanta offers plenty to do up above and down on the ground. However, when it comes to crime, Atlanta has been a concern for many decades, with violent crime rate way higher than the national average. The good news is that its crime rate has steadily decreased in recent years, leaving hope for many of its residents. But unfortunately, this story does nothing to help that hope.
Some tragic news, the deadly shootings in Atlanta, killing at least 8 people. A suspect is in custody this morning, and police across the country are on alert this morning as well, fearing the attacks may have targeted the Asian community. Steve Osensami is in Atlanta with more as the FBI now gets involved. Good morning, Steve.
That's right, Michael. The FBI is working with local law enforcement here, investigating these shootings. And while it's not clear what led to these killings, it is impossible to ignore that these killings happened at Asian businesses like this one directly behind me in Atlanta, and that most of the victims were Asian women. Georgia authorities are investigating 3 crime scenes across 2 counties and what looks like a series of deadly shootings at Asian massage parlors. I should also point out again that we still have no motive that police are identifying in this case, but police in cities across the country are responding to this, protectively stepping up patrols in Asian community.
In the evening hours of March the 16th, 2021, news stations across America tuned into Atlanta to expose the horrific shootings that had just taken place. It appeared that up to 8 people had been murdered, and although it would take officers a while to determine the motive or even the perpetrator, it seemed that the Asian community had been targeted. The news was absolutely devastating for the city. Atlanta had already seen its fair share of many shootings but division in recent years, and this was yet another disappointing blow for them. Within hours, the suspect was identified to be a 22-year-old man named Robert Aaron Long, who, for the most part, seemed to give himself up to officers without any hesitation. In fact, he basically confessed straight away. And with his crime so heavy, he was going to face a myriad of charges. In fact, if you look up his name on Truthfinder, you can see he received one of the heaviest sets of offenses possible, including felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, domestic terrorism, murder, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. I actually partner with Truthfinder, and I use it to get details of the people that I cover in my stories. But even if you don't work in true crime, it can be an excellent resource to give you real peace of mind. I learned more about his age, physical appearance, warrant numbers, and relations using Truthfinder. It's one of the most extensive public record search services in the whole of the United States. And with a paid subscription service, you get access to unlimited reports for almost anyone. And right now, you can get 50% off your first month of confidential background reports by using my link truthfinder.com/chc. Diving into his history, Robert was born on April 6, 1999, to his parents, Robert and Diane. He spent most of his life in Woodstock, Georgia, where he was raised in a primarily conservative community. It was in the year 2002 that he and his family moved into a charming one-story Grey Ranch-style house for the tidy sum of $127,000. Of course, that being house prices were not so astronomical. For the most part, the Longs came across as a good Christian family. It is noted that Robert and his parents would often attend Sunday services, afternoon group activities, and Wednesday evenings at the Southern Baptist Church near home. And it is also here, especially for this video, that this church views adultery, fornication, homosexuality, polygamy, and specifically pornography as sinful and offensive to God. Don't worry, we'll come back to this later in the video. Now, Robert did come across as an okay kid, and although he was known to be rather awkward and super shy, he never got in trouble with the law. It is reported that, while at school, he was not only a member of Sequoia's First Priority Club, but other religious groups too. In addition to this, he was also a hunter out in church, meaning that Robert was good with the rifle. But being a law-abiding citizen with no known mental health issues or medication, well, people felt safe around him. So, if he was such a well-rounded person, then what went horribly wrong? Well, everything seemed fine up until the end of high school, but after that, things really seemed to fall apart. After graduating from Sequoia High School in 2017, he seemed to have difficulties in maintaining and respecting his values and beliefs. To begin with, he enrolled at the University of North Georgia campus in Cumming, which was 45 minutes away from home, but unfortunately would leave after the first year without completing any degree or program. He couldn't seem to hack the work and didn't have any other ambitions either, instead opting to pick up odd jobs from neighbors and otherwise sitting around at home. To put yourself in his headspace for a moment, but Robert felt empty. He had no ambition, path, or project to keep him busy. And of course, an idle mind will always create demons. But by the end of 2018, he had thankfully found himself his first adult relationship. Although we don't know her name or much about her, Robert's girlfriend lived about 100 miles away across state lines in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And by all counts, at least from what his friends have said, it seemed like he was smitten. By January of 2019, and against his parents' knowledge, traveled to her hometown and shacked, eventually telling his mum and dad that he was not ever returning home. And, well, when they heard the news, let's just say they didn't take it too kindly. In response, they called the police to report that he had run away and was refusing to return home. But since Robert was now an adult, there was nothing that officers could do. It was quite obvious that Robert was just sick of his former lifestyle and clearly wanted a fresh start. Now, this is a rather tricky part of adulthood. Robert knew that he wasn't happy, and of course, he was now old enough to make his own decisions. But still, he also had very little experience of how the world actually works, and he was essentially betraying and abandoning his two biggest team players. Of course, that being his mum and dad. Surprise, surprise, but the relationship between Robert and his new girlfriend would not last very long. And actually, there was one very good reason for that. So, how do I put this subtly? Let's just say that he was addicted to adult videos and the whole service industry behind it. Robert would frequently spend some rather heavy-handed time behind a computer screen, and when he wasn't doing that solo, he was off visiting massage facilities for their, extra services. As you can likely guess, his girlfriend was furious when she found out about these secrets. As a result, she kicked him out of her house, and Robert found himself alone without a partner. But at least he had his magazines, I guess, right? He returned to Woodstock, but not to his family's home. Instead, he would stay in halfway homes or sleep on couches. During this point in his life, you could tell that Robert was not happy about his addiction, and he really took it to heart. And that's because not only was he still deeply religious, but he still really believed in the values of his church. So it is no surprise that this level of deviance ate away at his conscience. Robert claimed to be tortured by his addiction, that he was living in sin, and he was walking in darkness. And by the way, this isn't me fluffing the story up with dramatic wording. It is precisely what he told his roommate. But still, the raunchy internet usage and the frequent visits to massage parlors continued. Not only was he trapped in his addiction, but he was unable to find a way out on his own. And the more that his frustration grew, the harder it seemed to let go. In an effort to wean himself off of his addiction, Robert eventually set strict limits on his use of the internet. He deleted his Facebook account, avoided anything that might excite him, and would even get rid of his smartphone to swap it out with a flip phone so he couldn't access the internet. Random side note here, but does anyone remember the old Moto Razr? And how cool was that phone back in the day? Friends say that Robert was the kind of guy who would hate himself for pleasuring himself, and would even consider that to be a relapse to his addiction. And as we know, his fixation and frequent visits to the massage spas would even cause the collapse of his relationship. Robert hadn't only lost his partner and his family here, but unfortunately, he would also lose his job through the pandemic. At the time, he had been working for a company that installed trade show exhibits, but of course, was let go when public events stopped happening. So, moving through the year 2020, it is no surprise that his depression skyrocketed after losing everything that kept him grounded. For 2 grueling long years, Robert tried to correct himself, and although he was never able to kick the habit, he at least half repaired his relationship with his parents. Now, in fairness, efforts were made to try to fix the problem. Robert made several visits to rehab and would even go to Hope Quest, which is a religious treatment facility. But it is clear that he was essentially stuck between a rock and a hard place. No pun intended. I say this because he was a young man and clearly had needs. However, his church and his beliefs shunned these urges. This pressure, again no pun intended, would leave him feeling very conflicted within himself, and whenever he gave in to those temptations, he would be left with feelings of guilt and shame. And unfortunately, on March the 15th, 2021, these feelings would begin to boil over. It was on this fateful evening that Robert's parents once again had enough. With their son spending up to several hours a day watching explicit material, it had become to them that he was not doing enough to fight his sinful behavior, and so, with that in mind, they made the decision to kick him out of the house. Retreating to the halfway home that he had been living in, Robert was distraught and emotional. It is said that he went to sleep filled with feelings of shame, anger, and betrayal. Between the early morning hours and noon, he would then go on to watch more adult videos on his mobile phone, and, as it turns out, all too quiet about it either. When he did eventually leave his room, his housemate asked him if he wanted to talk about it. However, quite visibly deeply embarrassed, Robert said no instead.
So as you see, this guy was deeply disturbed. He had all kind of issues happening. That was a coward move to go in and do that to those people, though, no matter what. I even thought, but he was even more coward of the president to overlook all these deaths, or these black and brown, and focus on that particular situation just to make it, as big as a offense as he did. I mean, don't get it fucking. It's a super major, horrible crime, but he came in within days with a new bill for Asians. I thought that was just like a slap in the face. But nevertheless, good for them. Let's finish up.
It appeared that that was the final straw for him, and Robert couldn't hack this internal conflict any longer. It was on that basis that he wanted to leave this world behind, and tragically, he made the decision to do this by taking others with him first. On March the 16th, 2021, and at approximately 2 p.m., legally purchased a 9mm handgun and a box of bullets at a firearms store in Holly Springs. He planned to murder as many massage parlor employees as possible, to, quote, save others from the sinful industry. After purchasing the firearm, he then bought a bottle of bourbon at a liquor store, before then driving to Young's Asian Massage found near Ackworth. Surveillance footage shows him arriving at the massage parlor, where he then sat in the car for over an hour and drank to find his courage. He then loaded his gun, got out of the vehicle, and entered Young's Massage. Believe it or not, but he then paid for an adult service, where, for the next hour, he was explicitly touched by a masseuse, one that he planned to murder soon after. Once the service was over, Robert then went to the bathroom to get dressed, where he then armed himself with his handgun, his horrible plan into motion. Walking bathroom, he pulled out his 9mm handgun and fired at multiple employees around the parlor. Paul Andre Michaels, who was at the counter, was fatally shot once in the head. Robert then started walking towards the front of the business in the main hallway, firing at anyone that he met along the way. Dao Yufeng, who was in room 3 at the time, was tragically shot in the head. Xiao Ji Tan, another worker in room 4, was also shot in the head. And Delena Gonzalez, who was only a customer in room 6, was fatally shot once in the torso. The scene was horrific, with 4 victims mercilessly gunned down and another 2 injured in the process. But before they could even do anything about the situation, Robert calmly fled the area. At 4:50 p.m., he was caught on surveillance camera calmly getting back into his vehicle before then driving away.
Yeah, good. In your library right now. So,
okay, repeat the address.
1916 Penang Road.
You need police, fire, and ambulance.
Need a police, no. We need a library here.
It's a robbery there?
Yeah.
Okay, is this a house, apartment, or business?
Go to spa. They have a gun.
They have a gun, he said?
Yeah.
Where is he at in the building?
I don't know. I'm hiding right now.
Did you have a description of him? Did you see him?
Oh, yeah, just a white guy.
A white male? What is he wearing?
I don't know. Please come, okay?
Some guy came in and took the gun, so everybody heard the gunshot. Some ladies got hurt, I think, and everybody's scared, so they're hiding in the behind. But the ladies passed out.
Okay, let me just let everybody know what's going on. And I understand you're not there.
I'm not there.
Yes, ma'am. But you're giving me some good information. Thank you so much. Bear with me, okay?
And it seemed like he did not waste any time to execute 2 of his plan, because only 1 hour later, Robert was then spotted 30 miles away at Gold Massage Spa in Piedmont Road, with this parlor in Fulton County. His intention remained unchanged. He burst through the doors of Golden Spa and then continued to murder 3 women in cold blood. 2 Gold Massage Spa employees who survived the shooting would later report hearing ticking sounds while in the break room, which turned out to be gunfire. As a result, they hid in a lounge, using items to take cover. And although they were mercilessly shot at, they thankfully remained uninjured. Robert then made his way across the street to a 3rd establishment, that being Atlanta Aromatherapy Spa, and while there, another employee was murdered, bringing his grisly death toll up to 8. With 3 massage centers targeted within the hour, it is no surprise that others began to panic. Where the attacker would go next was, at the time, anyone's guess. And so, many closed their stores, understandably not wanting to take any risk whatsoever. But then, all of a sudden, Robert Long disappeared. After releasing the surveillance footage, it would not take officers long to identify the suspect as Robert Aaron Long, who, so far, had done a good job at evading the police. And unfortunately, it would be Robert's very own parents who would help capture him, for they had told the officers that they could locate and track him using the location app they'd installed on his phone. And if that wasn't enough, they even installed a tracking device on his car for extra monitoring. Now, they were definitely doing the right thing here, but I can't help but think that Robert probably felt that his own parents screwed him over. Anyway, it turns out that by the time officers found out where he was going, he was more than 150 miles south, traveling towards Florida. Apparently, the main reason for this was simply that no one would expect him there, meaning that he could commit more shootings without being caught. At around 8:30 p.m. and roughly 3.5 hours after the shootings, a Georgia State Patrol trooper monitoring traffic on I-75 South would eventually clock his license plates. In response, he started following Robert's vehicle while waiting for backup. Soon after this, they initiated a traffic stop and then immediately pitted the vehicle before then ushering Robert out of the car at gunpoint. That is when he was put into the back of a police car where this image was taken, and with his spree finally ending, he was now at the full mercy of the law. Now, to some, the motive was extremely obvious, that being a rampant sex addiction which conflicted with his deep religious beliefs, leaving Robert a very anguished man. But instead of taking accountability for his actions, he instead sought revenge by murdering people in the industry he deemed responsible. Which is absolutely wild, by the way, because how the heck would these people even know he had a problem? Now, as it turns out, he was actually a former customer at 2 of these massage spas. However, the third one was merely conveniently nearby. It is also worth noting here that Robert did actually intend to take his own life, however, only after murdering other people first. Like I said, he planned to travel to Florida, take several other lives, and then claim his own. Yet, thankfully, he would be arrested before he could do any more damage. And with him still alive, many wondered how he would face the consequences of his own actions. Another big question was how the community would react. There was a lot of concern that this attack specifically targeted Asian women, and with this happening shortly after the COVID pandemic, tensions were understandably high. Due to his motive, it was quite clear that Robert had indeed targeted sex workers, but the question of gender and race still remained up for debate. The truth is that he did in fact murder several Asian women. But was this an attack marked by specific discrimination towards them? Or was it simply an attack on an industry where the target often fit their profile? This tragedy was widely covered by media in South Korea, which has close cultural ties with the United States, especially considering that more than 1.8 million Korean Americans call it home. There were several angering side notes to this story. For example, 4 of these victims were above the age of 50 and merely cooked food or opened doors for customers. In addition to this, many were furious that an officer would go on to describe this mass murderer as, quote, just having a bad day. In the days and weeks following the shootings, a number of rallies, runs, panel discussions, and vigils were organized in the greater Atlanta area, including a worldwide vigil which was held on March the 26th that was attended by more than 400 organizations and 2,000 people across the globe, all coming together to remember our victims. The shooting sparked fears of a lack of security among Asian-owned businesses across the United States, a debate over hate crime definitions, and criticism of the current methods used to aggregate hate crime data in the country. Several politicians would also express concern with how easy it was for Robert to obtain a gun on the day of the shooting, which of course would bring up the old debate of gun ownership. Moving into the legal proceedings of this case, Robert would face multiple but separate trials, and that's because the 8 murders were split between Cherokee County and Fulton County. After being arrested, he immediately to the crimes, again stating that his actions were the result of anger towards the sex industry for exploiting his weakness. With the American Psychological Association not classifying sex addiction as a diagnosis in the DSM-5, he had absolutely no chance of using his addiction as an excuse. And so, with that in mind, on July the 27th, 2021, he pleaded guilty to the Cherokee County charges and was therefore sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During their investigation, officers found no evidence of racial bias in the shootings, which undoubtedly would have escalated the severity of his charges. But inversely, his psychologist expressed doubt that he even had an addiction at all, further citing that sex addicts are typically non-violent. However, when it came to the Fulton County charges, things were not so smooth and easy. And that's because the stakes were much higher. With prosecutors claiming that this was a hate crime and therefore the death penalty could apply, Robert was much less likely to plead guilty. And so it's no surprise when he didn't. Not only would his defense team deny this was a hate crime, but they would also claim that the death penalty should be taken off the table due to his age. And with so many motions being placed in the meantime, it is no surprise that this trial has been delayed quite significantly. And although his trial was set to begin in May of last year, it was once again cancelled, with no trial rescheduled. So whether he will actually face a second trial and be given the death penalty, it is not yet clear. However, what we do know from his first trial is that he's already been condemned to life behind bars with no possibility of parole, which is great when you think about it. However, it does not make up for the loss and pain felt by not 1 or 2, but 8 families and beyond. And that is where I'd like to end this video. were the unspoken voices of this tragedy. Delana Ashley Yown was only 33 years old when Robert murdered her. She was only a customer and at the time was with her husband for a normal couple's massage. Her husband, Mario Gonzalez, was in another room during the attack. To make matters even worse, officers would detain and then put him in handcuffs for 4 hours after she was murdered, believing that he may have actually been the shooter. The couple had been married for less than a year and had 2 children together, a teenage son and an 8-month-old baby girl. Delana was known to be a friendly person who was said to have a hidden light around her, one that drew you in. In light of her death, she leaves behind a family who deeply miss her every single day. 49-year-old Xiaoqi Tan was the owner of Young's Asian Spa. Born in Nanning on the China-Vietnam border, she then moved to the US after the turn of the new millennium. Xiaoqi was full of smiles and laughter and was an absolute pleasure to be around. Little can be found about Dao Yufeng, who was 44 years old at the time that she was murdered. During an interview, a friend described her as kind and quiet, and I'm sorry that I couldn't find any more out about her. Paul Andrew Michaels was 54 years old when he was murdered. He was simply at the spa doing some maintenance work for them when he was gunned down. He was yet another casualty with no affiliation to the industry that Robert had targeted. Hyunjung Grant was a single mother who worked hard for her. Formerly a schoolteacher in South Korea, she made the move to the US to make more money for her family, and now they are left without her. Soon Chung Park, who was 74 years old, simply made food for the employees at Golden Spa. She was a very healthy and down-to-earth woman, and her family believed that she would easily make it past 100. Sun Cha Kim moved to the US in the 1980s. It is said that she was an absolute powerhouse of a person and would simultaneously work 3 jobs in order to support her family. All she wanted in life was to grow old with her husband and her grandkids. But sadly, she passed away at 69. And finally, Yong Ai-yu, who was still looking very young at the age of 63, was a great mother who was always there for her kids. She loved karaoke, cooking, and spending time with her family. And again, she too leaves a massive void in her absence.
For them, moving on feels impossible even though it's been a year. The shootings claiming the lives of mothers, sisters, wives, and an Army veteran. The pain for their families still raw as some try to honor the victims' lives by pushing for gun reform.
I'm going to devote a significant portion of my life, not only being a better dad, but as long as people want to listen to what I have to say, I hope I can help.
The most frustrating thing about this case is that it essentially came into fruition out of absolutely nothing. I'm not going to say what is right or wrong when it comes to adult content, but what I will say is that suppression locked behind a wall of guilt and shame was highly unhealthy for Robert's mental health. But what I will never understand is how feelings of guilt and shame can then just suddenly jump to cold-blooded murder. Now, that is categorically insane. I do certainly think that there was more going on here. I mean, a normal person, especially one so devout to Christianity, would not proceed to murder. So, on that note, what do you think was going on here? Do you think this was just terrible mental health, or do you have your own theory here? As always, please share your thoughts in the comments section down below. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this case up here today, but before I go, I'd like to thank Truthfinder again for sponsoring this video. If you'd like to get 50% off your first month of confidential background reports, then please go to truthfinder.com.
This is subscribe Law Crime Network.
So the Stop Asian Hate, that was put into place so fast, strictly because Kamala Harris is of Asian descent. So you can't have.
Oh, hey, you right about that. You know, I didn't put those two together, but that's exactly. Hey, listen, because she always claims Southeast Asian.
Yeah.
She been claiming that the whole time, and she only black during election time.
Yeah.
So that's why he put it in so fast like that. Because I was wondering, like, I've never seen no law get passed that fast behind any kind of terrorist act or anything. I've never seen anything get. I mean, listen, that thing happened like I think if I'm like a Sunday night. It was like a Sunday or something. It was like a Sunday night or something, Monday morning when that happened. and it was like within a day or two, Biden
Nah,
would get
but
up there and talk.
it wasn't strictly for that.
Uh,
It wasn't strictly for that. You know, there had been some Asian massacring happening all over the world about the COVID shit because
people felt like
that's what.
it was
Yeah,
their fault.
they felt like China did the shit on purpose.
They get at Trump.
Yeah, they felt
Uh-huh.
like that it was not a mistake. It was not a leak. They felt like China released the shit on purpose, not knowing that it was airborne, contagious, and that there would be so many different people traveling out of JFK and LaGuardia going, to so many other countries. And that's how it got all over the world. JFK, LaGuardia, LAX, uh, Orlando.
Yeah, because you remember it was like hot spots they had in that. Like, if you was in Miami, Chicago, like it was certain cities that was hot spots.
Yeah,
Massachusetts.
it was all the cities that had major international travel.
Uh-huh.
So that's when they, started doing the grounding of the planes, and I know the chick. She actually got stuck in Dominican Republic because she went there before the announcement. The announcement came, I believe, January 20th, 2020, about coronavirus, December 2019. So I think the announcement came. No, it came after January 20th because we still had Mardi Gras. But then they labeled Mardi Gras as a super spreader event. The following year, we didn't have Mardi Gras, or they had some type of watered down version of it. Just like this year was watered down because the dude drove the truck down Bourbon Street killing people or whatever. So, but niggas was already, and when I say niggas, I mean male. Niggas already knocking off Asians on some vigilante type shit. So then when he did this to these Asian women, think about it. He fresh in office. Think he had been in office, I don't know, not long. A year, maybe? No, this happened in 2020, right?
Yeah. It was like 20. No. The Asian thing happened a few years ago, about 2, 3 years ago.
No, it was 20 or 21. It wasn't.
Biden was in office when it happened. I go look at the. Hold on, look at it and see. Hold on, I'll let you know. But Biden was in office at least like a year or two, so it had to be like 2 years ago. You only get 4 years in office, so it was like 2023.
The most awful of ways.
Let me see right here. What date? Yeah, they don't have the date up here.
I think they said 2021, though.
Couldn't have been. No. I had my show. It had to be 22, 23. I want to say 23. Let me see. Gold Spy Massacre. Oh yeah, you're right. 2021.
So if you think about it, the new president always takes office in the odd year. So he had been in office a few months. The election was in 2020. He didn't take office till January 19, I believe, was the date that of his inauguration. So with that happening, Kamala being of Asian descent, he had to do something pleasing to her. Because, you
Mm-hmm.
know, they had the people saying, you're not even doing anything. Your vice president is Southeast Asian and all that shit. And he's always been a puppet. Just like they got him to, you know, get out of the election. A lot of
Right.
people disagree. A lot of people disagree, but I believe he could have beat Trump.
Well, the whole thing about it, I think Harris could beat Biden, but instead of going hard, she joined that trash. So, I look at it for what it was. They pretty much they got Biden in. They put a bunch of black women in the face to tell lies for him. You sold them out. No, because nobody was gonna vote for Kamala like that, and he sold them out with that. Now Trump got this thing looking like he just the best thing going. You know what I'm saying? It's just simple. You know,
No, if
the
you
house, the people he got speaking for him, they dead on with what they saying. Like it's just a lot. Like you see the difference. Like it's like I don't know what the fuck that shit. That shit Biden was doing, man. That shit wasn't. That was like a damn beauty salon. Some shit. That was some beauty salon shit going on in there, man.
I look at it like this, bro. If Hillary Clinton couldn't beat Trump, ain't no woman gonna beat Trump, bro. I mean, that's
No, you got people like Michelle Obama, Oprah Winfrey, shit like that. It's gonna take people like that. You can't just throw no regular politician or some shit like that in Trump and think you go win. It don't work like that. You gotta throw another
the,
celebrity at him.
the
You'll never be.
Democrats and the Republicans falling in for the master plan. Hey, what up, y'all? How y'all doing?
What up, dude?
what's that? What up?
What up? What it do? I think that COVID is a psyop. Look how Fauci, who was on Trump's cabinet, and look how media played the virus. They blamed China, and then it was all Jews after that, pumping up that virus. Now, I think it's a test for they make an attempt to chip everybody like livestock. So certification of vaccination ID, COVID.
Some people on they 6, 7 shot by now.
That's not too smart.
Possibly.
Why would you need another vaccine if? Why you need multiple vaccines if and then people get the vaccine and still catching it?
Yeah.
I think it's low key radiation poisoning or something.
Mm.
I'm gonna say this, bro.
Remember, the 5G came out. Everything went to 5G.
Well,
And I'm
now,
here,
but
China's
over there in Asia, they on like 10G right now. They over there like 8G right now.
Yeah.
We the only ones, out of the modern society ones like that's up the part. We still behind. They over there, man. You go to Tokyo and all that shit, man. They got all kind of shit, man. They over there like 10G, 8G, 9G and shit.
Yeah, that's how great a country is without racism.
And they got the coolest phone ever over there.
Oh man, they got
Yeah,
everything.
I seen a Huawei phone the other day, man. It is sweet. It's nice and it's way cheaper.
That's the one I'm talking about. That's a bad motherfucker. I had the P8 Plus. I guess that was
Yep.
about 9 years ago. That's a bad motherfucker right
Yeah,
there.
you're not paying you ain't gotta pay, the price of a small car to get a cell phone.
Yeah, they got them paper sized TVs and stuff like
Yeah.
like wall size, like an inch, like not even an inch thick. Like these things are like super thin.
Yeah, Subway clean. Yeah, they got it going on, man.
They got fish in their sewer. Certain places got goldfishes in the sewer.
Wow.
Bro, they got they got a phone. This motherfucker a trifold. It ain't the fold in half like over here. That
Yeah. Have
bitch
you
is
noticed since Trump's
trifold.
been in office? Have you noticed since Trump's been in office, there's been no mass shootings? Or was it just me?
I don't recall hearing about any. That's for sure.
Yeah. So it's it's a lot of weird shit. Whatever. There's a lot of weird shit going on. That's just the bottom line. I watched the April 5th protest. They weren't talking about shit. It's kind of weird to me. They didn't bring up no issues, no real like. Well, they trying to. I mean, how can you go out there and protest somebody cleaning up government waste? And I think it's like a deal where everybody hates Trump, and then 2 years later they love him again, and all this kind of shit. But I think that the Democrats and the Republicans working hand in hand for a master plan because if they wanted to really beat Trump, they would have had a better candidate. They didn't even have someone who could stand up to him.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They pretty much gave it to him. That's what I was trying to get people to see. This ain't
Well,
no damn. This ain't
if you
even
ask
no
me,
race. This ain't no race.
yeah, yeah. If you ask me, all elections are fixed, and they were just gaslighting. Then they get in and do what they want. They're gonna do it anyway, and they tell you that you wanted that, you voted for that, but all elections are fixed.
Mm.
Yeah, they fit because it's all about the electoral college. Like you could win the popular vote, and the electoral college could still give the votes to the other party. They said the electoral college 7 times out of 10 are going to follow what the people say,
So
but they
what's the
don't
minority?
have to.
Where the minority vote come in at?
Huh?
Green. Where the minority vote come in at?
It has to be overwhelming, but we don't show up to vote, and I
No,
think
I
that's.
was saying. What's the minority vote? What is that?
Oh, he won. He won the minority vote.
Yeah, I was saying, how does the minority vote work though?
It's a significant. It's a significant factor because you have so many independents in the world. You have a lot of white people who are not Democrat or Republican. So that's what they call like all those swing states. Well, this year they may vote Democrat. Next 3 years they might vote Republican. Then fourth year they'll vote Democrat again. So it's all about
So they going in with they going. Okay, that's what they call it, minority.
yeah,
Okay.
like
Okay, so it's the lesser class of it's the lesser people. I ain't gonna say lesser people, but the lesser class. Hold on. It's
yeah, the middle and low
yeah, the
class.
middle. Yeah, exactly. It's the people who are not Republican or Democrat. The one. Okay, it's the decisive. It's the okay. I get
Yeah,
it. I get it. I get
states
it.
like Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, they have a lot of factories, warehouses.
Yeah,
So
Michigan. Mm-hmm.
it's like when from Michigan voted for Biden right before we were out there,
Uh-huh.
and then this election they voted for Trump, and a lot of those people are independent. They don't follow either party. They
Yeah,
look at one party and see what the fuck they did. If they ain't did shit, they going the other way next time.
Trump is a puppet for Israel, like he was last time.
Now,
He's
why do you believe Israel is so important?
Because Israel was what they was doing to Gaza, and Trump ain't got nothing to say. And the people saying this, they protesting. He went as far as to go after a goddamn single student who was peacefully protesting and try to get him deported in his fucking. I mean, they was talking shit when he was in campaigning. That's really not
Israel
on his level to speak on something so petty. It'd be petty for the president to speak on that.
Israel is where the
You don't want
money
to push
at.
for peace. Thank
Or
you.
the, not so much the money, but the control.
Thank you. Thank you, Irene. Yeah, but Israel is saying they own the United States. Is behind 9/11. There's a whole lot of shit going on with them. And then if you say something, they mad at you.
You
So what's this
anti-Semitic.
whole Gaza? So what's this whole thing about Gaza, Gaza this, Gaza that? What's a Gaza?
So
I'm talking about. Oh, go ahead.
Israel does not occupy what people consider the Holy Land. It's always been some type of Islamic nation, whether it be Sunni, Shiite, or whatever. There's 72 different sects of Islam. So there's always been some type of Muslim nation that occupied what is considered the Holy Land. And Israel wants it back. And they've been unsuccessful with all the people they've killed. They've been unsuccessful in occupying the Holy Land for a long time, like for hundreds of years. So what Israel started doing is they started buying up all of these media sources, which is why they want to get rid of TikTok, because that's not an Israel controlled social media source. But Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, he's a undercover German, Elon Musk. But when you own a media source, you control the narrative of what they put out. And they can't do that with TikTok because dude from the Philippines. Like they had dude in front of the Senate, the CEO of TikTok, talking about do you do you work with this group in China, China. Dude said, I'm from the Philippines. I'm not from China. But it's a different type of racism. They looking at if you from Southeast Asia, you from China.
Yeah, he's Ashkenazi.
Yeah.
The Zionists.
I thought it had something to do with more of the Silk Road, you know what I'm saying, missiles and drugs, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought, basically Israel was like the center apex of everything that's connected to, India, China, Europe, Russia, everything like that. It's like the center to where they do major transports and stuff like that. So I thought it was more like, they was protecting it because of the, things that pass through there.
Nah, see, Trump is bending over for Israel because they know Israel and China. Uh, well, I would say Israel, China, and Russia are the three major uh countries that are part of BRICS. See, they've been on this mission to replace the American dollar as the national currency with
with
something
a with
else.
with a currency backed by gold.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Why America's trying to go digital.
But see, that's why they got rid of Gaddafi though, because he was trying to keep it on the more mineral, platinum, gold, silver, stuff like that. He was keeping it on that, on the metal. But they was, the Clinton and everything. They was trying to flip everything to the, with the digital, because once they flip it digital, they can pretty much do what they want with your money then.
Right. Which is why if y'all ain't on XRP, I need to get y'all some.
Oh, I don't do digital right now. I got a Bitcoin that shit ain't never
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got one Bitcoin. I was kind of pissed off with myself because I remember when Bitcoin was $125,
Mm-hmm.
100 pounds, because it's all done in but it's all done by the British pound.
Bitcoin. I mean, that's how it seems like more money people put money in it, and then you get the cream off the top goes to the people. It seems like, but I don't think it's been really thought out yet how they do it, and it's when they explain it, it's kind of enigmatic. I don't fully understand it. And I don't see how people making money off it, and I don't see how people turn it back into cash. It's so heavily taxed. And I put $800 in Bitcoin, and it still never broke even. You put the freezer for me? Thank you. And bring me a chicharrones. Chicharrones. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Oh yeah, my friend SendáRoni.
Yeah, so the trading app that I use, I can actually spend it. I have a card where I can spend the Bitcoin. So it goes through the exchange, and the exchange is like 1%. So even though you're losing, you're still winning because like I think I purchased mine when it was at like 1100, and now it's sitting around 80,000, 90,000.
So are you living off that, or how does that work? Are you able to spend that? Can you buy something with that?
Yeah, I can spend it, but it's the big withdrawal that's going to be taxed. But as far as
Yeah,
spending
that's
it,
that's
you
that.
can.
Yeah, you can't give me no. You put money in it, but you ain't getting no money.
Is at right now one Bitcoin is at $77,358.11. I purchased mine for like $1,000.
Uh,
I've spent well over $6,000 out of the Bitcoin that I had. It peaked at like 108, I believe.
uh-huh. But
But peak,
have you been? Can you take money out of it comfortably?
yeah, but you're gonna be taxed.
Yeah, that's that bullshit. That's what I'm saying. I just can't trust it yet.
It's all about liquidity. You
About
know,
what? Oh, liquidity. Oh,
liquidity.
liquid. Yeah, yeah,
Liquid money
and
liquid money is better than the paper dollar.
let me get my kids. You know to make the best chicharrones in the world in Bulacan, Philippines. You know, just slamming. But yeah, interesting, man. I just can't see. I don't know anybody. I mean, they say they're making money. They say they got money in the bank, but I don't see nobody with no fresh shit. They done bought off Bitcoin or none of that.
A lot of people,
Invisible
a
money.
lot of people, a lot of people invested, not knowing what they were invested in. But you have some people who just are always looking for the next big thing, and they invested in Bitcoin and made a lot of money, but they don't know how to liquidate the money.
That ain't adding up. The Bitcoin should be the biggest one. It was the first big major one.
It is the biggest one. Well, it's not the biggest one. There's one that's more than Bitcoin.
Now, when my shit break even, I'm taking it out. It's been years, and it still ain't broke even.
Man, you gotta sit on that shit about 30 years, man.
Man, cash rules everything around me.
You gotta sit on that motherfucker about 30 years but you can
Okay, too
when
much.
you
It's
get
too much
about that
ice.
motherfucker.
Little, it's easy to melt.
Uh,
What
thank
they're
you, thank
saying in the market is that before Trump completes his 4 years, everything is going to be digital.
Yeah, because a lot of people saying it was supposed to go up. It was supposed to go up while Trump in office.
It did, but see, a lot of people missed it. A lot of people missed it. They did what's called the pump and dump. So Trump released a meme coin on the day that TikTok was banned. That coin opened up at 18 cents on the day
I
of
don't know how.
huh?
I don't, So this BRICS thing, BRICS could possibly win.
They're not gonna win as long as Trump is, playing nice with Israel and Russia.
And I think, yep, he's showing a lot of hate towards China, informing people's opinions on China. But when you look at China, they got it going on. And you know what? They prefer a trade war than a real war. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? So it's like that like people lost a gang of that. What was that? What was that? That the AI,
yeah,
yeah, that chat AI, whatever. And then they bought it with a way cheaper one, and that fucking stock took that stock just took a goddamn dive, right?
yeah.
Shit like
It
that
lost a
is
thousand
what
points
China's
3 days in a row.
doing. That's like when you got a 2,000-year-old civilization fucking with an 8,000-year-old civilization.
But that's what the guy from Apple said. He was like, the reason they rely so heavily on China, he said, you can get all of the micro engineers in the United States and it will barely fill up a basketball court. As opposed to if you get all the micro engineers from China, it'll fill up 6 football fields.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because the education system, like I agree with some of the things Trump's saying about defunding the education system because they're only teaching people how to be workers. They're not giving them trades. They're
Yeah.
not putting them in industries that's going to matter in the future.
The sword that America falls on is going to be racism.
All right. That's a fact.
But you got to look at it like he's fucking with Canada, but Canada owns all of the fucking lumber industries in the United States.
That's crazy. All the wood we got out here.
It's 3 families who operate the lumber industries in the United States. All 3 of those families are Canadian.
It's a cabal, man. Anything that you have, it's a cabal. The white supremacists, like Neely Fuller said, they in behind all of this shit. Once you understand that, the world becomes you can almost tell what's gonna happen next.
Hold on.
But
Let him get out. So what were you saying? Are you saying that Canada has a lot with the wood?
A monopoly
yeah,
on wood.
Wow.
yeah, the 3 top lumber corporations in the United States are all owned by Canadian-born Americans.
And what about that cat that owned 90% of not America, California water? It just goes on and on.
Yeah, but it's not. I wouldn't label it as white supremacy because racism is something that was created. Like it ain't always been racism. Racism was created by the elitists.
Mm-hmm.
So if
Yeah,
I'm at the if I'm in the top 1% and I know that if these motherfuckers rise up against us, they gonna take all the shit we got. So what they
that's what.
did is they created class. They created different classes. They created different races. Like right now, people still believe that uh, a real Indian from India
Yeah,
and
caste
a
system.
and a Brazilian and a Mexican, they tricked all of us to believe that we're different.
It is. And if you look at television, you already know how it is. You watch any foreign, it's all light skinned people in the building.
Yeah, but when you think about the population of the Earth is 8.8 billion. 5 billion of the population is a melanated person. So it's a old fashioned divide and conquer. If we make this group of niggas think that did this, and this group of niggas think that did that, then we change us from being a minority to them being a minority.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only white people that I know who will say I'm not white are Irishmen and Italians. Everybody else
Mm-hmm.
is cool with saying that I'm white.
They don't want to give that up. That this privilege is give this coddling that they
Yeah.
get. They want to keep. They want to be able to commit crimes and get out and all this shit. But the thing is this, man. Why they still two continents? For what? It baffles me.
Well, they didn't just steal. You got to think about this. Once they found out all the resources and everything over here, and the people wasn't that violent, they was still using bow and arrows and not metal and not guns and all shit. That's when Spain, Portugal, you know what I'm saying, Europe, you know what I'm saying, France and all them places. That's the Dutch. That's when they start, taking sail over here, seeing what was really happening. And so everything split up. The French and all them people, they got mainly like Canada. The Dutch, they got Canada and stuff. Uh, it's
It's
a
a big
lot to
mistake
that.
it's a big mistake to put your name on the face of God, kill everybody, and everybody's we're dealing with what we're dealing with today. So every rule, every sin was broken to build what this is.
But you have a lot of people that don't believe in that. The whole the whole foundation of America was to escape religious persecution over in
Mhm.
Europe
Yeah, and debt.
and death.
Because a lot the white folks that came over here, a lot of them were prisoners in debt from they had old money over there, couldn't pay it. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that was going on. So a lot of them people was already in bad shape.
They come over here and got rich.
Yeah, they came over here and got rich. That's exactly how it went down.
Yep. Just like Australia. And they,
Hmm.
they try to hide the history, but it's there.
That's a
The,
fact.
the world just as barbaric as it was then, just in different ways. It's still a mess. I mean, they try to figure out how the pyramids got built. My theory is that man was connected to God in the correct way, and they was able to do great things.
Well, man was much bigger back then. You know what I'm saying? Like as we stay on the outer levels of Earth, we get smaller and older and stuff like that. But hundreds of thousands and all them years ago, man was giants. That was back when what I'm saying, you had them 40, 50 foot people and shit. So being that that's the case.
Yeah, but if they were giants, where are the bones?
They dug them up. They put them up. They up under in Europe at the damn what you call that shit where the Pope at? What you call
They in the
The Vatican.
catacombs.
the Vatican? The Vatican. It's up under the Vatican. They got like a damn 50 mile. They got like a 50-mile giant ass cave, and I'm talking about this thing. It's supposed to be damn near like 7 stories high underground, and that's where they put all the giant people at and stuff like that. That's where they got all like the bones and skeletons of the alien, or like the all the stuff from the past. That's where they hide it at up under the Vatican.
Mm.
Yeah. See, when they had the war with Hitler, he had already, made it contact with the extraterrestrials. He has land out there in Antarctica, like it's ducked off. You got to look at the old maps from like 1957, 55, like 60 and stuff like that. You got to look at them old maps. He had already had it declared. They took it off the maps though. You got to go to the old maps and you'll see that he got a piece of land up there in Antarctica, you know, just strictly reserved for them. And that's where he went. They never found his body or nothing. They talk about some damn bones and shit. Get the fuck out of here. Some dental records. Get the fuck out of here. They went to Argentina first and they set up, you know, they set up everything because the Civil War, not the Civil War, but they went to Argentina because you still had Confederate slave masters from the Civil War that moved to South America. They wasn't giving up their slaves. They took their slaves and a lot of their money and they just brought and they ships and they moved to South America. And so they got a whole Confederate towns out there in South America. They got the Confederate flag. They got you go to certain parts of South America, they got Confederate flags and shit like that. So what happened, you know, he connected with them and he wound up setting up his shop out there in Antarctica, man, where they can't touch him. They ain't got no flies, no bugs, no, you know what I'm saying, no diseases, nothing. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta look at that old map.
Yeah. But I think it's impossible to take over the world. So some of these people out there, they think they can do that.
No. It might look. It might be to take it over and be flat foot in the face of everybody saying, "Yeah, I'm the one that's doing it." That might be impossible, but motherfuckers is taking over the world already.
There's too many players.
Shit, these motherfuckers been dividing and conquering since day one.
They experts at it too.
Yeah. Damn, look, that's the whole thing about it. The Jews was funding Hitler.
Yeah, which is very confusing, right?
Thank you. That lets you know money over everything.
The other thing, the Japanese don't have an atomic bomb. They probably could make one and use it, right? But they won't do that because they got bombed. They know what they think. They feel it's fundamentally wrong to do that to somebody. As great as the warriors are and all that, they understand war. But if the Jews don't have that attitude, why would they pull a genocide off if they've been through a genocide? It's fucking up their credibility.
When you got money, you on a different level of understanding with regular people.
Well, the people in Israel are not Jews. That's the first thing.
Oh, you right. You right about that. They the fake. Yeah. They czars.
Yeah. So you got Jews and you have Ashkenazis. The czars, the 13th tribe.
Mm-hmm. The czars. You know, they come from the czars, and they stole the Hebrew identity.
Yeah.
From the melanated.
Mm-hmm.
Everything was stolen from black people.
From black people. That's why the Jews are called Jewish, because the ish is, you know, it covers the whiteness. Because they not real Jews.
Nasty business.
Yeah. Figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Jew community in South Africa, and they did DNA tests on them, and they did DNA tests on the people who occupy Israel, and this community in South Africa, all of them
Yeah,
look
because
like us.
Israel was the last. Go ahead. Israel was the last country to boycott South Africa over apartheid. To add to your point.
Yeah, the Jews in South Africa, they had, and this is from the DNA that's run by white people. They had 85% original Hebrew blood. the people in Israel were all sitting at around somewhere between 8 and 12%.
Mm.
So they've intermingled with the real Jews, had children, so now they have some Jewish blood in their system. But how can 15% be better than 85%? Yeah, together they make 100, but
I'm glad
the
I'm black.
minority.
Yeah, 90. Yeah. Hmm. But see, that's the whole thing right there. We got to get to, the split up and everything, because, that just wasn't who they was in the beginning. They didn't start off like that. And see, people don't realize, you know, Hitler was, Hitler was up there taking up for them Jews was oppressing them white folks. And like I said, people don't realize the real facts and the backstory behind how he came into power. Them people was getting taxed and overcharged and all kind of shit, man. Getting put out on the
Yeah.
street. They was fucked up.
I
And
mean,
so
these are
he
the people
came,
from the Bible.
yeah, he came in speaking that shit. And it just, it blew a lot of people's mind.
They were doing the same thing they was doing, according to the, to the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, man. And then
So that was how he
a lot
came
of
into
countries,
play. Go ahead.
a lot of countries have a lot of power. They have nuclear power. They got all kinds of technologies and stuff. But the U.S. is the world that actually use it. It's already been proven we'll use it.
Well, a lot of people, like you said, a lot of people had the power. A lot of people had the power. About when, where, and how. With a lot of this.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of gaslighting and they tempting people. People just say, "Hey, man, I don't want to be I don't want to be a soldier. Shit, I want to be rich. I want a house and 2 cars and all that." People want to be rich. They don't want to be kind of war. There's no benefit for them. You can see how they shitting on veterans. Being a veteran.
Facts.
So how they gonna sell a war? How are they gonna sell a war? They couldn't sell Ukraine. They couldn't sell. They can't sell Taiwan, which I think is a Cold War. If China starts pistol whipping Taiwan like like Russia did Ukraine, they say, "What are you gonna do about it?" It's different responses. But Taiwan is the biggest. That's a major core. It's the biggest chip maker in the world.
I know they just put a big tariff on them. Hey, so what's the deal with the like? Can anybody explain the tariff situation? Because I mean, it has to be a benefit for him to clean up whatever they looking for. It has to be something that's messing with a lot of people.
So the deficit, the trillions and trillions of dollars that the United States national deficit is because we are being taxed by these countries to import their stuff. So what Trump is doing, he's taxing them. He's reverse taxing them to send their shit over here. Meaning like all that shit y'all sending, we don't need that shit. We can make it without that shit. But a lot of people are saying it's similar to when white people saying we don't need black people. It's similar to that in a sense
Well,
because
go ahead. I'm sorry.
it's like there are more Americans that have iPhones than people with Androids.
That's a
We
fact.
love the iPhone. But the chips, the processors, all the shit that make an iPhone great, all that shit come from China. And we have people in America that can do it. But like I was saying, like the dude from Apple said, you get all of the micro engineers in the United States, it's only gonna fill up a basketball court. You get all the micro engineers in China, it fill up several football fields. So they have the ability to produce high volume at a rate that nobody else can.
I think India could too. India was becoming a superpower.
Yeah, but India and China, they're both a part of BRICS. So that's
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
thing.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, and Argentina. Yeah.
And
Saudi
South Africa.
Arabia, South Africa.
Yeah.
No, South Africa, Argentina.
No, they've since after BRICS has been made, they've since
Oh, it was Chile. I think
had
it's Chile. No, Argentina might be Chile.
they've since had 13 more nations join. But
Oh, really?
the
Yeah.
original is uh
The original
Brazil,
is
Russia, India,
Russia.
India,
Yeah,
China.
China.
yeah. China, Argentina, and India.
You can look it up real quick.
No. I'm sure if we spell it out, BRICS. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, and uh
It's South Africa, but since then Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and Dubai
Mm.
uh,
has
Mm.
joined in Indonesia.
Is that currency out already?
it's supposed to be on the way.
That's some new world order shit right there.
Yeah, they doing whatever.
But
Like it's almost like they seen this shit coming or something.
yeah, the Russian ruble is up too. Them sanctions ain't doing shit to them. And the war
What's
in
up?
Ukraine, war in Ukraine not making sense. I ain't surprised they ain't won this shit by now.
Well, they just found out today that China been giving Russia money for that war.
Oh, China got cheese.
Yeah, they say China been secretly funding Russia. That's how they've been fucking around so long.
Yeah,
It
the
sounds
world
like
is changing. Yeah,
they
the
over
world
there
is
just
changing,
trying
but
to wipe out the males over there. Sound like they just trying to wipe out all the men over there and take their bitches or something. This is what it sound like to me. I don't know.
man, them fuckers move the fuck up out of there. They didn't fight for that country. Yeah, everybody said come all over the world who want to be a soldier go over there.
That whole thing should have never got that far anyway, man. That they should have just gave that little piece of land to Russia. They was already converted.
Yeah, the thing is this, man. What the fuck make you think they gonna have, you allow you to have a goddamn nuclear bomb 5 minutes from Moscow? Who's going for that shit?
Hmm.
How can that's the biggest point? How can you say we're gonna join NATO when they said that when they did the peace deal and they got their own country that you can't join NATO and they're gonna try to say we want to join NATO? What's so hard about that? You're the ones breaking the contract. And why they playing with Putin? You know he known for not playing. He got a missile that could take out the whole country of France. It's called a Satan II rocket. I said, damn.
But see, with that, I don't know if everybody's heard about it, but Putin has been talking about uh purchasing Russia. I mean, purchasing Alaska, which was once a part of Russia. Right,
Yeah.
Alaska was actually sold to the United States by Russia,
Yeah.
and that's how the whole Canada should become the 51st
Mhm.
state.
Hey,
Because
there was a TV show called Jericho. It was on in the I think the 90s. It dealt with all this shit that's going on right now, how it's looking. That shit was scared in Skynet. Yeah.
So Russia has been hinting that they're gonna take back Alaska like they took back the Ukraine. And the Canadian president told Donald Trump that he can't handle a possible attack from Russia. And then that's when Donald Trump said, well, you can always become the 51st state. That's how all of that came about. When Russia started talking about they want Alaska back.
Hmm.
And because the president of Canada said, or the prime minister, whatever they call the leader in Canada said, no, we're not going to become a 51st state, which it will be stupid as fuck because Canada covers the whole top of the United States. So
Yeah.
it'll change the demographic of everything because then Canada will be the largest state. It's the whole fucking country. And you talk about become a 51st state.
I think
You
that's
know,
Trump just pushing boundaries, like Greenland and shit like that. He's pushing boundaries. Maybe it gets him out the deal. But why would you want to expand the United States?
it's all about
There's nothing else to colonize. There's nothing else to fucking. You fuckers want more, and there's no more.
world dominance. See, the reason BRICS is trying to introduce a new currency is because of the tariffs. Like already the only dollar that's worth more than a US dollar is the British pound.
The euro.
And the euro.
Remember, the
So
euro
it's
was be the type of I could say, man, I'm gonna get paid in euros, man. It's embarrassing that US dollar is less than the euro.
Yeah,
I
nobody ever
cracked up.
thought that.
like when you look at the exchange rate of the yen, the yuan, the ruble, all of that, it's already ridiculous. So I'm
Well, the countries
already
are,
I'm already giving you like 20, 30, 50, 60, or whatever my currency is just to equal one of your dollars. And now you wanna add more tariffs. He's trying to financially break them.
what is that
And
doing to the stock market?
the stock market is also liquid money. So it's gonna flow like water flows. It's gonna be high tides and it's gonna be low tides.
A stockbroker told me one time the whole stock market is based off turbulence. Rich motherfucker.
Well, the whole thing about the stock market is that to really make the money, you got to be damn near a politician, outside the experts and shit. The politicians are
Yeah.
the only ones that make the money because they get the inside scoop.
You
That's
can
why they.
look at COVID.
That's why they want Pelosi, Obama, all them people. Pelosi was up there killing them. I think Pelosi got like $54 million off of the stock market or some shit
You
like
know
that.
that motherfucker Mangione related to Pelosi.
No shit.
Yeah, he might be a patsy. They better use him, take out that CEO who was going to testify against Pelosi and expose. That was getting on him how he was getting rich, denying claims and all kind of crazy shit. Man, we are not free, man. We live in a goddamn world of free. Everything is war. Put it this way. Remember that analogy I told you a couple months ago when I learned in the Egyptian Book of Life. Um, the insect world is suffered by the no, the plant world is suffered by the insect world. The insect world is suffered by the animal world. The animal world is suffered by the human world, and God suffered the human world. But something's suffering them gods too. You know, I mean, it just goes on and on, right? This all this man, this shit is like whatever. What we our freedom, like this Matrix shit they talking about, is an analogy for how we're not free. How you doing? I'm on the live right now. How you doing? How was school?
Well, you know, it'd be different dimensions and shit like that. You never know what, you know, that's why people got different minds. You know what I'm saying? And some people fry their brain out. You know what I'm saying? You just never know exactly where somebody is. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's why you always try to, you know, figure out if you're talking to somebody with sense or if you're talking to a, you know, loony bin. But it's different levels, different dimensions of people, different. It's different everything, really.
Well, I'm the loony bin because there's
You can test that.
a lot of teachings.
Yeah.
There are a lot of teachings that I've learned throughout my life that are false, fabricated, and used to control.
Yeah. The CIA has made record companies and whole publications just to get people to support abortion, or just get people to do this or do that. The mind control is huge.
That abortion shit is crazy to me, man.
But people, they to continue to pump sex and violence to the black community. There's a reason behind it, which is racism. But to the reasons, no. I mean, it seems to me like the human race is going to get farmed at some point. Like as in COVID was a test, and in the future they're gonna run the real shit. And that's that 666 chip. The Bible's not a prophecy, it's a fucking plan.
See, I
And
don't
that's why
believe
I'm a Taoist.
I don't believe in the Bible.
No, I'm a
So
Taoist. The Bible can't answer your philosophical questions. I remember as a kid and I asked the preacher, why has everybody sinned? They give me a word salad. I said, I don't know, man. My parents, everybody pumped me. My aunts are Bible thumpers, and I don't disrespect them. And some of them don't even know I'm a Taoist. I don't want to hurt their feelings, or I don't want to be debating with them.
Hey man, you know, I come up in them country clubs and shit, man, and I never forget, you know, I had a tattoo, I had a church on me or whatever, so and that dude looked at me, dude said, Jesus ain't real. What you got that tattoo for? I said, what?
It's
Man,
symbolic of something.
man, listen, man, them rich people don't give a damn about no motherfucking religion, none of that. They just play on motherfuckers who do.
Hey man, it's a whole different world now than when I don't know if you see this episode of Good Times with Black Jesus. They put the Black Jesus on the wall and
Oh
shit
yeah,
was going right. For them niggas.
Michael about to get his ass beat to death, you know.
Yeah. Fuller gonna whoop his ass. Switch. And at the end of the show, they put the white Jesus ass up. Boy, and years later, I find out. Well, my grandma had that picture. That was Caesar Borgia.
Caesar
And I learned
Borgia.
that and I learned that from Pac. When Pac got the book Machiavelli, changed his name to Machiavelli. I looked it up, who Machiavelli is, read the book. Oh shit.
yeah, Caesar
Crazy shit.
Borgia is the illegitimate son of Pope Alexander the Sixth, and everybody's
Yes,
like,
sir.
how the fuck he got a son?
Well, that
And
boy
he's
in
the
hell right
Pope.
now. He in the real
Yeah.
hell. The fuck you gonna put your name? You can't put it. You can't put. Look, what other country puts a name on a face on a god? It's a cruel trick to put the word God as dog backwards.
Well, they say, you know, Shakespeare wrote the Bible, and that's who the Caesar Borgia and all that.
Shakespearean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So shit is you know. But I tell niggas all the time. I think how they doing it is through fraternity. Join a fraternity, and then you get high in the fraternity. You doing good. They're gonna step to you. You want to be a Mason? And then when you be a Mason, you get high in that shit, they're gonna say, hey, you need to read this book, and it's a Satanist Bible and all this shit. Matter of fact, I ain't gotta fucking you ain't gotta believe me. Go to the truth is, who will let you play the video when he was talking about, and it is explicit of how he became a high level Satanist. Now the only question I have is why did he run from that and break free and put out this information if it wasn't in the plans? But notice he has a black ring on his finger, on the wrong finger, like a wedding finger. You play it if you want, but it is explicit. But he will not trip if you play it. But if
I got to strongly disagree with what you just said.
you have the dog bark. You have a strong what?
I said I have to strongly disagree with what you just said. And
That's fine.
the only
I'm,
reason
I'm,
I'm
I'm,
saying that because I did pledge and join a college fraternity. I am a Mason.
yeah.
I am a Shriner. I'm not a Satanist because the things
Are
that
you
I've learned.
okay? Are you lower church or higher church?
Excuse me.
Okay, the way he explained, well, you can go to the truth is, and he's gonna break it down. But you can watch that if you guys are interested. But yeah, it's the devil's hierarchy. You don't have to believe that. But if you want to get to a higher level, you got to do certain things, and it's all secrets.
That's not the truth. But the Bible is the devil's hierarchy. This whole thing about the great deceiver. How is it okay to believe that the devil will deceive you and lie to you about anything?
Now you're a Mason, right?
Why
And you
could he
just
not
said,
have lied
wait,
to you about the Bible?
you're a Mason, right? And you just said that the Bible is not a it's a false what I'm saying? But you're a Mason. You kind of clarified my point
How did I clarify a point?
because you just put down the Bible, or you not say you talk down on it, but you just disputed the Bible, but you just said that you're a Mason.
So because I dispute the Bible,
The
that
Masons
makes
dispute the Bible.
that makes masonry
Well, I'm telling you,
devilment.
I'm telling you what I've gathered. It Masons, low level Masons. They all start out innocent and all that. You're the one they want to turn out. They want you fully good, upstanding, upright. That's the one they want to turn out. If you were to go higher in that, the all them secrets and all that, and doors and all that. May I ask, are you a Kappa or are you a Omega Phi Psi? What are you?
I'm Omega.
Okay, the Boule is what is it? Sci-fi, Kappa Phi Psi. I forget the right now, but the Boule. What is their moniker?
That's not a conversation that we can have.
Well,
But
what Sigma Sci-Fi? Sigma Sci-Fi. Martin Luther King was a Boule, and for what he knew at that time, he's doing the best he can. But he was also deceived.
So what? So is boule a real word?
Boule.
I know,
Sigma
I know
Sci-Fi.
how to spell it. I know what I'm saying. Is it a real word? Like, is it
Yeah,
for
the
real?
the Boule. They
The boule is the
and
Black
I'm not,
Illuminati, allegedly.
yeah, yeah. It's Greek. You say I'm not a black man. I'm not a this and that. I'm a Greek. This is devil's hierarchy. Now I'm not trying to offend you, but hopefully you just continue to be upstanding and upright, which you are. I find you. I feel
so
like if you was in my house, I don't think
so
you would steal nothing.
So
it's double
this is
hierarchy.
this is a this is an overview from DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a search engine that filters out all of the, like, if you ever seen that you Google something and they'll have these advertisements that may or may not have something to do with what you're searching for. It filters out all that. So this is an overview. In Masonic lodges, the Masonic altar is a central symbol representing sacred obligations, unity, and humanity's quest for the divine. Featured on this altar is a Bible, a square, and a compass. How is that devilment? It's the
Do you,
Bible.
do you know about the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah,
Well, you know the symbolism of that?
I do.
We don't know. Can you tell us?
I can't.
Because you're a Mason, right?
Yeah.
Well, then that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the things you can and cannot say. You know what I'm saying? Why it's a secret? Is it's not promoting the human. Look how the world is right now. What are the Masons doing to save this, fixing any of these problems? I'm not knocking you, man. I'm glad you was honest. But it's actually, in my opinion, the devil's hierarchy. Because who else is making these moves to fuck up everything? And this is low level. You ought to hear that dude on The Truth Is. He was a high ranking Satanist and a high ranking Mason.
So you saying the Masons are the ones orchestrating the downfalls of the world?
Of humanity. They're in control. Okay, let me ask you a question. How powerful are the Masons?
That's a question that can't be answered because that depends on who the Mason is.
Yeah, I was about to say you
Oh,
can't.
ooh. Yeah,
It's different between Jay Z Mason and somebody and a nigga
it's
on the
a
street.
whole different animal. But I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it is a devil's hierarchy. You're just still a good person.
I think you're wrong.
That's fine. But you can't
I
say this,
think
you
you're
can't say
wrong.
that.
I
But the
think you're
truth,
wrong for several reasons. Because once upon a time, I was not a good person. And my initiation into masonry is actually what changed me. From being a
that's part of
bad
your,
person,
that's part of
I
your
was
search.
just fucking despicable once upon a time.
At one time myself too. But I felt like I was turned that way. I wasn't born that way.
Whether you was turned that way or born that way, as long as you would have weight, that's what it is.
Yeah, on my search, I found everybody got to find a way to civilize themselves. Do you agree?
I agree.
And that's where you're at. And I'm not knocking you, but a low level Mason. I don't know if you low level or you know what I'm saying. But they have grand wizards and all kind of crazy, like the Klan. You know, every church in the United States has been started by Masons, the Ku Klux Klan, and that the Boule was the ones that overthrew or sabotaged Marcus Garvey. You in the mix, y'all the unseen hand. Y'all the ones make shit happen or it don't
You
happen.
you are 1,000% wrong. I think you're mistaking masonry, Freemasonry, with another organization.
Well, you have Scottish Rite. Yeah, I forgot there's another one, and then you have Prince Hall. The Prince Hall Mason designed DC. That's all Georgia Guidestones, um, Harem a Biff type stuff. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, it ain't for me to understand. But if you know the Georgia Guidestones, what it's about, and the symbolism of somebody blowing it up, you know what's going on a little bit more than we do.
That may or may not be true, but I know that just from this conversation that you've been heavily misinformed about a lot of things.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you mean well?
That depends on the situation.
Do you mean well as far as this conversation? You're here just to enlighten us.
I am not here to enlighten you. No.
Well, there you
don't
have it.
don't say that.
There you have it.
I think he might.
I'm
I
here.
think he might. Hey, Green. I think he might be undercover Mason. Did you hear these questions he asked me?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm waiting to ask you where his son said.
I'm just a regular nigga. I don't know shit.
Nah, that's not
I
true
can't
either.
get an answer out of you, damn it.
Now he got a heavy military background, Green. He ain't no regular motherfucker, man. He's one of them. One of them damn drill sergeants out there.
Goddamn drill sergeant. I'd be a great drill sergeant, though. I know how to conduct war on the infantry level. But that's neither here nor there for this conversation. But you cool, man. I mean, if you was
But
in my house, you wouldn't steal nothing. So you good.
this
Anybody who comes to my house and don't steal nothing is cool.
this the thing. I'm a Marine, a retired
Good.
Marine. So I look at certain questions in a different way.
Yeah. Boy, my unit, you heard of us.
So
Talk about the military.
you could probably speak to a Mason that's on the same level as I am, and maybe even above. And they may give you answers that you'll never get from me.
I understand. But I'm telling you, hey, Pac made the Illuminati a household word. Would you agree?
Yeah. What does
He
that
was
have to do
warned.
with
Why would he have to warn us of this shit?
what does that have to do with Freemasonry?
What does Machiavelli have to do with Freemasonry? Even
What
he warned
does
us about these.
you said Pac made Illuminati a household word. And my
Yes.
question was, what does that have to do with Freemasonry?
Oh, Freemasonry in the mix. If you look at you heard of Bill Cooper, right?
Yeah.
Well, then he went in on y'all. And you know what? If being a black Mason is different from being a white Mason, but you know,
But
it has, it has,
what does Tupac making Illuminati a household word have to do with Freemasonry?
about awareness. Too, I'm telling you, I ain't the one. Hey man, everybody says this. Everybody knows this. Yeah, like it's a news flash.
Everybody
It's
knows
a
what
devil's
though.
hierarchy. It's a devil's hierarchy.
But we talking about two different organizations now.
Masons and Freemasonry.
You just said Illuminati. That's a totally different organization.
Well, if you a Mason long enough, you go high enough, you'll meet them motherfuckers. That's what I'm saying. Be careful, brother.
That's not the truth.
Shit, Illuminati can be any damn thing. The news, police, anything. You know what I'm saying? You
No,
know,
they
you get
not
the
fucking hiding. They're hiding in the open, right in the open. That what you think 9/11 was? And, can you speak on 9/11 comfortably?
Yeah, I can speak on 9/11
As
because
far
I'm
as far as
military.
as
So
far
I
as was there any kind of Masonic connotations in that? Because I mean, you could fold a $20 bill and it looked like the World Trade Center. Everybody's seen the trick, right? Now that ain't
yeah,
nothing to do with Freemasonry.
I've seen a trick, but I don't understand the connection between 9/11 and Masonry or the
Oh, thank you. You
Illuminati.
want one? No, go get one. Yeah, these are really
No,
good. You should try them.
9/11 was more of an insurance fraud than anything. It wasn't no. That shit was some
Little
insurance
damn
shit.
insurance fraud, nigga.
That shit was
The
insurance
World
shit.
Trade Center is a Masonic building.
That shit was insurance and information they was hiding and shit like that.
9/11 happened to prevent a war.
Why can you fold the $5 bill? Yeah, money is a
Well,
Masonic symbol. Can we all
okay,
agree that money?
what are you
Can we all
talking about?
agree that money? Can we all agree that money is a Masonic symbol? We all agree.
All agree that money is what?
A Masonic symbol. I mean, you got a pyramid with the head cut off with an eye on top. Hey man,
What
quit
Mon-
boy?
being coy with us. It's a
Money,
Masonic symbol.
money
What
is
boy
not
you
a
talking about?
Masonic symbol.
There's Illuminati in it. Well, you got a pyramid with an all-seeing eye. They cut off on the top of a pyramid. And you got a bird with 13 leaves on it. That's a dollar bill, right?
That's a $1 bill.
Yeah, the
That's
$20
also
bill.
I think during this conversation, you're
that's
sucking me at.
that's also a conspiracy theory that has been debunked several times.
They ain't been debunked. I read the Hold a Pill Horse. Hmm? Chicken beer. It's monsters out. Hey, the Angus beef out in the Philippines is fire. Good. Everybody eat.
So is Behold the Pale Horse fiction, nonfiction, fictional nonfiction, or non-fictional fiction?
And like I said, if it's a known or an unknown, no, it's a known unknown, or an unknown. It's a known unknown. And then I can't trust everything a CIA agent or any of these people come out saying because it's low key a commercial for the
So it's
Illuminati.
so it's a non-fictional fiction. That's what you're saying. It's
Keepers of
fiction.
the
It's
Illuminati,
fiction now
keepers of the
until
light,
it's proved as non-fiction.
secret organization. Come on, the homie here. Okay, man. Hey, John Roma, he must be like 11, 12, 13 years old, right? Talk to him like you're talking to a 30-year-old. He go to private school out here. They got very good schooling. The kids out here, man, they go to school, I think like 6, 7 o'clock. They get an hour and a half lunch like a grown up. Then they go back to school till like 4 or 5 or something. And I see kids coming out. They could leave their school second, third grade, go out and buy what they want to buy for lunch. Come back to school. You know what I'm saying? These kids is way more mature, way more free than the children of the United States, where you like in the penitentiary. You gotta hop the fence to go get a goddamn lunch. Get your ass up here.
Well, that's probably why Donald Trump is trying to do away with the educational system in the United States because it doesn't teach what needs to be taught for the
Yeah,
advancement of the world.
I think you're way too late. Americans is fucking dumb, and I'm not saying that. It's straight up. Americans are raised to be dumb because they want a white face on everything. The right man will never get the job. The right man will never get the job. You have to have a white face on it, and that white face has most likely be a Mason or a Rosicrucian. Thomas Jefferson wasn't a Mason. The rest were, but Thomas Jefferson was a Rosicrucian.
I think it's general knowledge that the Rosicrucian Society is a part of Masonry.
Well, that's some Illuminati shit right there, son. I'll tell you something respectfully. I'm just talking my shit. But hey, when Pac was alive, I was reading this shit. Hey, SendáRoni,
Yo,
you see Minister Society, right?
uh-huh.
I'm that nigga. No, we can't live in here. I'm a link from Minister Society. The role that Pac was supposed to play.
You talking about
I'm that nigga on the block with the
Sharif?
knowledge.
You talking about Sharif?
Sharif, yeah.
Not
I'm
Malik.
Sharif, yeah. When I was in the hood, I was Sharif. When I was in the hood, I was Sharif. Because you can't do that, not like that. You be wrong. I know how to bang, but I wasn't about stupid shit. If we could really come up, niggas, it was trying to goddamn factory, niggas. Huh? Oh, hold on. Okay. How are you? When? On Sunday? On Sunday?
Nigga up here doing, you up here soliciting, nigga? But yeah, that shit get deep though when you get to them levels though. I think, he was trying to hit on some questions or whatever, but man, you gotta be on a whole different wavelength to get some of that shit that he talking about. That motherfucker, he wanna know he wanna know where the aliens at. That nigga want the passcode to the White House.
The aliens are among us. But people don't want to have that conversation.
That's a fact. That's a fact. It's right there. It's so much shit right there in the motherfucking face, man. You know what I'm saying? That should be crazy to me. Real talk, be right there in the motherfucking face. Okay, you ain't looking. I gotta wake up, man. Real shit.
I was enjoying that conversation because he was trying to twist me up.
Oh yeah,
And you know,
he say he'll be right back. Um, no, I don't know what just happened, but yeah, he say he'll be right back. But yeah, he
all
was
he's gonna
definitely trying to
do
put you in the ring, though. He trying to put you in the ring, though.
it ain't gonna work. I've been interrogated by the feds. You can't
Oh,
you
different
can't
now,
twist
man.
me up.
Mm-hmm. Whole different now. Mm-hmm.
Right now he's looking something up. He come back with.
Coming back, hit your heart.
Mm-hmm.
That motherfucker will come back with some calculus. He gonna come back talking about some calculus this time.
I'm a mathematician. He could come back with that too.
Come back with calculus. Fraction. So, so he might let you just get him like that.
He come back with calculus. I'm gonna bring it up to Fortran on him.
What you thinking about with this with the whole thing with the tariff? So what's the purpose of the tariff? So basically, from my understanding, it was something made to balance out the some bullshit going on somewhere, and they trying to find out the what's happening, so they got to do the tariffs and shit like that to get to the bottom of shit.
Well, with the tariffs, even though we're charging people to send this shit here, the exchange rate is what has it in the trillions. But what they're not telling you is, like, let me see, 1 trillion USD to the Chinese yuan. $1 trillion US to the Chinese yuan.
Every day. I know it
They
out.
got yen. They got yen
My
and
son,
shit like that.
but soldier, hey man, I ain't interrogating you. I'm just saying. We just going with search. It's a search for truth, and you niggas just go. But even as far as circumstantial evidence go, you ain't scot free. I've been doing this too, man. I talk to a white racist. I get information. I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, I ain't doing none of that shit. Where were we, sir?
I believe you were trying to get me in a pickle.
At least you a real Mason. Shit. I'm about logic and I'm about logic and creativity. Hey, we're not enemies. We're not enemies, sir. We're both.
He was
Well,
trying to get you.
you had
Confess,
all
I
that
don't
shit
know
came
what
from
it
Egypt,
was.
right?
He was trying to get you to confess, though. I don't know what it was, though. He trying to get you to
I'm
confess.
trying to get him to confess. Confess what? Hey, he's not. Hey, make it clear.
Shit, I don't know what it was.
You are not a devil worshiper.
Do you know that to be a fact? Or are you speculating?
Yeah, no, you're the.
22.
See,
What up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Yep.
in this world, a
My
lot of
bad. My bad.
speculation,
Okay.
a lot of speculation happens.
That's
With the
how this
chair
all.
for it.
That's how. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly how a lot of shit
Yeah. Okay.
happened.
Okay. Can we all agree that? What's your name again?
I'm him.
Yeah, Masarat. Okay, him. But you have a name under your face. What's that name?
You got to read it.
Are you mad at me, man? Don't be mad at me. I'm just
Now, I
this
don't, I
flying
don't,
head dudes. I ain't nobody, man.
I don't
Street
get
nigga.
mad. I don't get mad, brother. Mad may get fucked in the ass.
Yeah, if you say
I
I'm
don't,
trying to do this, I'm trying to do
I don't
that.
get mad at all.
Yeah, but I ain't trying to look. I just asked you a few questions. And I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. I don't, Antonio. Look, man, if I'm fucking with you, you know it. Ask SendaRoni.
Look,
But you was trying to debunk him though, as if he was a or a devil worshiper.
I'm telling him, be careful. That's what I'm saying.
Ronnie, tell him what I said when he got off the line.
So
What I
you
said,
thought you had him
what I
fucked
said,
up.
what I said about the conversation.
I
Yeah, he
was
was
I didn't hear it because I talked to my wife.
Yeah, he said he been interrogated by the feds. You ain't shit.
Well, fuck them. You know, like I know, all cops are stupid.
He said he been interrogated by you ease your word. 22.
The feds are stupid.
I
He said
said I was enjoying the conversation.
oh, he
I
did
I
say
said,
was
that.
too, man. I was too, man. Because look, I would talk to a goddamn a Klansman or whatever. I'll talk to anybody who got information. I'm trying to get your information, or you willing to talk to me. I'll talk to anybody.
That's how we grow,
No,
by
man. Hey, I appreciate you, man. I'm not going to, but I'm just saying, be careful, brother. You in the devil's hierarchy. Burgers is fire, man. I wish I could give y'all one.
but how do you know that?
I've been trying to find truth since I was young, man. 'Cause we all have the same. Hey, black man, we all have the same goddamn problem. Is that problem white people? And the source of racism may not come from a source of hate. Let's be honest. It may be something feeding off us. I mean, you got to have abortion in the black community. Where does that medical waste go? Where does that medical waste go? Masala? Oh yeah,
Well,
masala. I'm saying deeper it go
That
in all
medical
areas.
waste, that medical waste goes to future victims, just like the motherfuckers with diabetes. They cut their limbs off, they save it for another motherfucker die for 100 years later, and you know what I'm saying? Because like 200-300 years from now, let's say you get your arm cut off, you go to the doctor, they gonna attach a new one. They gonna in 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to have a whole new limb.
When I
So
die, I'm
that's
getting cremated.
nah.
I ain't getting no
Nah,
nothing.
they refurbish those limbs. I'm sure of that.
Uh-uh. When I say fuck the world, the whole world getting fucked. I ain't leaving nothing. You ain't got your goddamn rights. You can give your fucking body parts to a motherfucker who hates you. I don't think so. It don't compute. I'm having a good time, man. Having a good time. I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm not coming at you as in a malicious way. Please don't believe that. Because if I
when
was, you
you
would know it.
when you say medical waste, you talking about body parts?
Where does this abortion waste go?
A fetus?
Yes,
That's not waste.
that's medical waste.
It's not.
Then what is it?
That's where the stem cells come from.
Yeah, but that's not cool, brother.
Says who?
It's morally wrong.
Says who?
Okay, it's like slavery, right? When they ran out of slaves, what they do? They enslaved the enslavers. When they run out of medical waste, what they gonna do? They gonna start farming the human race. I'm an in-game conspiracist. It ain't far fetched what I'm saying. Get your ass out of here. What you doing?
I'm glad you gave yourself that label.
Yeah, what's the end game? What's the big picture? Can you tell me that?
There is no big picture.
There is a big picture, which is world domination, but what comes with that?
But who's gonna dominate the world?
Say what?
Who's gonna dominate the world?
Nothing in our interest.
How do you know that?
What if to throw these motherfuckers? You don't even need a gun.
How do you know that it's not in our interest? A lot of people think that Trump is a bumbling fucking idiot. But everything
They
that
also
he
say,
was
they also
doing,
say he's a Christian nationalist too.
a lot of what Trump is doing is for the black community. I think that we're just so
Right. They,
caught up
they just
in
yeah, they looking to blame somebody for the old, so they looking at him. But
Okay,
everything he doing, I
okay.
see is for the future of everybody here.
All Trump got to do is stay off black people's ass. That's all he got to do. Talk about politics.
but he ain't
But
on black people ass.
well, they did shit like erase the Black Lives Matter bullshit. They want to free Derek
Well, that is
Chauvin.
Black Lives Matter is bullshit.
It just being tempted by the devil.
But Black
Oh,
Lives Matter is bullshit.
Black Lives Matter is started. Black Lives Matter was hijacked from the Michael Brown movement, and it killed everybody who started that movement. One was even lynched, and took that and freaked it, and they made a whole lot of money. But they marches and fags and all that shit. So it is what it is. It's just so fake. Black people ain't with it. There's a lot of people got deceived because the government's not going to sanction. Hey man, if it's accepted by the government, it ain't real. American politics. Yeah, they say they want to solve racism, but they're going to give you the organization to do it by. The N word? Say what you want, United States. Use the N word? Oh, yeah. I understand that. Yeah, I use it all the time. I'm a nigga. I'm a descendant of slavery. My great 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 grandfather, my great great grandmother was kidnapped and brought to the United States. I'm a nigga. But
Do
called me and
you
they got
know?
kicked
Do
in
you
the
know
ass.
that?
Yeah, I know that.
How?
Birth records. And the lack thereof being that they were from Alabama.
You could have just been a native that got listed as a Negro.
Okay.
You
Okay,
don't know.
okay, okay, okay. All right, look. No. Name anybody who's black who are on no more than 4 generations from the South. Who? Yeah, I know KSI. Yeah, got my little partner here, man. He be talking like a 30-year-old, chopping it up with me. How can you step yellow? Bring me a beer, yeah? Yeah. 2. Thank you. Yeah, but
Well, I think.
hey, you didn't tell me your name, man. Your name is on the thing right there. How come you can't say it?
Well, you just said it's on a thing, but I can say my name. My name is Jonathan Green.
What's wrong with that? What's so hard about that? I'm straight Godzilla, flying guillotine 22. But my name is Mark.
Oh, you on your phone? You on your phone? You're not on a laptop?
Yes.
All right.
I'm strictly on my phone so I don't get hacked. But I'm doing this conversation.
But how do
But
you know
I'm not
that
I'm
you?
not I'm not playing chess with you or nothing like that. I'm just I got someone willing to talk about things who know something.
How
But
do
every
you know
time
you're from Africa? Though? That's what I'm trying to get to.
the texture of your hair like mine, right?
Huh?
The texture of your hair is like mine.
Yeah.
SendaRoni, his hair braided. which points to that he's also from Africa.
Says who?
Well, who else has hair like that in the
People
world?
who people
In the
who are
world,
melanated.
in the world, the Aborigines, yeah, but I don't think they even have hair like that. So, you're being shy with the fact that you're from Africa. If you trace your DNA, it's going back to Africa, brother.
I don't have to trace my DNA because
There you go. Yeah. Why you all defensive, man? I'm not.
no, I'm trying to share some information with you.
I don't want to hear that bullshit. We was already here, bullshit. I got my ass whooped. I got put on a goddamn boat. I got shitted on.
You
I had
did
to kill
not.
somebody, and that's how I
You
got
did
here.
you did not.
Yes, I did. Now you talk about you racing history, man, because you a Mason.
So you were a slave. You
Get my
were
motherfucking ass whooped and all that shit until I came
who
here to SendaRoni channel.
who did that to you?
Not a white man didn't do it. I mean, what are you talking about? What are you doing here?
You saying that you got your ass whipped.
Oh yeah.
And you can't be that much older than I am if you're older than I am.
Well, my parents were sharecroppers from Arkansas. What are your parents doing? If I may ask.
Well, I was going back further than that. But you cut me off. And I always concede when I'm cut off.
Thank you. 2 beer, please. I said, "No, am I doing too much, man?"
What you mean?
Am I doing too much?
You claim you. I don't. What you mean? It's simple. You
SendaRoni,
ask.
you from Georgia, right? You from Georgia, right?
Yeah.
You was somehow magically here before, huh? Thank you, sir.
Possible. I'm
Thank you,
pretty
sir.
sure. Yeah. I'm confident in that.
Now we got to deal with that pain. My grandfather, man, when he was 6 years old, my
Listen.
family was running. My family was
Before
running.
listen. You coming out of 4 different backgrounds before you even. So you can look and tell you a native. You know what I'm saying? Everybody up here got native genes in them. Everybody
I
up here.
got native. I got white genes from a rapist, and I got an Indian in me too.
I mean, if you want to be brutally honest, okay.
Let's be brutally honest, because we talk about slavery. You have to be brutally honest.
You don't have
And
to
ask
be.
what was dealt to me. Yeah, it's about slavery right now. You want to play chess? Oh, okay.
But who's to say you was a slave?
Man,
Just
hey man, somebody was a slave.
But you were not. That's my point.
Prove it.
thank
I can't. But you can't prove that you were.
Well, I'm a slave right now because I ain't got no freedom. 'Cause I never had freedom until I came to the Philippines, and now I know what freedom is. And I'm telling you, you are not free, brother.
I would have to strongly disagree with you on it.
When you went to school, do you have to stay in school all day? Were you treated like a child? Hey, have you had a needy fuller?
I went to a private school, so my education was a little bit different than, you know, most guys my age.
you.
I salute that, man. You educated man. I'm not. Have you graduated college? I haven't. No, I'm not educated, man. You can-
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Hey, I ain't gonna tell you no lie, man. That damn Green damn near damn he could go try for them damn Nassau, one of them Nassau committee crew teams or some shit, man. I ain't gonna tell you no bullshit.
Mm-mm.
I on some real
NASA.
rocket. Oh yeah. I'm telling you,
Oh, you know,
Freedom,
man. I got a
freedom is
hump.
a mindset.
I got a homie that's an engineer. What's his name? Dang, I can't remember his name. I met him on the Pan African's channel. Mumbera, brother Mumbera. And he got a lot of knowledge on Steam. On Steam. But I'm mathematically illiterate. But when it comes to literacy and logic, that's my strong point. But to say that
Okay.
you weren't a
So
slave and I wasn't a slave, man, come on, man. Don't let them take your history, bro. It's a bit disrespectful to your ancestors. So all these
now
slave ships that
I
came
was
back and
about
forth
to
for a
I
couple
was
of
about
centuries.
to share some golden nuggets on that, but like I said earlier, you interrupted, and I always concede to a cutoff.
My bad. You can expect. Can I please get the gym, sir? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
I agree. He do get a little hyper or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It ain't definitely. Yeah, it ain't got to stop.
no, I ain't tripping, but you know,
Okay.
like I've been doing this with you for a minute,
Oh,
and
for sure.
if
No,
I get cut
I'm on
off,
my fifth beer, man.
I get cut off, I check out. You know.
Yeah, I'm already hip. Like something with this time, you got to keep going, man, because they, you know what I'm saying, most people talking, we listening.
But my paternal great grandmother, full
Uh-huh.
blood Cherokee. My maternal great grandmother, full blood Choctaw. These are two tribes that are still
714.
today a part of the Chickasaw Nations.
Okay.
They're now in Alabama, which was once a part of Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
While slavery was going on in New Orleans, there were free black people.
That's a fact.
And
Under what circumstances were they free?
I can't say I
Light
was
skin?
not alive. I was not alive
Were they
in the
Creole or what? I mean,
1800s.
Well, you could buy the slave
yeah.
from some places,
Well, but I do know that my Choctaw maternal great grandmother was as dark as I am, maybe darker,
Mm-hmm.
and she was free.
SendaRoni.
But my paternal grandmother, she was pale skinned, and she was free also. And this is in New Orleans, and this is in the 1800s.
Isn't the 1800 starts the what, WWE?
Yeah,
Yeah,
a lot of
slavery
people don't want to
because
see
his.
it. They keep thinking them.
Yeah,
They
but
keep thinking
that's
men.
from the racial construct. They were
They,
light skinned, so they were free.
yeah, but Indians were dark skinned too. It was the people were dark skinned when they came over. They were dark, tall skinned people. You know what I'm saying? Like the first, like when the colonizers came over, the description of the people was black, tall. They were giants. They were like 7, 8, 9 feet tall, stuff like that.
Well, I'm that tall. I had that kind of luck, brother. I was a slave.
You keep saying that, man. You got no problem stuck on that. Dude.
Well, unfortunately, it's the truth.
You don't know that.
You tell me I'm not a slave is kind of insulting. It's kind of insulting.
You don't know that you were a slave.
My grandma had stories of that. My grandfather was shot when he was 6 years old by the police, and he had one arm his whole life.
Where were
They
you
ain't had
when
no.
that
They ain't had.
happened?
Yeah, exactly.
But where were you when that happened?
Talk stuff. Is he? I'm gonna talk to him. To Mama Soldier too.
No, he going to forget it.
Mm.
Don't want to.
Yeah, talk about it. I
He
understand.
don't want to remember the old things
Yeah, I understand. I get it. I'm a soldier too.
He have to. My grandpa told me to continue his military soldier.
That's why you have to finish your school. Make him proud. Yeah. But interesting you say that. But and I don't see how that says that you're not a slave, because he probably had relatives that was a slave.
Well, the only
You all
people
come
that
from
I met
slavery.
were great grandparents. I didn't meet any great great grandparents. They were already
Right.
gone before I was here.
I got a chance to meet mine.
Great great?
Well, I got a chance to meet uh I got a chance to meet two of my great grandparents.
Oh, that's cool. My grandfather died when I was young. I was maybe 3.
Yeah,
I am infatuated with my
my great grandma died
yeah,
around the time I
yeah, my grandmother used the word peckerwood and laughed all the time, almost daily. She whooped her ass with a switch. So I know I was a slave. And she was a housemaid.
You keep saying you know that you were a slave, but you were not here when slavery was a thing. So you were not a slave.
Yeah, you gotta have
Well,
some documents.
me, a doctor. You niggas knock it off. You sound like a bunch of slaves. Free your mind, brother. The fuck are you talking about,
You have to free
nigga?
your mind
I
because
said,
you're saying that you're still a slave.
hey, I don't have that kind of luck. I'm not that
Free your mind
special to
and
say
you
I'm a slave. There's nothing in my goddamn history of my life. I ain't had no money for college. I had no generational wealth or nothing to prove me that I wasn't a slave. My mom, they all came from Arkansas to LA on the back of a goddamn truck. That's how we got to LA. My uncle picked that. We all moving to LA. That's how we got here. So yeah, I was a slave. How you go from slave to sharecropping?
Slavery is a mindset.
Well, I'm not a slave in that. My mind is not. But you said
You
that you
keep
wasn't a
you keep
slave.
you keep saying that you were a slave, and that's biologically impossible.
No, what I'm saying is I come from slavery. My family was enslaved. Was bought from Africa.
That's a totally different statement from "I was a slave."
You know what
That's
I
all
mean?
I'm saying.
No, you're being too specific. You know what I mean? Well, can you agree with that, sir? So, what your light skinned aunt wasn't a slave does not mean people in your family was not slaves, and you come from slavery too. What are you talking about? Embrace the pain, brother. Embrace the pain.
Hey,
You
listen.
use the N word like the rest of us.
Hey, man, I don't know what kind of coon shit you on right now, man, but you need to slap yourself 3 motherfucking times, man.
Y'all niggas, man.
See,
Like a motherfucking supremacy. What the fuck you talking
Who?
about, man? You.
Hey. We could flip it and bounce it. They can't.
they could say it too. It doesn't, you know. Once upon a time, it made me feel a certain type of way when they said nigger. But when I learned the origin of the word,
I'm talking no more.
I love when they said.
Like all kind of words, bunch of words.
You say the full tangina yun. NX Bobo means in English gum. You
Yeah,
dam.
I know Bobo. Yeah,
Sila ulo.
Langao. I know all kind of words.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can cuss them.
Tapos gag.
Yeah, but you're being real specific about the word slavery. Like you was never a slave. Out of all the millions of slaves, you was lucky enough to even know one that wasn't. Everybody got that story.
Slave means they're working to their master, and the
I
master
don't know. The only people that
Uh,
I've ever met in my life that were born in the time of slavery were my two great grandmothers, and they were not slaves. So
uh I'm here, man, taking a leak.
that's all I'm saying.
Right. That's a fact. Uh, it's just a simple fact. Everybody that just wasn't a real deal. That war lasted damn near 50 some years or so like that or whatever. Plus the people they ain't put the Indians they didn't put on the reservations. They put them as Negro.
And my
And
my thing,
our families are still heavily affected by slavery to this day.
You fucked up right now.
Right now, people saying let it go and all this, but you still feel the effects. Racism hasn't been solved. Reparations haven't been given out. Reparations not about money; it's about fixing the problem, and they haven't done that. Thanks to the Democrats.
is one. Record food para tabo.
What's that mean?
Mm-hmm.
no, I can't blame that on the Democrats.
I'm gonna say that.
Shit.
I can't blame that on the Democrats. I blame that on
Said they
our own
Blame it on white
idiocy.
supremacy. Blame it on white supremacy because they didn't when the Democrats didn't pay reparations for slavery. No Republicans were the ones that didn't pay or honor the reparations. So all the black people went Democrat.
what's them?
There are two parties in the United States: Republican and Democrat.
Even if no, I know there's two,
You're so
but one is
misinformed. It's
One is liberal, one is conservative. Liberal meaning about freedom, conservative meaning they're
no, I know why there is a two Congo in the Africa, the Republic of Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo.
yeah, but Philippines is a republic.
Europe, Europe, Republic, but no democratic.
Yeah, we have a bunch of different parties in the Philippines. How many parties you have? Democrat, but how many different parties in the Philippines? Do you know? Uh,
I know it's Republic.
yeah, but to say you were not a slave, and you have a few that saying they're not slaves. Are you kind of erasing history?
The two people.
you
Are
talking
you
to me
erasing
or the
history?
kid?
I'm saying that. I'm talking to you. I'm asking. A lot of people are pushing the narrative that we were never slaves, but that's how you taught all through school. Now somebody was a slave, goddamn it, and I know I was one of them.
Well, slavery, the way they teach it in school, never happened.
Well, I'm gonna leave that alone. 'Cause they were lie about what they did. I mean, let's be honest, man. Christianity started from people colonizers come over here, killing all the men, raping all the women, and bringing them kids up as Christians. That's Christianity. It's still a whole continent doing that shit.
Yeah, but you just said they're coming over here, killing the men, raping the women, and raising the kids as Christians.
Yep, that's
Is that
Christianity.
is that slavery?
especially in mental slavery for that part.
That's not slavery.
They're putting the face of some dude in the place of God, and slavery comes with that. You know, let's not forget that capitalism, perfect capitalism, is slavery. So don't tell me that no such thing as slaves. I didn't stole everything from they owe you at least 4 lifetimes of pay. So I'm not gonna say I'm not a slave and miss my check, but they're gonna have to pay or to get their bank ran up in.
You could have got listed as a Native American. You really want that check?
No, I want my nigga check, nigga. You should have shot that. I can't believe you're on board with that shit. That's cool. I ain't gonna do it like CJ. Wait, I wish CJ Mack was here.
I know that.
I wish.
No. I know that it's more to the story.
You find CJ Mack. Fuck this.
It's more to the story. O.G. Bobby Johnson, salute.
It's so much more to the story, but there are too many of us melanated beings that watch a movie, read half of a book, and believe that they are fully enlightened on what really happened.
Mm-hmm. They ain't got no damn slave ships because motherfuckers was already here.
I wish he was here to have some backup. But I like the way y'all think. I'm not disputing nothing y'all saying in a malicious way. I'm just enjoying the conversation. I'm not done, but
North
I know.
North America was the last to get slaves, so they didn't even. They came over here, dumped off they packages, and kept on moving. The rest of the people was already here. Bunch of mixed breeding going on. That's why you hear everybody talking about they got native in them.
So if they made you a slave over here, or they made you a slave from bringing you from Africa, how can you twist your mouth and say you're not a slave? Look at this shit going on today.
Man, you freaked out with that slave shit. I'm starting to think you into that bondage sex shit.
Hey, man, I'm out of here. Y'all niggas are something else. Y'all done got delirious. You've been up for so long.
You so stuck on being a slave, you can't unsee yourself as not one.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Well, no, Roots came out. I was in 3rd grade.
Fucked you up. And I preach against that type of shit, putting that type of images on children. They shouldn't have to see that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. And that was their culture.
It did not happen. It did not happen. It never happened.
Tell me would really be angry with you.
Didn't happen.
There's so much proof to dispute your claim. Tell me that slavery didn't happen. What do they teach you about slavery in the United States? What do they teach you?
I ain't saying that. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying.
I have an opinion about slavery. My opinion is slavery on the United States. Slavery is working for the master, but their master is torturing them. So the slavery going to work more.
Yeah, but the slave master was most likely a white man.
Yeah.
And the slave was most likely black from Africa. Nigeria, Kenya, Niger.
Yeah.
Central Hard Africa, Central Africa, West Africa. You got
That's
the castles right there. You got the slave camps right there in stone. How can you tell me slavery didn't exist? That's cognitive dissonant bullshit.
You
You basically you can't shame white people, but I can.
keep hollering about Arkansas, but you keep hollering about Arkansas,
You see,
which it
one of
did
the most racist countries. Yeah, they black. One of the most racist countries in the
exactly
United
slaves,
States.
but it was free. Listen, Arkansas was split in half.
Yeah.
It was free. It was free people in Arkansas. Everybody wasn't slaves. They had reservations and Indians and all kind of shit. They had free people in Arkansas. I mean,
Yeah,
in
right.
Arkansas, it was
Are they
free
black?
Southern Arkansas who had slaves.
Man, I think y'all fucking y'all drinking my chain, man. You know damn well. You see, they want to erase the African American History Museum. You let them get
because
away
it's
with the
not
murder.
true. It's
I
not
mean,
true. They got you
Yeah,
niggas
man.
calling yourselves African Americans and y'all wondering why
I got heated.
y'all ain't getting no
I got
reparations.
inis. Kasamahan
You're
ako.
never gonna get
Mm.
reparations.
Kasamahan ako. Nigga. Ay, naiiga. Ay, naiiga.
The nigger,
so,
nigga.
Yeah.
but JG,
Yeah.
you never gonna get
Huh?
reparations.
I got heated.
Huh?
You never gonna get
But,
reparations.
but
What?
nigger is black, right?
As long as you
Black.
call
Nigger
yourself
means
an
black
African
object.
American.
Exactly.
There is
As
a
long
black
as you call
object,
yourself
a person.
black or African American, you ain't
It's,
getting it.
Is a water, but brown when there's no water.
Man, it's a reason why they want to erase history so bad.
Yeah,
well, they want to change the facts and bring the shame off them. It's a large picture of white Christianity with a white Jesus, and that's what you guys are pulling for.
yo, yo, brother,
He's speculating
10 years,
again.
see the boys will be back up if we listen to y'all.
brother, brother.
hmm
Look, why?
But you smoke a cigarette, you will always smoke cigarettes. If you're not strong enough to quit, don't smoke cigarettes. Because if you play around and joke around, it's like shaving. If you shave your face, your hair is gonna grow, and you always have to shave, and it's annoying. If you smoke a cigarette, you will always. If you drink a beer, you will always drink beer unless you're strong enough to quit, and it could ruin your life. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, I've been starting to be alone.
His name like Judge and Andre. I first meet Andre, no, when I first meet Jan invited me. Drink beer one time, but we stopped because our heads is moving like a crazy.
Yeah, mind you, move right now like that. Don't do it. No marijuana, nothing.
What's up?
If you're gonna be a martial artist, you cannot drink. You have to have discipline more than the average person.
What's some marijuana?
Marijuana, it's like drunk, but you have euphoria, makes you want to laugh. So instead of being sad, you're happy.
I think the first marijuana is
No, no. Talk to my friend. How old are you? 12. Good man. Yeah, stay focused on your goals. These things will take you off your goals. Like if you go to college and you start drinking too much, you may not graduate. Trust me. Hey man, by the way, we had this conversation, but I have nothing against y'all, man. I love y'all, man. I ain't tripping, you know what I'm saying? I'm just glad able to talk to y'all, but the slavery never existed is a narrative being pushed by somebody to hide history. They're hiding up the tracks. And they were buried in pyramids, you would never know about them. But the pyramids all over the world. And the knowledge in them is hidden.
tomorrow. Yeah, check them. Where are you tomorrow?
So I gotta go to Batangas. So me and Kenya, my friend.
Okay, so you are not here Monday?
Yeah,
What day you going to come?
I'll be back probably
Friday?
like 3 o'clock. No, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll leave tomorrow, come back tomorrow. It's a 4 hour trip.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get up out of here. Good show. We'll talk about this some more.
All
Yeah,
right.
'cause, y'all, all this proof of slavery and all this, all these museums and stuff, and you see what's going on in the South, and you're gonna let them get away with the murder, with this narrative of slavery never existed. You was never a slave. And me asking me to prove me I wasn't a slave when I most likely was is preposterous, brother.
OG Papa Johnson say ain't no gods in the
It's
Philippines.
preposterous for you to speak of slavery as if it's going on now. It's preposterous for you to say that you were a slave as if you were here 160 years ago or
Well,
more.
I'm talking about a slave as a point of I have no
That's
freedom. Now everything I do and every move I make has to be asked by permission by the white supremacists who could take anything from all of us right now. You saw that one dude in he was an activist fighting for Palestinian. He was a college student. What they doing in Gaza is wrong. He protested against it, and they came and put him in jail and said they're gonna deport him. It's not right. White supremacists. The government is that petty. Trump is that petty. When Kaepernick kneeled, Trump said that's disrespectful, and they took his job. He never got the job back.
well,
Every civil rights leader,
you
including
definitely not gonna like my take
Fred
on
Hampton
it.
and Bobby Seale, were killed by white supremacists. So let's not ignore all that. People that fought for freedom and things like that. Are you a revolutionary?
I am
Then how can you say that slavery never existed,
because
or just write
it
it
did
off like it was something that's not related to or your existence?
because slavery did not exist.
Don't you feel like you respecting your ancestors who did go through slavery?
Holding a person as a prisoner of war is not the same as slavery. Nobody
We're
was
all
kidnapped from Africa and brought to this land that we call the United
so
States.
the
That
Islamic
never
slave
happened.
trade. So the Islamic slave trade. Then why these gray boys talking this shit they're not capable of? If that was the truth.
Why? Who talking what?
And gray boys talking about they did this, they did that, they did this, and they did none of that.
Taking a motherfucker on a voyage from Africa all the way to
You
America?
see, you can see the slave ports.
Show me a ship. Fuck a port. Show me a ship.
Can't show you an old ass ship. They don't exist. Hey, how are you? Another mission. I just wake up. I got a
So
mission. I got something I gotta take care of. I gotta get y'all back. But
World War II, there's a World War II museum where they have all the shit. You tell me they got all the shit from World War II that didn't even happen here. in slavery.
Those ships are metal. This is not. These are wooden ships we're talking about.
So there were metal ships in 1942, 41, whenever that was, but there were no metal ships 60 years prior.
We talk about 1555. There were no metal ships like that.
I'm
Come
talking
on, the
about
guns come around
1861.
1800.
I'm talking about 1861 when slavery was still going on. There were no metal ships in the mid to late 1800s.
Yeah. I gotta go, y'all.
All right.
All right. Peace out.
Ronnie, one thing you got to remember, if you don't remember nothing else, a motherfucker that know everything, you can't teach him shit.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. That's a fact, Jack. You know what I'm saying? We had a good show tonight. Appreciate OG Bobby Johnson, brother. Man, start coming through, man. Hit that link. Jessica, good to see you always. You know, I'm just out to everybody that stepped up tonight, man. Stepped up this morning. So we're gonna have another show probably in the afternoon. We're gonna do it again, back with some more topics, man. Jonathan Green, Queen Real, I Crook. Salute to everybody stepping up. We got more content coming soon, man. Y'all stay on the lookout. Peace.
Core mode.